Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, a National League matchup this evening as the Phillies play host to the Los Angeles Dodgers. More than 50 press credentials have been issued to Japanese media, and the focus of the attention, that young man, Nomo Mania, has hit Veterans Stadium. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Philadelphia. I'm Greg Gumbel. We're happy you've joined us for Major League Baseball here on NBC. There is only one very tight race remaining in baseball with a month and a half remaining in the regular season, and that's the National League West. The Dodgers own a one-half game lead on Colorado. However, the Phillies are in the thick of the race for the wild card. They trail the Astros by 1 game and the Rockies by a game and a half. Working alongside me this evening is Joe Morgan, and we talk about Nomo Mania hitting the vet. What is it about Hideo Nomo that makes him so doggone special?
Well, first of all, Greg, the people that have not had a chance to see him, they're in for a special treat tonight. And what makes him special is a 90-mile-an-hour fastball plus a great forkball. And all these pitches are enhanced by his unorthodox motion. He hides the ball very well from the hitter.
The Philadelphia Phillies were in first place back on July the 3rd, but had a terrible month of July. They have slumped, but they've turned things around lately. Why?
Well, one of the reasons is I've never seen anyone drop as quickly as they did and bounce back. But it shows the character of this Philly team, and it's a real big plus for their manager, Jim Fregosi. He's done a great job.
All right, we have a battle of right-handers on tap tonight. Hideo Nomo on the mound for the Dodgers. Jeff Juden makes the start for the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll have starting lineups and the starting pitch in just a moment, but right now, let's join Hannah Storm in the studio. Hannah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hannah Storm. Welcome to Baseball Night in America, brought to you by Toyota. One matinee today in the National League. The East-leading Braves traveled to Wrigley to take on the Cubs. We pick it up at the top of the 8th, 4-3 Atlanta. Javi Lopez lacing the triple off reliever Terry Adams. That drives in Fred McGriff and Ryan Klesko, and the Braves go up 6-3. They never look back. They won their 5th in a row, 7-3. And after the game, Atlanta, perhaps looking ahead to the playoffs, acquired some outfield depth in Mike Devereaux, getting him from the White Sox for a minor league outfielder. The loss dropping the Cubs 3 games back in the wild card race. Colorado leading the way, hosting St. Louis tonight. Meanwhile, the Astros are in Florida. In the American League, Texas takes its 2.5 game wild card lead to Kansas City. The Mariners, coming off Ken Griffey's 9th inning heroics last night, face Andy Pettitte and the New York Yankees. And we'll be following all these stories and the rest of the night in baseball for you. We send you out to the ballparks after this message from your local station.
Nature in conflict. Science unleashed. A planet at war.
Without this vessel, without our presence, every aggressor on the planet will run unchecked. Life as we know it will cease to exist. People, I am not willing to let that happen.
New captain, new quest, new night. Wednesday, life will never be the same. Sequest, Wednesdays this fall on NBC.
You hear the thunder, the call of the road.
Now hear this. It's 95 Pontiac closeout time. Get up to $1,000 cash back on hot-selling Pontiacs. $1,000 cash back on new Bonnevils.
Get on your Pontiac and buy, Pontiac buy.
Get $500 cash back on Grand Ams. Plus, August only, factory-to-dealer incentives for your best closeout buy.
Get on your Pontiac.
Limited time offers, so hurry.
It exceeds 1998 car safety standards, has standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, driver and front passenger airbags, dynamic side impact protection, and offers a personal alarm system that you turn on or off by remote control. So relax. Everything's under control. The new Dodge Caravan, just as original as the original.
Okay, give us examples. If you who think the great Chevy summer sell down is just hype, listen.
Hey, Shelley Miller of Trenton says she got the deal of her life. She saved $1,100. Way to go, Shelley.
I've got Sean Graham of Philadelphia. He says he pocketed $3,000 tonight on a new Blazer.
The Sparkmans from Delaware said they never considered leasing until they found they could get a new Lumina for $199 a month.
The great summer Chevy sell down at your Chevy Geo dealers today. Maybe you'll be in our next commercial.
We at Oldsmobile don't like to boast, but our 88 was named a Consumer's Digest Best Buy for the 5th straight year. Me too. And to celebrate, we're now offering this special limited time lease price of only $279 per month. Not to mention dual airbags, ABS, and a 205 horsepower V6. In our humble opinion, you betcha. It's your money.
Are bras hazardous to your health? Find out on the next hard copy.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Greg Gumbel along with Joe Morgan. And here now is tonight's Budweiser Dodgers starting lineup. Leadoff man, center fielder Brett Butler, the newly acquired Brett Butler. At shortstop, Chad Fonville. Mike Piazza hits number 3. Eric Karros hits cleanup. Raul Mondesi batting 5th and playing right field. Hot-hitting Delino DeShields, who homered here last night, hits 6th. Tim Wallach is playing 3rd. Roberto Kelly is in left. And the pitcher, Hideo Nomo. Getting the start, however, for Philadelphia is Jeff Juden.
Well, Jeff Juden's a guy that throws hard, and he throws a slider. He will mix in an occasional curveball, but the key to his success will be whether he can throw strikes or not.
The Dodgers have been talking about how Hideo Nomo, how he will fare against the Phillies, because the Phillies have not seen him, but Dodgers haven't seen Jeff Juden either.
That's a good point. Let's take a look at the defense for the Philadelphia Phillies. And Morandini at second base has become one of the better second basemen in all of baseball. He has only 5 errors this year in 95 games. Newly acquired Mark Whitten in right field has made an immediate impact on this ball club.
Yeah, what do you know about second baseman?
You notice I like to pick those guys, to highlight them.
Boy, that's all the newspapers have been talking about is Hideo Nomo. Darren Dalton was asked about him last night, talking about the attraction for baseball in Hideo Nomo. He says, well, I know one thing, he's good for the Dodgers.
Yeah, good point. It may not be good for the rest of the league, but the Dodgers are enjoying it. But the Phillies do have a game plan, which they're going to try to attack Nomo, and I'll give you their game plan after we get started here.
Philadelphia Phillies have won 7 of their last 8 games, 8 of their last 10. And here's Brett Butler, just this month having returned to the Dodgers, and he couldn't be happier for one.
Well, the Dodgers are happy too, simply because not only does he bring the leadoff hitter that they need, he brings some leadership to this ball club, and most of the players who are in key positions are young.
Juden's first pitch is a fastball up high, and we are underway at the Vet in Philadelphia. Brett Butler hitting .301, although just 4 of 25 in his return with the Dodgers so far. Charlie Hayes in close at 3rd. Butler an excellent bunter, and that's called strike. Umpires for tonight's game, Mark Hirschbeck is behind the plate. Frank Pulley is at 1st, Joe West at 2nd, and Gary Darling down at 3rd. Dalton tried to pull that one up into the strike zone. Hirschbeck wasn't buying. 2-1. What a nice night in Philadelphia.
Beautiful night for a ball game.
That misses, and Juden runs to 3-1 now on Butler.
Anytime Juden releases a fastball and it's high, Johnny Padres says he's not getting on top of it. He's coming underneath it, and the ball will sail on him.
Count is full now to Butler at 3-2. Butler, the National League leader in 3 base hits. He has 8 of them this season. He fouls this one off.
Well, he may foul a lot off. That's what Brett Butler does best. He will take the count to 3-2. If you make a lot of good pitches, he will foul them off, and eventually you will throw ball 4. He's been very hot before he came over, 382 in his last 36 games.
Pulls this one down to 1st. Greg Jefferies makes the play unassisted, and that's out number 1.
Good pitch there by Juden. A guy like Butler who likes to slap the ball around, you're always better off trying to jam him every once in a while. Good play there. Pitch there by Juden. And watch this pitch. Butler foul the other ones off. They're out over the plate. See, this ball comes inside, jams him, and Jefferies takes the play. Easy play there for Jefferies.
Here's Chad Fonville. .290 hitter, no home runs, 12 runs batted in, and that one goes all the way to the backstop, ball 1. Fonville, a Mr. Do-It-All for the Dodgers. He's played shortstop, second base, left field, right field for this club. And terrific speed. Inside 2-0.
Well, he actually came along at the right time for the Dodgers. They were struggling. Delino DeShields at second was struggling. He came along and gave them a big lift at the second base spot and at the top of the lineup.
There's the skipper, Tommy Lasorda. Swing and a miss. You know, there is more than one opinion around the league that says that Tommy Lasorda has the best talent and should be far and away the leaders in that division, but they've been having a tough time shaking Colorado.
Well, I will agree that he probably has the best talent in the league.
Down the third base line, it's a fair ball. Over in a hurry is Eisenreich, and Fonville is held to a single, and that's a 10-game hitting streak for Chad Fonville. And the first hit of the game.
Fonville was hitting well even when he was in the leadoff spot, but he was not getting a lot of bases on balls. His on-base average wasn't but about 20 points above his batting average. Fastball tailing away, and this is what he does best. He just slaps at the ball. He moves the ball around the infield. He only has the 12. He has 12 RBIs, no home runs, so this is what he does on a daily basis. He beats out a lot of infield hits. He's a good player, and he can fly.
Speaking of good players, here's Mike Piazza, Dodger catcher and the #3 hitter. You mentioned Fonville can fly. 14 steals, 21 attempts this season.
He's still learning to steal bases, but he's really fast on the bases. He runs the bases well, but he has not learned to steal bases yet.
There's a liner to short. Looks like a double play. It is. Piazza hit it on the button, lined into a double play, and the Dodgers are down. We go to the last of the first. No score.
Most car manufacturers build their prototypes by hand, but we built the all-new Lumina prototypes on a prototype assembly line. We put it together, took it apart, then redesigned it so we could make it better when it went to production. Took us 18 months. But one thing's certain. There's quality in the build. Something we don't charge extra for. Guess that's what makes it a genuine Chevrolet.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Well, sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel that we are. I'm sure that we are. How would I know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
With all the new heartburn medications, how do you choose? Well, when doctors and pharmacists were asked which they would recommend more often, 8 out of 10 chose Pepcid AC, acid controller, over Tagamet HB. One small Pepcid AC does what 2 Tagamet HB can't claim. Doctors know that one Pepcid AC controls acid longer, has been proven to prevent heartburn, and has no drug interaction warnings. Ask your doctor or pharmacist. You can be heartburn-free with new Pepcid AC, the strongest, longest acid controller.
Back for the bottom of the first, and a look at the Budweiser Phillies starting lineup tonight. Mickey Morandini, the leadoff man. .417 against the Dodgers. Jim Eisenreich, the best hitter in baseball against L.A. Greg Jeffries at first, Mark Whitten in right, Darren Dalton behind the plate, Charlie Hayes at third, Andy Van Slyke in center, Kevin Stocker at short, and Jeff Juden on the mound as the Phillies get ready to go to work on his opposite number, Hideo Nomo.
Well, the thing you notice, first of all, is he has an unorthodox motion. The second thing you notice is he has a very good fastball. And the third thing is he has a great forkball. If he has his good fastball tonight, he works everything off the fastball. You will see a magnificent pitcher on the mound if he has his fastball. Let's take a look at the defense, which is probably the worst defense in baseball. And Wallach at third base is the guy that solidifies this team. When he was out, it was even a worse. They made more errors defensively than before. With Wallach back, they have stabilized a little bit, but they still are not a good defensive team. And that's what keeps them from running away from, say, Colorado.
Now, as we were talking earlier, Hideo Nomo, it's the first time the Phillies have seen him. There's not only going to be a lot of attention paid to him by the people here in the stands, but also by the Philadelphia dugout, and they'll be talking about it, won't they?
Yes, and first of all, it's up to Morandini. He has to act like a sacrificial lamb. He has to take a few pitches here. And he takes these pitches just so his teammates will get a chance to see how fast his fastball gets to the plate, how much movement is on his fastball, and how the forkball reacts. His job is to try to see every pitch in Nomo's repertoire in this first at bat.
Swings at a fastball and fouls it back 1-1.
And you see Jeffries, he's a guy that probably can make the most adjustments and adjust to Nomo better than any of the other hitters. And you see Johnny Padre standing there. He's the pitching coach. He will be helping the hitters out by talking to them about what he is doing to them individually.
A ball and a strike. Morandini goes after the forkball and misses it 1-2.
And that's the pitch that makes him devastating. You saw the fastball. Morandini got a piece of it. Here's the forkball. See, it starts up high. Unlike most forkballs, his starts up high and then disappears.
Morandini pulls this one foul down the right field line. Now, it's your feeling that after Morandini hits, assuming he's not on base, the guys in the dugout will search him out and just say, tell us, what's he look like?
Yes, they'll ask him, or he'll go back and tell everyone. He'll be the center of attention when he gets back to the dugout.
But he gets that chance now as he looks at a fastball for strike 3.
See, the forkball sets all that up. You're afraid of the forkball with 2 strikes, and he slips the fastball by you. This is what makes him effective. He works everything off the fastball, and he throws good pitches right on the outside corner. And Morandini's still looking for the forkball.
189 strikeouts on the year. This is after 20 major league starts. He has 189 right now, and the National League leader in strikeouts, second only to Randy Johnson in the majors.
Eisenreich also becomes a guinea pig because the second place hitter will usually follow what happens with the first place hitter, in that he'll take a few pitches.
Forkball in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Eisenreich, .310 hitter with 5 home runs, 38 runs batted in. As we mentioned, showing you the starting lineups, a .417 career hitter against the Dodgers. Fastball ripped down the right field line, fair ball. Into the corner, Eisenreich makes the turn and goes for second, and will go in standing up with a double. Because Hideo Nomo comes in with that reputation, do you expect the Phillies to be more aggressive at the plate than usual?
Well, their game plan is to look for the fastball and hit it, and that's exactly what Eisenreich did there. But 2 balls and no strikes, you're more than likely going to get a fastball unless there's a runner in scoring position. This is a fastball. Notice he keeps the ball in on Eisenreich, and he drives it down the right field line. But they're going to look for the fastball and try to hit that. They're not going to try to fight off both pitches. They will look for a fastball or the forkball and try to hit off of that pitch.
Here's Greg Jeffries, switch hitter, hitting left-handed against the right-handed Nomo. Takes ball 1. Jeffries hitting .295, hits .339 right-handed, .275 from the left side. One and one.
Good forkball here from Nomo. Jeffries thinks he's going to get a fastball because he missed with the first one. And you see that forkball starts inside and jumps right over the inside corner.
Went after a high fastball and fouled it back, and it's 1-2.
See, that's just the opposite of what Eisenreich did. Eisenreich was ahead in the count. He knew he was going to get a fastball. He has thrown Jeffries 2 forkballs. Jeffries had never seen the fastball, so finally when he throws it, you're behind it. And that's what happened to Jeffries there. And now he's in a bad situation because it's 2 strikes, and he's only seen the fastball once.
See if Nomo comes back with a forkball. He did. Jeffries golfs it down the right field line.
Place he could have hit this pitch down and in. That is where left-handers can really hammer you. And Nomo got that ball down and in, and that's where left-handers bats always speed up. All left-handers like that ball down and in.
Number 9 of the year for Greg Jeffries. 43rd and 44th runs batted in. 2-0 Philadelphia. Ball 1 to Mark Whitten. Now Hideo Nomo got off to that terrific start. 9-1 in his first 12 starts with a 1.23 ERA, but he's had some problems of late. There's a called strike to Whitten.
The reason he's had problems lately, Greg, is that he has not been throwing as hard as he was early in the year. And when he doesn't have the good fastball to work off of, he cannot get you out exclusively with the forkball.
Whitten swings and misses, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Greg Jeffries, who went down after the forkball and lifted it over the right field wall. Fastball is up high, 2-2.
Well, he does have a good fastball tonight, Greg. Even though Jeffries hit the home run off the forkball, he is still throwing well.
Whitten down the right field line, foul. There have been reports of tenderness in Nomo's right elbow the last couple of weeks or so. Mike Piazza told us yesterday he just thinks it's a little bit of a tired arm. 2-2 to Whitten. Fastball looking. Second strikeout of the inning for Nomo. Want to remind you, Baseball Night in America is brought to you by Chevrolet, the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. By Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. And MCI, the company that brings you proof positive. Here's Darren Dalton. Number 5 hitter in manager Jim Fragosi's lineup, and he looks at ball 1.
Greg, one of the things that happens to hitters when they face Nomo as the game progresses is they become defensive. And they'll start looking for the forkball so that they will not swing at a bad pitch, and then the fastball is by them. So they become defensive hitters rather than aggressive hitters. And that happens as the game progresses.
That one in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitchers love it when they know they have defensive hitters at the plate, don't they?
Exactly, and I think that's one of the reasons he has been successful, is that he's all around the league. They know about this forkball, so hitters have a tendency to go up there protecting against the forkball and not being aggressive on the fastball.
Dalton files the 2-1 pitch back. It's 2-2. The first thing that you notice about Hideo Nomo is the unorthodox motion.
And the motion hides the ball. See, you can't see it, you can't see it. Now all of a sudden he throws it towards you, and then here comes a 90-mile-an-hour fastball or a forkball that drops about 15 feet from the plate.
2-2 to Dalton. Way up high, and the count is full at 3-2. And as a hitter, I would imagine the timing is off because it's a rhythm unlike anyone else's around baseball.
That's a fact, and it takes you a while to adjust, a couple of pitches at least, to be able to pick out where the ball is coming from.
That's ball 4. So as Joe Morgan mentioned, Hideo Nomo is throwing hard. He has 2 strikeouts in the inning, but in amongst those strikeouts, a 2-base hit by Eisenreich, a 2-run homer by Greg Jeffries, and now the base on balls to Dalton. Here's Charlie Hayes, whose home run in the 11th inning here last night gave the Phillies a 1-run victory in the opener of this 4-game series. Phillies are not a home run hitting team, and Charlie Hayes the only member of the club in double figures, and he just has 10. But Philadelphia has been hitting the baseball here at home.
You're right, and that's why they've won a few ball games in the last they're 8 out of their last 9 by hitting a few home runs and scoring some runs quickly.
Outside corner with the fastball, a ball and a strike to Hayes. Huge contingent of Japanese media, as we pointed out at the very top of the show. One young man from a Japanese newspaper told me he's been here in town since August the 8th.
Just waiting.
Well, there's a gullible editor somewhere. Fastball up high. We'll let Joe read that one for us.
Well, I think it says Nomo is the greatest.
Do you know that for a fact, or was that a guess?
That was a guess. But I'm sure I'm not far off.
Probably says hi, Mom, or something like that. 2 balls and a strike to Charlie Hayes. Went after the high fastball, and the count is even at 2-2.
And that tells you that he's throwing hard when the guy is sitting on a fastball 2-0 and he's still late on it. See, Hayes is late on this. This ball's way out of the strike zone, but he's still late. And when you're looking fastball and you're late, it bothers you later on. You start to jump out there a little quicker.
2-2 to Hayes. Swing and a miss. He struck out the side, but Greg Jeffrey's 2-run homer has the Phillies on top, 2-0 after 1.
Dad?
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
What is it, son?
Well, Dad, you're my dad. And I love you, man.
You're not getting my Bud Light, Johnny.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Ray, forget it, Johnny.
Mr. Sampras, you know why you're here, don't you?
Kind of dumb.
We'll fix that. Let's see. Go up to the umpire. You say, you were wrong.
You were wrong.
Spotted the balls, throw a few rackets. The ball was in.
The ball was in.
I'm incompetent. Yell at me. Say tomato. Or 2. And eat your pizza the wrong way. Crust first.
Why didn't you say so?
Stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut with a zesty new sauce and cheese baked into a new thinner crust. You'll want to eat crust first.
2 at once.
I've created a monster.
Large, just $9.99.
Nothing is tougher on dirt. Than a 191 horsepower Chevy S-Series extended cab 4x4. Chevy trucks like a rock.
Emma, seems like we've known each other forever.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks.
Will you marry me? 'Cause Emma, I love you, man.
Oh, Johnny, you're not getting my Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
Johnny?
make it a Bud Light.
Jane?
It's Joan.
Jane, Joan, whatever. I feel like I've known you forever.
This fall, from the creators of Magnum P.I. and Quantum Leap.
I'm in charge of a possible murder investigation. No member of this crew threw a woman overboard.
A hero for the 90s.
I need time to find out what happened.
The truth
Are you testing her guts or yours?
will come out.
She was murdered.
Jag, Saturdays this fall on NBC.
Back at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, Eric Karros, Raul Mondesi, and Delino DeShields to face Jeff Juden, and a ball 1, no strike count to Karros. That's called strike 1-1. Karros hitting .303, 24 home runs, places him 8th in the National League. He's also 8th with 79 RBIs. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Both of these pitchers are throwing hard.
There's Hideo Nomo. In the air, right field. Whitten back to the warning track and pulls it in. Let's go back to the Greg Jeffrey's home run.
And the thing that's different about this pitch, Greg, is that his forkball usually moves away from the left-handed hitter. Watch, this one moves down and in. That's where left-handed hitters handle a ball best. He actually fooled Jeffries with it, but because the ball was on the inside part of the plate, Jeffries was able to use just his hands and hit the ball out of the ballpark. I think you'll see the ball really move away from Jeffries the next time he throws the forkball.
Here's Raul Mondesi. 301 hitter, 20 home runs, 69 runs batted in, and swing and a miss, and the complete package, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He can run, he can hit, and he can hit with power, and he can hit for average, and he loves to play. You can see the enthusiasm that he has for the game.
22 stolen bases and 24 tries.
And one of the greatest arms you'll see from right field. In fact, he leads the major leagues again this year with in assists with 14. He always does that.
You say it's the best in baseball.
Yes, I think it is. Considering the way that he plays the game, he charges the ball and still throws very well. A lot of right fielders do not charge the ball as quickly. They throw well, but they don't charge the ball like he does. He's very aggressive in the outfield, on the bases, and at bat. Very aggressive player.
1-2 pitch got him swinging. Mondesi out on strikes, and right now let's check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Thanks a lot, Greg. The Cardinals and the Rockies at Coors Field, a home run hitter's park, you bet. This is Brian Ricar's first pitch of the game. Cardinals outfielder Bernard Gilkey with a leadoff home run. It's 1-0 St. Louis. They had another run in the top of the inning, and in the bottom, Trinidad Hubbard with a solo shot for Colorado. It's now 2-1 Cardinals over the Rockies. Some early scoring as well. Cincinnati at Pittsburgh. Bases loaded for Brett Boone. He's facing Steve Paris, and Boone comes through with a single. Brings home 2 runners, Barry Larkin and Reggie Sanders. It's now 3-0, or now 3-1 Cincinnati. Let's go back to Greg and Joe at the vet.
All right, Hannah. 1-1 pitch is fouled back by Delino DeShields, and the count is now a ball and 2 strikes. Dodgers with 2 out, no one on here in the top of the second inning. They trail 2-0. DeShields hit a home run here last night for the Dodgers. In fact, he's hit 3 in his last 5 games.
And the Dodgers really need DeShields. The Dodgers have a powerful lineup, but they've been inconsistent. They need someone like DeShields who can play every day, steal bases, and help them manufacture runs rather than just hitting home runs.
DeShields has been hitting at a .536 clip over his last 28 at-bats, has 15 hits. Full count pitch, ball 4. First base on balls given up by Jeff Juden. And Tom Lasorda will now send Tim Wallach to the plate.
What both teams should and will try to do tonight, Greg, is run the bases, steal a few bases. Juden does not deliver the ball quickly to the plate. He doesn't have a good move to first base, but neither does Nomo. So both teams should be in a running mode tonight.
DeShields has 25 stolen bases this season. That catches inside part of the plate on Wallach, called strike 1. Tim Wallach, longtime Montreal Expo. And as you mentioned, if there is a defensive anchor for these Dodgers, it's Tim Wallach. There's DeShields and his stolen base ability. Fouled off.
He's not getting a big lead at first base, which is unusual because Juden does not have a good move to first base. And when you have a big, tall pitcher, it's very difficult for them to have quick footwork and a quick motion to the plate. It takes them a little while to unravel there.
We're talking to the veteran Dodger announcer Vin Scully, who was saying that this is a tired Dodger team. They played 3 games in 3 different cities in 3 consecutive days. They left Los Angeles after playing a game there, played 1 in Cincinnati, and that one catches Wallach. Wallach looks like he'll shake it off as he takes the walk down to first, and now runner are at first and second for Los Angeles.
Well, Wallach kind of dives in with his front shoulder, and that ball comes tails inside, and there's no way for him to get out of the way. Now watch this ball kind of chase him. See, it starts inside and just runs in even more, and it catches him on the left hand. Remember, I mentioned earlier, Juden, when he gets under the ball will run away and up. You know, let him run up and in against the right-hander and up and away against the left-hander. If he stays on top of the ball, as he has been doing most of the time tonight, he's got real good fastball, and it's a live fastball.
4th time this year Juden has hit a hitter. Here's Roberto Kelly. Kelly not in the lineup last night, but in left field tonight.
He could be the odd man out since they brought Brett Butler back.
Juden misses ball 1. Kelly looks at ball 2. You know, we talked about the talent in this Dodger lineup, and yet at times they've been very inconsistent in scoring runs.
That's the problem. A lot of times they score runs, big numbers, because Karros, Mondesi, and all of them have big games and hit the ball out of the ballpark. They need DeShields and Brett Butler.
This one hit into right field. Mark Whitten drifting back, going back into the corner, and makes the catch. A walk and a hit batter, and June avoids trouble. Will go to the last of the second. 2-0 Phillies.
Tires are important for performance, handling, even safety. So we wanted special tires for our Lumina LS, and we had some tire companies help us out. Several designs later, we had new tires developed for just one car, ours. You might expect that for sports cars or luxury cars, but putting them on a car most people can afford makes the Lumina a genuine Chevrolet.
Chevrolet and baseball, the most valuable relationship. Since 1987, Chevrolet has been proud to donate Astrovans to different charities in the names of the All-Star, League Championship, and World Series MVP award winners. This year, Chevrolet will donate MVP Astrovans to local chapters of the Special Olympics. And Chevrolet will also donate $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in the names of all regular season players of the game. Genuine Chevrolet and baseball, together towards the future.
I've stopped playing baseball now, but my son Reed just signed a pro contract. Sometimes we go over his game, and if he asks, I tell him what I know. Like when your muscles get sore, take Advil. Just a couple are strong, fast, and work for me. And Advil's gentle on my stomach.
If it'll work on these old muscles, then I know it'll work on mine.
Nothing's been proven to last longer than Advil. Advanced medicine for pain.
Imagine a satellite system that received transmissions from 22,000 miles in space. Imagine if it turned digital signals into vivid pictures and CD-quality sound. What would it look like? How big would it be? Oh, about 18 inches. The RCA Digital Satellite System. Customized programming and the power of digital technology. Now in a convenient take-home size.
Get the RCA DSS system now and get a $100 mail-in rebate.
2-0 Phillies. Watch Mark Whitten. He's fighting this ball all the way. He's not real sure, so he ends up making almost a basket catch. He made it a more difficult play than it really looked like it appeared to be at the start of the play.
Yet in his short stay with the Phillies, he brings some much-needed power to Philadelphia.
He brings much-needed power, and he brings a very strong arm from right field.
Andy Van Slyke, Kevin Stocker, Jeff Juden to face Hideo Nomo here in the bottom of the second inning. 2-0 Philly lead. Call strike to Andy Van Slyke, who's hitting .256 with 1 home run, 8 runs batted in.
Most of your veteran players who have not seen Nomo will all take a pitch just to see his motion, to find out where the ball is coming from.
This one hit hard, but right at Karros at first. Nomo will cover for out number 1. Just to recap the first inning, Nomo struck out the side, but between strikeouts, Eisenreich doubled and Greg Jeffries hit a 2-run homer.
Greg, what you have to do to hit a guy like Nomo is you have to eliminate all the motion, all the back turning and everything, and you pick out his release point, where the ball will come from over his right shoulder, and that's where you look. You don't watch all the head movement. You do not watch his back. Just watch the spot where the ball will come from.
That one's outside, ball 1.
While he's winding up, you can even look away. I know it sounds strange, but you look away, look at the ground, and then look up at the spot. You draw a box in your mind around his release point, and that's where you look.
Fouled away, 1-1.
And you pick the ball up from there, and once you pick the ball up, you try to read the seams to see if there's the spin on it is a fastball spin, or if there's very little spin, which is the forkball spin. And that's the only way I think you can hit him. You have to eliminate the motion.
One pitch to Stocker. Checks his swing, 2-1. The fascinating thing and the scary thing that you told me about Nomo is that 15 feet from the plate,
right,
his fastball and his forkball look like the same pitch.
They're identical. The last 15 feet is when that forkball starts to drop.
Count now 3 balls and a strike to Kevin Stocker. And the count is full now, 3-2. Stocker gets a good look at Nomo. Swing and a miss. 4 out of 5 outs are strikeouts for Hideo Nomo.
Doesn't look like he has a tired arm to me. Now, let's take a look, if we can, at his release point. Now watch over, he'll come from the same spot every time. So you eliminate everything but right there. That's where you pick the ball up, right at the top when he releases it. That's where you want to start watching. Good fastball right by Stocker.
Here's the pitcher, Jeff Juden. It is worth noting that during batting practice, Jeff Juden put a couple of them over the wall. It's also worth noting he's still looking for his first hit of the season. And what I find interesting is Jeff is a switch hitter, but he's batting right-handed against Hideo Nomo.
Maybe he's confused too, huh?
I think what it says is it really doesn't make much difference.
Well, you're always better off if you're right-handed pitcher hitting right-handed, so you can protect your throwing arm. You do not want to hit left-handed and get hit in your pitching arm. Even guys that are switch hitters, truthfully, they're better off still hitting from the right side to protect their pitching arm.
Juden looking for all the world, like he's about to become strikeout victim number 5 for Nomo tonight. Nomo came into this game with 188 Ks, needing 12 to reach 200 for the season. 2-2 pitch. Count is full. Rookies to reach that 200 plateau back in 1984. Both of them, Mark Langston, Dwight Gooden. Gooden, a rookie record. Swing and a miss. Number 5 on the night for Nomo. We've played 2 with the vet. The Phillies holding on to a 2-0 lead.
Out here, you're just like everybody else. Doesn't matter how many tournaments you've won. Nobody cares about your 40-foot birdie putt last weekend. And no one wants your autograph.
On the freeway, all men are created equal. Fortunately, all vehicles are not. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
You ever hear anyone talk about life like you gotta chew it up and spit it out? You gotta want it so bad you can taste it. You gotta be hungry. If so, Gatorade has one question for you. You want something to drink with that? Because you're gonna be thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
This two-man huddle is brought to you by Emmitt Smith and his Brutus Mid, who remind you that players are made in the preseason.
A new beginning deserves a beautiful finish. Minwax Polycrylic Clear Protective Finish. Minwax Polycrylic dries quickly and cleans up with water. Minwax Polycrylic.
Beautiful.
Today's way to keep wood beautiful.
Little investment advice. Bip Roberts, 1986 rookie card, worth about $275. 20 years from now, who knows? 1,000, 2,000, might even go.
Bip, man, you were looking at Robin Roberts. Says here your card's worth 4 cents.
Yo, T, 4 cents if it's in excellent condition, but 10 cents if it's totally mint.
Oh, sorry.
Along with Joe Morgan, I'm Greg Gumbel. Welcome back to the Vet in Philadelphia. Baseball Night in America here on NBC. Greg Jeffries, a 2-run homer in the bottom of the first inning off Hideo Nomo, has given the Phillies a 2-0 lead. Other than that, Hideo Nomo has done pretty well with 5 strikeouts so far in 2 innings, and we go to the top of the third. Nomo will step to the plate. He'll be followed by Brett Butler and then Chad Fonville as Jeff Juden goes back to work. Nomo hitting just .074. 4 hits and 54 at bats on the season, and there is number 5.
Well, maybe he's getting the hang of this hitting. Remember, he didn't hit in Japan, so he's just now getting the hang of hitting against major league pitching.
And an opposing pitcher just hates that, doesn't
Yes,
he?
they do. Especially a guy hitting .074. Fastball about bell tie, middle of the plate in. That's probably the only pitch he can hit.
How do you say thank you in Japanese?
Yeah, arigato.
I was wrong about you. Maybe you could read that sign.
Yeah, I tell you, I read the sign. It was just a couple of letters, you know, words there I wasn't sure of.
Probably was saying your car is being towed. Here's Brett Butler, who grounded out to first base unassisted to lead off the game.
This is a situation where Butler will usually try to beat out a bunt. You know, if he beats it out, he gets a base hit. If not, he moves the runner over into scoring position. And this is the kind of leadership that he brings to the Dodgers. He knows how to win, and he plays to win.
Butler has bunted safely 15 times this season. That's the best in the major league. Takes the fastball. 1-1. Charlie Hayes
is trying to take the bunt away from him, but I've seen guys 10 feet in closer than Hayes, and he still bunts the ball down the third base line, but not on AstroTurf. AstroTurf really makes it a little more difficult to bunt when the third baseman's in so tight.
Up the middle. Stocker unassisted at second. Double play.
Well, they should have bunted.
Second double play of the game by the Phillies.
There's nothing that a leadoff hitter hates than to hit into a double play, especially with the pitcher on first base. Here's the situation. Nice play there by Stocker, and he retires Butler at first base. Smart play by Stocker not to risk a throw to second base. An exchange, he just goes over, takes it, and throws it himself.
So the Dodgers with 2 out and the bases empty. Here's Chad Fonville, who singled back in the first inning and then was doubled up on Mike Piazza's line drive.
It's a good statistic there. He started 37 straight games, and most of them have been at second, but he's played a lot of different positions.
Liner down the left field line, foul. You know, on the one hand, a manager probably loves to have a guy like that around, but on the other, are you ever able to really develop your skills at any one position?
And that's a good point, because he's probably more suited for second base than any other position. He's probably not suited as well for shortstop and left field. But Delino DeShields is such a good player when he's playing well that they wanted to get him back in the lineup.
Bad swing, strikeout for Juden, and the Dodgers are down in the top of the third. We'll go to the last of the third. Top of the Phillies order coming up.
Hey, this feels nice.
Who's pulling on my shirt?
It's me, Johnson, fool. Is this Russell Athletic?
Sure, feel that cover stitching.
Must be that new blend fabric.
Yeah, it's tough, strong.
And no little fuzzballs. By the way, anybody got the ball?
I think I got it.
That's not the ball.
Oh, sorry.
Looking for really tough athletic wear? Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
My doctor just told me I'll never have to worry about heartburn like my mother.
No antacids, Tums, or Malox?
No, he said there was something brand new. Nothing like antacids. It's called Pepsid AC, acid controller.
Pepsid AC?
This one little Pepsid AC pill stops heartburn, then controls acid an incredible 9 hours.
9 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all day.
Well, now you won't need those antacids you're always taking. And new Pepsid AC can prevent heartburn from ever starting.
So I can have linguine and clam sauce again.
And live the way we want.
Live the way we want.
Pepsid, the prescription that's helped millions, is now available in non-prescription strength for heartburn and acid indigestion. You can be heartburn-free with new Pepsid AC.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution: Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo.
Let me guess. One side of you craves easy chair comfort, while the other side itches for performance, right? Well, meet Buick Regal with its famous 3800 V6 engine and Grand Touring suspension. Add to that an all-new interior with body-sensitive seats. And finally, there's a car for the two of you. Buick Regal.
This weekend, there's more great NFL preseason action on NBC. Saturday at 1:30 Eastern, the Kansas City Chiefs face the Minnesota Vikings. Then Sunday at 4 Eastern, catch a preview of the upcoming season in NFL Kickoff 95 as we look at the rising stars of the AFC. All this weekend on NBC.
Back at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, Greg Gumbel, Joe Morgan, Baseball Night in America on a beautiful Friday evening here in Philly. Hideo Nomo on the mound. And there's a line drive down the left field line. Fair ball for Mickey Morandini. Around first, into second with a double. The Phillies team leader in 2 base hits records his 26th of the year.
And we talked about Nomo throwing well, but remember, these are big league hitters too. They can hit. This is a low fastball inside, and he inside outs it down the left field line for a base hit. It doesn't mean that Nomo's not throwing well. It just means that these guys are making adjustments. They're sitting on the fastball, and they're hitting it when he throws it.
So the Phillies with their leadoff man in scoring position. Nobody out. Here's Jim Eisenreich, who pulled a 2-base hit down the right field line back in the first and rode home on the Jeffries home run. Fastball outside, ball 1. Now back in the first inning, you made note of the fact that Eisenreich was ahead in the count 2-0, and Nomo had to come in with a fastball. If he falls behind him this time, you say Nomo may not come back with the fastball.
Right, but he probably will have to here because he doesn't want Eisenreich to pull the ball. So that's why he would start him off with a fastball in this at bat. So he doesn't want him to pull the ball, and Eisenreich is not really a pull hitter. So he figures if he can get the fastball out over the plate, he may not be able to pull it.
Well, here's the identical situation that Eisenreich faced in the first inning with a 2-0 count.
Well, if no one was on base, I think he would throw a forkball or a curveball. But with a 2-0 count and runner on, he doesn't want to put another man on base, so he probably will try to go away with a fastball. And there's Joey Amalfitano talking to Tommy Lasorda.
Two balls, no strikes. Fastball caught the inside corner, 2-1.
Well, he missed with that pitch because Piazza was set up on the outside corner, which is where he wanted him to throw it.
We mentioned going in Eisenreich with that .417 batting average, the best in the majors against the Dodgers, and he added to that with the 2-base hit in the first. Into the dirt. Morandini will advance.
This is a fork ball that he tries to throw. You see that ball actually starts back away from the left-handed hitter. And take a look at this motion. Here's the fork ball straight over the top as he goes with his fastball. And that's where I say you draw a box around that release point.
Nomo with his major league leading 14th wild pitch.
Dodgers are playing the infield back. They're going to go ahead and concede this run to the Phillies.
Ball 4. Second base on balls given up by Nomo. And here is Jeffries. In the first inning, Jeffries hit his 9th home run of the season, a 2-run shot down the right field line, which is all the scoring we have so far. Phillies with 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Boy, there's a fastball that had some pop.
And that's unusual. I thought Jeffries would be sitting on the fastball there because he hit a forkball last time up and he just walked the hitter, so he more than likely wants to get out in front of you. He's going to throw you a fastball.
In the air, down the left field line. Kelly on the run, and get it. Morandini scores. Here comes another run around. Jeffries in the third with a 2-run triple.
Well, he's late on this fastball. Good fastball from Nomo. See, he's late on it. Kelly did not get a good jump on the ball to start with, but he just can't get there. He got a late break and he couldn't get there. The ball bounces away, and it's a triple for Jeffries.
And that slide is something you can probably get away with on natural grass. On AstroTurf, it's going to cost you a couple of bases.
Yes, it does.
Greg Jeffries with all 4 RBIs for the Phillies tonight. And here is Mark Whitten. Looked at a call, 3rd strike in the 1st inning.
And the Dodgers are going to play the infield in now. They're not going to concede any more runs. There you see the guys playing on the infield. They're playing in so they can cut Jeffries off at the plate.
We mentioned Hideo Nomo has been having some real problems recently. His last 3 starts, a 4.57 earned run average. But as you mentioned earlier today, Joe, a pitcher isn't going to be perfect all year long.
You can't expect that. Because I still think he's throwing well tonight. His control is not exactly what he would like, but he still has good velocity on his fastball. And he bounced a 1 forkball that moved Morandini over to 3rd, and then he wouldn't throw Jeffries another one because he was afraid that he might bounce another one.
2-1 to Whitten. 2-2. And despite the fact that he has been up around the head and shoulders, Nomo is not always a low ball pitcher.
No, he is not. He moves the ball around. He moves the ball in, out, and up and down. I think the high fastball is his best pitch, personally. I mean, other than his forkball in the dirt, but I mean, his fastball up is better than his fastball down.
Line foul down the 3rd base line. Count is still 2-2 to Mark Whitten, and now
catcher's
interference. You know, you don't see that frequently, but we saw it out here last night.
Well, what happens here, he's so late on the fastball that he just sticks his, watch, he's really late, so he just sticks his bat back there to foul it off. And of course, Piazza reaching for it. Now watch Piazza, he reaches for it because he thinks this ball is by Whitten. Whitten a late swing, and he hits it off, he fouls his, well, he hits the glove of Piazza.
That is an error on the catcher. Andy Van Slyke was the hitter last night when Van Slyke's bat came into contact with Piazza's mitt. Now there are runners at 1st and 3rd for the Phillies, and it's still nobody out here in the 3rd inning. Darren Dalton with a base on balls back in the 1st inning in his only plate appearance so far tonight. And the Phillies trying to bust this game wide open. Nomo misses outside, ball 1.
You can see Nomo changing his pattern, Greg. That's the first fastball that he's thrown to a left-handed hitter that ran away. He is changing. He's taking a little off the fastball. I think he's trying to regain his control and spot the ball better. He had that ball running away from the left-handed hitter. See the movement. He's changing his fastball. He's trying to, you know, just find the right niche here. And this is experimenting. Watch, see this fastball? Look how that ball really sinks away. We had not seen that earlier in the ball game. He was throwing the straight fastball. Now he's moving the fastball away from the left-handed hitter.
2-0 on Darren Dalton.
We talked about hitters making adjustments to pitchers. pitchers have to make adjustments on the mound too, and the good ones can do that. The other ones just fall into a habit and say, this is what I throw, this is what I'm going to do. And we see Nomo making an adjustment here.
Witten at first has 5 steals in 5 tries this season. Line drive, base hit, right field. Eisenreich comes home. 5-0 Philadelphia.
There are about 4 hitters on this ball club that you fall behind 2-0 and they make you pay for it. And Darren Daulton is one of them. He gets a 2-0 pitch, and see, that's a beautiful swing there by Daulton. He just keeps his head there, uses his hands, rips it to right field for a base hit.
Dodger bullpen begins to heat up. It is Jim Bruschi down in the Los Angeles bullpen. Charlie Hayes holds up on the swing, ball 1. Last night, Philadelphia hitters were 4 for 19 with runners in scoring position. Tonight, they're 3 out of 3.
And part of the problem is that Nomo is not throwing strikes. He's not ahead in the count.
He can get away with that if the hitters aren't chasing that high fastball, but they haven't been doing that much tonight.
That's the problem. When you're ahead in the count, the hitters will chase your forkball. They will chase a fastball out of the strike zone. But when you're behind in the count, they set up a box. They zero in and say, hey, if it's not in this zone, I'm not going to swing. And when he throws the fastball in there, they've been able to make him pay so far.
2-0 pitch to Charlie Hayes. 2-1.
Again, you see an adjustment by Nomo. Every 2-0 pitch before this one has been a fastball. He comes with the forkball here. See, this is a forkball, not a 2-0 fastball as he threw to Daulton, or a 2-0 fastball he threw to Morandini, or a 2-0 fastball he threw to Eisenreich. He is changing his pattern now.
In the air, right field. Runners will tag Mondesi with a great throwing arm, and no one's going anywhere.
No. Look at Witten. He's kind of smiling at second base. He said, well, they wouldn't have gone on me either from that distance.
That is the first out of the inning. Here's Andy Van Slyke. Morandini led the top of the third, or the bottom of the third, with a double. Moved to third on a wild pitch. Eisenreich walked. Jeffries tripled them both home. Witten reached on catcher's interference. Darren Daulton singled a run home. And Charlie Hayes now with a fly ball to right field.
And remember, the triple that Jeffries hit was not a solid base hit. It was just a fly ball in the right spot down the left field line.
Foul back. But a good cut by Van Slyke. 0-1.
See, he's still throwing well, though, Greg. I mean, it may sound strange, but the reason that he is struggling is because of his control, not the velocity of his fastball or his forkball. It's his control that is getting him in trouble tonight.
One and one.
From that view from center field, you could see him twist his fingers in his glove to throw the forkball. If you're a hitter, you try to watch his wrist just to see if he does turn it.
Dodger infield looking for a double play ball to get them out of any further damage. That's not it. Liner to right. Mondesi is there. Out number 2. In fact, May have been the best hit ball of the inning.
Yes, good point. I mean, he's behind and he's given up 3 runs this inning, but they have not exactly drilled the ball all over the ballpark. But that's what the Phillies do, to be perfectly honest with you. They do not strike quickly. They do not have, you know, their last in the league in home runs, but they put a lot of walks, errors, and bloops and line drives together to score their runs. They've actually scored more runs this year than the Dodgers by doing that, and they've hit 30 less home runs than the Dodgers, actually 34 less.
Kevin Stocker takes ball 1, and again, Nomo falls behind the hitter. Runners at first and second, 2 out. That's up high, 2-0. And here we are in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the pitches are beginning to mount up for Hideo Nomo. Nomo's pitch count now up over 60.
A lot of pitches for 3 innings.
2-0 to Stocker. He gets good wood on it. Hits it deep to right center. Mondesi back to the wall. Off the wall. 2 runs will score. Stocker on his way to 3rd. He's in standing 7-0 Philadelphia.
Because they were playing so shallow on Stocker, Mondesi was not able to get back to the wall in time enough to make a leap. If he was playing a little deeper and would have had time, he would have been able to make the play. That's a fastball ball about the middle of the plate. See, he can't get back to the wall. He's still moving when he has to make his leap. See, he could not get back there. See, he was up high enough, but he was not back far enough. And that's because they're playing him shallow. It's not any problem with Mondesi. It's the way they had the defense set up. They're just playing a little shallow in right field.
And perhaps anyone other than the pitcher coming up, and Hideo Nomo would be out of this game.
Yes.
Juden, a strikeout victim in the 2nd inning. We talked about Nomo getting up there in pitches. He's now over 70.
And look at that, only 5 more strikes than balls. That tells the story of why he's had problems so far in this ball game.
Fastball up high. 2 balls and a strike. With a runner down at 3rd, Jeff Juden would love to repay Nomo for the base hit that Nomo got off of him.
One of the ways that you check the character of a pitcher, Greg, is when he gets knocked around, things do not go his way. Does he still come at you aggressively? Does he still throw hard? Does he still fight? And so far, Nomo is still fighting. He's still throwing very hard. Because I've seen a lot of pitchers over the years, you start knocking them around a little bit, tonight's not my night, and they end up out of the ball game. He has not quit. He has not given up. I mean, he is still throwing as hard as he was at the beginning, and he's still trying to do his job. And that's one of the things the scouts look for. They rate you. I mean, you're going to get knocked around, but what do you do? How do you respond to that?
Juden hangs in there with a foul back behind the plate. Count is still 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the last of the 3rd. The Phillies have scored 5 times as the scouts take their notes. 2-2 to Juden. Got him. Got him looking, but the Phillies score 5 after 3. It's 7-0, and we'll come back with more after this word from your local station.
Happiness is finding an honest lawyer.
Okay, now remember, when we're in the courtroom, just tell the truth, the way we rehearsed it.
It's the new must-see comedy from the producers of Frasier and Wings.
Why don't we forget it?
Pursuit of Happiness, NBC Tuesdays this fall.
The Volvo
850 Turbo Sports Wagon. It goes places no wagon has gone before.
Stop. The savings are here, and you'll save big for back to school at Value City Department Store. Save over 65% on boys' denim, chambray, and silk shirts, only $4.99.
No service charge layaway.
Save 50% on girls' Henley rib knit tops, only $4.99. Get our guaranteed low price on boys' jeans and girls' corduroys. Your choice, $7.99.
No service charge layaway.
So go to where the savings are and get the value today at Value City Department Store.
You hear the thunder, the call of the road.
Now hear this. It's 95 Pontiac closeout time. Get up to $1,000 cash back on hot-selling Pontiacs. $1,000 cash back on new Bonnevils.
Get on your Pontiac and buy, Pontiac buy.
Get $500 cash back on Grand Ams. Plus, August only, factory-to-dealer incentives for your best closeout buy.
Get on your Pontiac.
Limited time offers, so hurry.
DeVille has the airbag system, helping protect all 3 front seat passengers. More people choose the Cadillac DeVille than any other luxury car in America. Count on Cadillac this summer. Current Cadillac owners can lease a new DeVille at its lowest lease rate of the year. Just $399 a month for 24 months and $1,950 down. Cadillac, creating a higher standard.
See your Cadillac Super Network dealers.
Yeah, it's a Volvo wagon.
A local mystery solved thanks to a national TV show. Details after the game tonight.
Well, we don't know for sure that Hideo Nomo is through for the evening, but he sure might be. As Mike Piazza leads off the top of the 4th, because between innings, Nomo nodded his head, took his jacket and his glove.
Well, if he's got his glove, he's finished. Yeah, if he took his glove, that means that's it.
And Tom Lasorda will change pitchers for the Philadelphia 4th.
A couple of those runs are probably unearned, aren't they?
2.
Yes.
2 of the runs unearned in the last of the 3rd inning. 2 of the 5 Philadelphia runs. Here's Piazza, who lined into a double play to end the 1st inning. Now up on the count, 3 balls and a strike.
The one reason the Dodgers are not out of this ball game is because they do have power. And when you have power, you can come back from a 7-0 deficit.
Here's a base on balls, and Piazza is on base. Baseball Night in America is brought to you by Buick and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. By Russell Athletic, for really tough athletic wear that can survive anything. Russell Athletic, get tough. And by the makers of Advil. Here's Eric Karros, who flied out to right field in his last at bat. Ball 1, and now Darren Dalton going to pay a visit out to Jeff Juden.
And that's interesting because Juden was throwing strikes, throwing well, and he sat on the bench for quite a while. I don't know if that's had any effect on his concentration or not. Because it's warm, he probably should not have gotten cold, but it may have affected his concentration.
Jim Bruschi, all likelihood the next Dodger pitcher when we change half innings. How about the big lead? Might that have an effect on Juden?
Well, it shouldn't, because he hasn't gotten to the 5th inning yet. You have to pitch 5 innings to get the win. So usually you at least concentrate for 5 innings.
He's not quite to the bank yet.
No, he's not.
There's a good fastball for a strike, and it's 1-1.
But you must admit he's got a good start towards it.
Well, I like his chances.
Yeah.
Mondesi to follow. Piazza on at first, nobody out. Karros fouls this one out of play. 1-2.
When you look at the Dodger lineup, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters are the last 3 rookies of the year in the National League. 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Dodgers. Karros, then Piazza, and last year Mondesi.
Down the third base line, Hayes tries the backhand, knocks it down, picks it up, bounces it to first in time to get Karras. On the play, Piazza moves down to second, and that'll bring up Mondesi.
Well, I don't think this was going to be a double play, but they would have been able to force Piazza at second base and keep him out of scoring position. See, Hayes just throws this ball, bounces it. That's an intentional bounce to get the ball over to first base. When he throws it that far out on the carpet, he wants it to skip across and make an easy play for Jeffries at first base.
Here's Mondesi, a strikeout victim back in the second inning. Hitting an even 300. Piazza at second and one out. Hit hard but foul down the left field line. You know, it's interesting, Joe, that you mentioned how hard Nomo was still throwing, but he's gone, and Tommy Lasorda has been criticized at times this year for keeping pitchers out on the mound for what some people thought were too long.
Especially the starting pitchers, but it's because he didn't have a lot of confidence in his bullpen. Tom Candiotti pitched the game in San Francisco. He gave up 10 runs in like 3 innings, and he was still in the ball game. I think he pitched 5 or 6 innings that day.
Mondesi fouls it back. It's 0-2. There is Tom Candiotti. Boy, what a change in looks the Phillies have had from one night to the next, right? The knuckleballing Candiotti last night and the fastballing Nomo tonight.
And that's a big adjustment.
There's manager Jim Fregosi, who was yelling at you when you stepped out onto the field today. That's outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Jim didn't like a story I told about him on the air a few days ago, and he said, I thought you weren't going to use that. I said, well, I thought because we'd had a year and a half of not much baseball, I thought it was okay. Well, he said, well, it wasn't. He laughed about it, though, eventually.
I am now concerned about breakfast with you this morning. Chopped down to Hayes. Holds the runner, across the diamond, out number 2. For the record, Hideo Nomo threw 77 pitches, 3 full innings, gave up 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 of them earned, struck out 6 and walked 2. And there is Bruschi getting set to come in to pitch the top of the 4th.
And it's important for Bruschi to get his thoughts together quickly and go out there and hold the Phillies and give the Dodgers a chance to come back.
Here's DeShields. That's called strike. Phillies very much in the wild card picture in the National League. The Dodgers would like to hold on to the lead they have on Colorado, although nothing is a cinch in the National League West. Even the last place Giants are only 7.5 back.
It's one of the problems Delano DeShields has had throughout his career is he strikes out too much for a leadoff hitter or a guy that doesn't hit home runs. He chases a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. This is a breaking ball that was not in the strike zone, and he will swing and miss a lot and just strikes out too much for a guy that doesn't hit the ball out of the ballpark that much.
Takes an 0-2 fastball up high, a ball and 2 strikes. One-two to DeShields, line in the left center field, base hit. There goes Juden, shutout. Piazza will come around to score the first Dodger run of the night, and it's 7-1.
Greg, make no mistake about it. This ball game is not over. The Dodgers are capable of putting a lot of numbers on the board, again, because they have power. And when throughout their lineup, guys can hit the ball out of the ballpark. You get a couple of men on, guy hits one out of the ballpark, and we have a new ball game.
So DeShields with the RBI single. He has a single and a walk tonight. And here is Tim Wallach, who was hit by a Juden pitch back in the second inning.
This is a good question here, you know, and Juden may have answered that question. Do the Dodgers still run? I say yes, but you have to be sure that you can make it.
25 stolen bases for DeShields. this season. Wallach misses 0-1. Well, the Philly crowd, having seen a lot less of Hideo Nomo than they thought they would tonight. There's a hard hit ball to right field. Witten back, and it's off the top of the wall. DeShields around third. He will score. Wallach with an RBI double. 7-2 Philadelphia.
And that's where the power comes in. They can score runners from first base. They can score runners from the batter's box. So the Dodgers will bounce back. It's just a matter of whether Philly has too big a lead for them to be able to overcome. It's a fastball right in the middle of the plate and down. That's where Wallach likes the ball. He's a low ball hitter. Witten goes back to the wall, but no chance. This ball hits about 3 feet from the top. And he drives in a run for the Dodgers. 7-2 now.
Mark Witten kind of did everything wrong on that one, didn't he? He knew he wasn't going to get back in time to make a play on it, and he was too close to the wall to make a play on the bounce. Here's Roberto Kelly. That one's inside. Should Kelly reach safely, Dave Hansen will hit for Nomo, who is still officially in the game. Wallach at second with 2 out. Right back to Judy. And that'll do it for the Dodgers. Greg Jeffries, 4 RBIs. He'll come to bat in the Philly fourth at 7-2 Philadelphia.
As sure as the sun will rise across America, the families that travel will have one common need: to be safe. So it's no surprise that America's favorite full-size car has also been honored for safety. That's according to Prevention Magazine, which gave LeSabre the Safe Car Achievement Award in the full-size category. Buick LeSabre, the American family car.
All right, gentlemen. Tomorrow, your butts are mine. Lights out.
Man, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field.
Hot dogs. French fries. Hamburger. Tacos. Tacos grande. Pizza.
Coach? Going somewhere, ladies.
Hard work. Dedication. Commitment.
Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, Lord, bud. Go.
The first time you go out with someone, you want everything to be right.
Every time he gets close, I just want to get closer.
It's all right to sweat when we're working out, but when we're close,
Cute or not, if he smells, it's over.
Get a little closer with Arid XX, the anti-odor antiperspirant. Arid XX helps keep you extra dry.
I trust Arid.
If you're still using oil-based paint to protect metal from rust, you're living in the past. Now, there's a new age of rust protection. New rust-tough latex for metal. Yes, latex, even in the harshest weather. It's as durable as oil-based paint, yet cleans up easily with soap and water, not thinner. Get new rust-tough latex for metal from the makers of Krylon products for advanced rust protection.
Next Friday night, the Braves, the Cubs, the Athletics, the Yankees, or regional action. Baseball Night in America next Friday on NBC.
Back at the vet in Philadelphia, some changes as we move to the bottom of the fourth inning. As Tommy Lasorda maneuvers a little bit, Chad Fonville moves from shortstop to left field. Jose Offerman comes in to play short, and he will hit in the 9th position. And the new pitcher making his first appearance, Jim Bruschi.
Well, you'll never forget this this ball game, and coming in, especially relieving Hideo Nomo. This has to be special for him, his first major league ball game.
Here's Mickey Morandini. Takes ball 1. What did you do in your first major league at bat?
Actually, I was fortunate enough to get a base hit to drive in the winning run, and it's a famous incident. Gene Mauch was the manager of the Phillies, and he threw spare ribs all over the players' uniforms afterwards because they lost the game, and he said you got beat by a guy that looked like a little leaguer. I was a little smaller then than I am now.
Some little leaguer.
Yeah. Gene and I often laugh about that statement.
Morandini struck out in the first, doubled in the third. Bounces this one out to second. DeShields out number 1. Phillies batted around in the third inning when they scored 5 times. So the man out of the game for the Dodgers is left fielder. And the Philly fans calling it. The man out of the game is left fielder Roberto Kelly, and maybe Tommy Lasorda didn't like that sliding attempt, which resulted in a 3-base hit.
Knowing Tom as I do, you're probably correct. Again, it appeared that he did not get as great a jump as he normally does, but you have to remember he's been playing center field as well. He has not been playing left field. He was a center fielder most of the season, and then he moved over to left field. It's a little ball comes at you differently from left field.
Well, before the game tonight, Tommy took umbrage at a portrayal of him supposedly sleeping or dozing or nodding off in the dugout, and as he explained to you, as Eisenreich fouls it off, as he explained to you, he's been taking some medication because he has not been in the best of health.
No, and even today when I talked to him, he's still a little ill. I mean, he wasn't feeling well, and he's been taking some medication, and he said he probably did doze off a little bit because of the medication and the fact that they'd gotten in at 2 o'clock that morning.
There's a drive down the right field line. Fair ball. Mondesi has it, and Eisenreich will hold, and look at the throw from Mondesi.
Well, lucky for Eisenreich that he stopped, because that would have been assist number 15 for Mondesi. I tell you what, Eisenreich is hammering this fastball tonight. He gets a fastball here and he lines it down at the base of the wall, but Mondesi plays it perfectly and then fires a strike to second base.
Well, Jim Eisenreich continues to eat Dodger pitching alive. Comes in with a .417 career batting average against Dodger pitching. He is 2 for 2 with a walk tonight. Speaking of 2 for 2, here's Greg Jeffries.
And Eisenreich had struggled, you know, since the All-Star break, but the Dodgers have revived his bat here tonight. He did hit a pinch hit grand slam a few days ago, but his bat has been revived by the Dodger blue.
Fastball strike. Count is even on Jeffries at 1-1. Greg, a 2-run homer in the first, a 2-run triple in the third. Ground ball, base hit to right field. Eisenreich will stop at second. As they used to say, the Phillies brought their hitting shoes with them tonight.
They did. As an infielder, you have to give up something to get something. They're playing for the double play, so they're shortened up and closer to second base. Jeffries does a good job of finding the hole on the right side. It was a slider out over the plate, and he found the hole on the right side for a base hit.
Here's Mark Whitten. Reached on catcher's interference in the third, went down swinging, or went down looking against Nomo in the first inning. 7-2, Phillies in the lead. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Philadelphia. 2 runs, 4 hits, and an error for the Dodgers. Hard hit, base hit, left field. Fonville comes up throwing, and they'll hold the runners, and the Phillies with the bases loaded. And every time we have looked up tonight, there have been Phillies all over the base paths.
Well, Whitten goes the other way, and Offerman had just faked Jeffries back. Eisenreich back at second base, so he was not able to get back in time. He was just faking him back when Bruschi threw the pitch to the plate.
Here's Darren Dalton with the bases loaded and one out.
The Dodgers, before the ball game, had a pitchers-only meeting with not only pitchers, with the coaches and the catchers to try to review what they've been doing wrong the last couple of days, especially in last night's ball game. Does not seem to have worked tonight.
Or maybe Brusky missed the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bases full of Phillies. One out. There's a wild one back to the screen. Eisenreich comes home. 8-2 Philadelphia.
It's a breaking ball that he tries to get down and in on Dalton, and he bounces it in front of the plate.
Mike Piazza's dad looking on.
Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball. So it's a slider down and in. Piazza can't get over there. And Eisenreich comes in to score on the wild pitch. Second wild pitch the Dodgers have thrown tonight.
And more action in the Dodger bullpen. John Cummings, the left-hander, loosening up.
Lasorda does not like to go to the bullpen too often, but looks like they're going to need a good bullpen effort tonight if they're going to ever get back in this ball game.
And it better start pretty soon. 2-0, ball 3.
Well, you never like to walk a hitter in this situation if you're the Dodgers and you're already trailing 8-2. But this wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he walked him, because it would set up a double play where they may be able to get out of the inning with one pitch.
Right-handed hitting Charlie Hayes is on deck. 3-1.
There's Charlie. He leads the ball club in RBIs, and as you mentioned, home runs, but he is right-handed.
And he is also, with 19, hit into the most double plays in the major leagues this year. That's ball 4. Second walk of the day for Darren Dalton. Hayes steps in 0 for 2 on the night. And Hayes, Andy Van Slyke, and pitcher Jeff Juden, the only Phillies hitless so far tonight. Oh, Tommy Lasorda wants to see a double play grounder right here. Strike 1.
And Tony yelling some encouragement to his right-hander.
And Tommy gave you some food before the game, too.
Every time I go to see him before a ball game, he always has pasta or something in there, and he makes sure that I take some.
Line drive, base hit left field. Witten waved around. The throw to the plate, off the mark, throw back to second, and they've got a runner trapped, and they threw it away. Darren Dalton slipped around second base when the throw was cut off, and now they're checking him out.
Good hitting there by Charlie Hayes. It was a slider down and away, and he went out and got it. Now the throw comes in. Wallach cuts it, and they've got Dalton picked off at second base. As you see, it's fallen down, but the throw bounces away from DeShields, and Dalton is able to get back safely.
Well, you know, when a ball player grabs the back of his thigh, that says one thing.
You're exactly right. A hamstring, and you see him hobble back. Dalton already has bad knees simply because of catching so much. He's had a few operations on his knee. That's Jeff Cooper, the trainer out there with Jim Fregosi. And Dalton says he's okay, so maybe it wasn't a hamstring. Like I say, he has bad knees. He may have just buckled one of his knees or something, and he's okay now.
As you and I talk, this is a guy whose body has taken an awful beating over the last several years.
Yes, and I mean, he is one of the best hitters in baseball, but the last couple of years, his average, his production has gone down simply because he caught too many games in the last couple of years. and also his body is just starting to wear down. I mean, it's just difficult to hit on bad knees.
Well, Jim Brusky's debut will not be as memorable as Joe Morgan's was. John Cummings will come on from the Dodger bullpen. The Phillies lead at 10-2. We'll come right back to the vet in a moment.
Forget old-fashioned oil-based paint. Now there's a new age of rust protection. New rust-tough latex for metal. Even in the harshest weather, it's as durable as oil-based paint, yet cleans up with soap and water. New rust-tough latex for metal.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Well, sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel that we are. I'm sure that we are. How would I know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Jimi Hendrix guitar, around 300 grand. The Bic wavelength, around 35 cents. What do they have in common? They're both worth every penny.
Next Saturday at 2:30 Eastern, the thrills and excitement of Notre Dame football return to NBC. The record-setting tandem of quarterback Ron Paulus and receiver Derek Mays lead college football's most legendary team, the Fighting Irish, as they kick off their '95 season against the Wildcats of Northwestern. Notre Dame football is home on NBC.
Tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we invite you to join NBC Sports for another hard-hitting NFL preseason matchup. The Kansas City Chiefs, led by a tough defense and sack specialist Derek Thomas, trying to stop Pro Bowl wide receiver Chris Carter and the Minnesota Vikings. The Chiefs and the Vikings tomorrow, 1:30 Eastern, our last preseason stop here on NBC as we take you all the way to Super Bowl number 30 in Tempe, Arizona. There is Jim Brusky, a forgettable debut.
Well, he will not forget it, but not exactly what he dreamed of as a kid, being able to come up and shut down a team. But Cummings' job again is to try to hold the Phillies in check and give his team a chance to get back.
You see the numbers on John Cummings, and the Dodgers have not fared well against the Philadelphia Phillies this season. They have only won 1 of 7 contests coming into this tonight. Nice night for Greg Jeffries tonight, who needs a 2-base hit for the cycle now. So here's Andy Van Slyke against the left-hander Cummings. Ball 1. How'd you like to be Greg Jeffries looking to hit for the cycle, and you pull one down into the right field corner, and you have to outrun Raul Mondesi's arm for the 2-base hit? Grounded towards second. The Shield to second. Dropped by Offerman. And let's get a playoff update now. Back in the studio, here's Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Well, the Rockies could pass the Dodgers in the West tonight. St. Louis at Colorado. Rockies trailing 3-2, and this is Trinidad Hubbard at the plate. Just called up from the minors this week, and to add to the home run that he had in the first inning, he singles home the tying run in this game off Mike Morgan. We are tied at 3 apiece. Rockies leading the wild card race. Houston just a half a game back, tied at 2 in the fourth when Andre Dawson with a 3-run shot off Shane Reynolds. He's a 5-run rally in the fourth inning. That score now 5-2. Let's take it back to Greg and Joe at the vet.
All right, Hannah. And as we were hearing you, we were seeing Darren Daulton leave the game. Apparently that leg injury that he suffered or aggravated out at second base is just a little too much. And frankly, with a 10-2 lead, why take any chances?
Exactly. And Darren Daulton, we talked about him, his legs have taken a beating over the years, so they're going to take him up and try to get him ready for tomorrow night's ball game.
Lenny Webster running for Daulton at third. Offerman committed his 30th error of the season on the last play.
Well, we talked about the Dodgers leading the league in errors, and I mean, this is a perfect throw from the Shields. It just looked like he lost it, or he took his eyes off the ball. He reached for it with 2 hands. He caught it too close to his body.
Here's Kevin Stocker. Bases loaded. Pops it up. Karros down the line at first. Out number 2. Somewhere, Tom Lasorda is saying thank you. And that'll bring Juden to the plate. This is the second straight inning the Phillies have batted around. They sent 9 men to the plate in the 3rd when they scored 5 times. Juden is the 9th hitter here in the 4th with 3 runs home. And Juden still looking for that first base hit of the season. Cummings misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, everything else has happened to the Dodgers tonight, maybe, and to walk the pitcher would be rock bottom, especially with the bases loaded.
To walk a pitcher who doesn't have a base hit. Ball 3.
Earlier this season, the Dodgers went on a road trip and they played just poorly. And so to speak, they hit rock bottom, they bounced back, and they started to play very good baseball. And watching last night's ball game, watching blow the lead, blow a win last night, and watching tonight's ball game, they're close to the bottom again. And they were swept in New York by the Mets, so they definitely have not been playing well.
Count is full now at 3-2. And I think you'd agree the measure of a good team is not those slumps, but how well they come back from them.
And that's exactly right. And they did bounce back the last time.
Full count pitch to Juden. Runners go. Hit high and deep to right field. And gone.
Greg, sometimes a walk isn't the worst thing that can happen to you with the bases loaded. Well, this is a fastball down the middle. He's trying to throw a strike. Juden is late on it, but because he's so strong, he's able to get enough of it to get over the right field wall. And this is the reaction of Tommy Lasorda. He sees it, and he just says, well, tough night at the old ballpark.
Mickey Morandini to the plate for the second time this inning, fouls it away. I mentioned that Juden hit a couple over the wall in batting practice, but that's his first hit of the season, only his second ever major league hit. And he's probably telling the guys how to swing the bat in the dugout. Better get him a new cap. That old one won't fit him.
You're right.
There's a liner to center field. Butler is there, and this inning, this nightmare of an inning is over. The Phillies score 7 and lead it 14-2.
Mr. Sampras, you know why you're here, don't you?
Kind of dull.
We'll fix that.
Let's see. Go up to the umpire. You say, you were wrong.
You were wrong.
Swat at footballs, throw a few rackets. The ball was in.
The ball was in.
I'm incompetent. Yell at me. Say tomato. Or two. And eat your pizza the wrong way. Crust first.
Why didn't you say so?
Stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut with a zesty new sauce and cheese baked into a new thinner crust. You'll want to eat it crust first.
2 at once.
I've created a monster.
Large, just $9.99.
She works the night shift for Memorial Hospital. There's no late for work here. No, my car wouldn't start. What does she drive? Skylark. It's sporty and compact. But she drives it because it's a Buick. She depends on it. Night after night after night. Skylark. Because there are times when anything less than Buick quality is a shortcut you can't afford to take.
It happens once every 2 years.
I'm just thinking about it now. I'm getting goosebumps. It means that much. It's just hard to explain in words, but goosebumps tell a lot.
Golf's greatest unite for the honor, for their country.
And you wanted that trophy to go to all America and to your players, the guys who went out and played well enough to win.
The Ryder Cup, September 23rd and 24th on NBC.
There's Philadelphia pitcher Jeff Juden, and here is the MCI proof positive replay. Juden smacks the first grand slam by a Philadelphia pitcher since Steve Carlton did it back in 1984, and there's a hero.
Tom Marsh gets up and gives him a hug. That was a great example of looking one way, Greg, and hitting the other. He was looking to left field and was so late on it, hit it down the right field line.
I feel compelled to point out that all of his batting practice home runs were to left field.
Oh, okay.
Top of the 5th inning, the Dodgers looking at a 12-run deficit. And here is Jose Offerman, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. A chopper towards second. Morandini guns him down.
Piazza's saying, whatever finger I put down, they've hit the fastball out, they've hit the forkball out. Anything I put down tonight, Skip, they seem to be able to hit.
Skip says, I know, I saw it.
It's still, I think we should point out the fact that the Dodgers have really still contributed to their own downfall with their fielding. They had a catcher's interference that cost a couple of runs, and they've had a drop throw at second base, which could have probably ended the inning with a double play. So no matter, you can't get away from the fact that they're still not a good defensive team.
Brett Butler looks at strike one. Only 3 of the 7 runs scored by Philadelphia in the bottom of the 4th were earned runs. Incidentally, Lenny Webster is the new catcher for Philadelphia. Butler tries the bunt, fouls it back 0-2.
And a lot of people may wonder, well, the Phillies have scored 14 runs, so 5 of them unearned. They still have 9. But that's not the way to look at it. A lot of things happen because of a mistake that's made in the field. And it puts more pressure on the pitching staff to perform under pressure.
Incidentally, as soon as we get word on Darren Dalton, we'll pass it along to you, but he left the game headed straight for the clubhouse. Back up the middle. Morandini can't make the play.
Morandini charges this ball as it's hit up the middle, and just when he gets to the ball, it hits the dirt. And I'm not so sure if he misread it right there, but he just misplays the hop. Actually, right there, it just comes up on him, and he just misjudged the hop off of the AstroTurf.
And Morandini gets charged with the error on the play. And here's Fonville. Started the game at shortstop, has moved to left field. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the 5th inning. Liner. Hayes has it. Butler is back safely at first. If you're looking for indicators that things just aren't going your way, there's another one.
Yes. Line drive right at the third baseman. Any place else and it's a base hit. Fonville, of course, hit a ground ball past Hayes the first time up. Now he lines this one over there. But this also shows the difference between Brett Butler as a base runner and Fonville. Remember, Fonville got doubled off by a line drive to shortstop. And Butler gets back on the line drive to third base because he's playing it safely.
Here's the man who hit that line drive back in the first. Mike Piazza fouls it off to the right.
This is probably going to be Piazza's last at bat. You would at least figure that way because the Dodgers are trailing 14-2, and Piazza probably, you want him down the stretch. There's Hernandez with a mask, and he's come in from the bullpen, so he's probably going in. You want a fresh Piazza down the stretch.
There's a shot in the right center field for a base hit. Cut off out there nicely by Mark Whitten, and that'll keep Butler at third. Dodgers with runners at the corners and 2 out. There is Dad, who says, well, that's something.
Piazza's probably the only hitter I know that likes the ball down and away. I don't know of any other hitter in baseball that likes to pitch down and away. You get it down and away, and he'll hit a lot of line drives on it, as he does here. Most right-handed hitters are high ball hitters. He is a very good low ball hitter, especially away from him, out over the plate.
Mike Piazza, the first player in Dodger history to hit 20 or more home runs in each of his first 3 major league seasons.
And is that amazing or
It
not?
is.
Especially when you consider they've had the likes of Duke Snyder, Roy Campanella, Jackie Robinson, Gil Hodges, all those great players. And of course the Dodgers from LA, the Garveys and the Says and the Reggie Smiths. Well, Reggie didn't start with the Dodgers, so he couldn't have done it.
Check swing, that's going to make it through. No, Morandini picks it off, can't make the play, the run scores. So Karros with a check swing, infield single, and an RBI.
This tells you how tough it is to play defense on AstroTurf. This is not a sharply hit ball, of course, but Morandini is deep, and when you're playing deep on the AstroTurf and you run at an angle, see, you're running away from it. See how deep he has to run just to cut it off. And by the time he picks it up, no chance to get Karros at first base. That's an AstroTurf base hit, not a check swing base hit. A check swing like that on natural turf, and he would have charged the ball. So that's the difference between AstroTurf and natural turf.
Here's Mondesi. Mike Piazza at second, Karros at first, 2 out, 1 run home, top of the 5th inning. Phillies lead at 14-3. And Mondesi hits one a mile in the air. Eisenreich near the line, has a play, makes the catch. The Dodgers get 1, go to the last of the 5th. They trail by 11.
I've stopped playing baseball now, but my son Reed just signed a pro contract. Sometimes we go over his game, and if he asks, I tell him what I know. Like when your muscles get sore, take Advil. Just a couple are strong, fast, and work for me. And Advil's gentle on my stomach.
If it'll work on these old muscles, then I know it'll work on mine.
Nothing's been proven to last longer than Advil. Advanced medicine for pain.
Michael Jordan. To find what you desire requires a great effort. You look thirsty. Gatorade?
Thanks. I've come.
I know why you have come. You wish to know the meaning of life.
And?
Life is a sport. Drink it up.
That's what I figured.
At the heart of the new Aurora is a powerful 32-valve dual overhead cam V8. It lets you drive 100,000 miles before your first tune-up. It lets you go up to 50 miles in the event of total coolant loss. And for anyone who wants to know how powerful it is, that was Texas you just drove through. It's your money.
Sherwin-Williams invited some of our toughest customers to test our Everclean paint. They brought their messiest, their dirtiest, and their greasiest household stains and punished our test wall. With Everclean, stains don't stand a chance. They wipe away or your money back. So hey, give us your best shot. There's only one Everclean paint and only one place to get it. Ask Sherwin-Williams.
Along with Joe Morgan, Greg Gumbel back at the vet in Philadelphia as we go to the bottom of the fifth. The Dodgers on the real short end of a 14-3 score. How do you feel as a player when you're that far down and so much time to go in the game?
Well, there's no doubt that your concentration will drop a little bit, but you have to keep playing. You have to play hard and say, hey, I have to fight through this today because we're going to have another game tomorrow and I don't want to come out stale tomorrow. So you have to fight it, but your concentration level does waver a little bit.
Carlos Hernandez is the new catcher for the Dodgers. He replaces Piazza. And Jim Eisenreich leads it off here in the fifth. Eisenreich with a double in the first, a base on balls in the third, a single in the fourth. And looks at strike one. That line score is right, and the Eagles played last night. These are the Phillies.
And they've outscored. They're going to outscore the Eagles, it looks like. The Eagles had 16.
Another base hit for Eisenreich. Man, I'm telling you, the Dodgers come to town, and Jim Eisenreich's eyes light up.
Yeah, because he doesn't usually play against left-handed pitching that much.
Eisenreich 3 for 3 now. And here's Greg Jeffries switching sides of the plate. Eisenreich, is he having fun? Jeffries to the right side of the plate and looking for a two-base hit to hit for the cycle. A homer in the first, a triple in the third, a single in the fourth.
Yeah, but does it really count if you get one from the other side?
Let me ask you if you would count it.
Yeah, you count it. But I mean, just food for thought.
That's called strike. A ball and a strike. Did you ever experiment with hitting right-handed?
Yes. In high school.
Outside, 2-1. How'd you do?
I have a lifetime average of 3 for 4, and I wouldn't risk it after that. Like a lot of left-handed hitters, though, I actually hit left-handers better for average than I did right-handed.
Bloop down the right field line. Karros gives chase and can't catch up. Two balls, two strikes. And this is a Philadelphia team. Let's give credit where credit is due, that is playing well and has just been killed by injuries. Especially the pitching staff. There's a drive down the left field line. Hey, there's that double.
Maybe, yes.
Throw comes into third. Jeffries is hit for the cycle in his first 4 at-bats tonight. Cheap hit in the bunch.
No, he's hit the ball hard. This may be the first time in my career I've seen a guy actually do that. I've read about it, of course, but this is the first time I've actually seen a player hit for the cycle. And this is a double down the left field line, fastball in, and he really rakes it. He's actually a better hitter from the right side than he is from the left side. So percentages were in your favor that you were going to get to see this tonight.
Strike one to Mark Whitten, who also switches over to the right side of the plate. Johnny Callison at Pittsburgh a long time ago, the last hit for the cycle for the Phillies. And only the 7th Philadelphia player ever to do that.
It's quite a feat. I mean, first of all, just to get 4 hits in a game.
Well, I suppose it's really depressing is when you come up for that fourth one and it's the 3-base hit that you need.
Yeah, that makes it difficult.
I'm sure a lot of guys have been thrown out trying to stretch a double into a triple in that situation.
Well, the question is, what's the next thing? He's got the cycle. Now, what does he do his 5th time up? And if he stays in the ball game, he's going to get 6 at bats in this game.
It's only the 5th inning. You're right. 0-2 pitch fouled by Witten, and the count stays at 0-2. Phillies still with nobody out. At Cleveland, the Indians with a 3-1 lead on Detroit in the top of the 7th inning. Look at Albert Bell playing home run derby. Lofted into short left field. Fonville comes on, makes the catch, and will run it into the infield.
Nice play there by Fonville. He got a good jump on it and charged in and was able to hold Eisenreich at third base.
And here's Lenny Webster, who came on last inning to replace Darren Dalton. So the Phillies with runners at second and third and 1 out now. Webster, a 163 hitter with a home run and 3 RBIs. And not a lot of playing time when you're playing behind Darren Dalton.
No. When a manager gets a great catcher, or a guy that he depends on, he does not like to take him out of the lineup.
A change of speed by Cummings. No balls, 2 strikes. And Hernandez with a nice stop on the pitch in the dirt. A ball and 2 strikes. There's Greg Jeffries, who has certainly raised a lot of interest everywhere he's played, and he's been typed as a temperamental ball player. Sometimes out of control. Even Jim Fregosi took umbrage at a little of his helmet throwing here in Philadelphia.
Well, really, throwing helmets, there shouldn't be any place in baseball for that. But one of the problems, Greg says, he's just too intense. He gets a little bit too uptight, and he doesn't hit the ball that he thinks he should hit, and he just takes it out on the helmet.
1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called.
Nice fastball there from Cummings. It started inside and moved back over the inside corner. A left-hander's ball naturally moves back away from a right-handed hitter. You see the catcher set up inside. Perfect pitch right there on the corner.
So 2 out now. Cummings flirting with the idea of getting out of this inning without any runs being scored. Here's Charlie Hayes. And Cummings beginning to mix his stuff up very nicely.
You have to do that with the Phillies. You cannot let them zero in on the fastball. Most of them are real good fastball hitters.
You know, it's interesting, Joe, to see the Phillies being successful in an age where people believe the long ball is the only thing and the only way to go about playing this game.
And that's a very good point, Greg. I said that they had scored more runs than the Dodgers just by using singles, doubles, and running the bases. The Dodgers had hit 34 more home runs before today.
There's a shot. Fair ball down the left field line. 2 more runs come in. Hayes on his way to second with a 2-base hit.
Well, Hayes leaves the ball club and runs batted in. Now he has 72. And he has been a very good hitter. He delivered a lot for the Rockies last year in clutch situations, and he's doing so here for the Phillies. And that ball just goes down the line. It actually hits the railing down the line and stops short, but he can only get a double out of it. But the 2 runs do score.
Charlie Hayes with a team best 72 runs batted in, and Jim Fregosi will sleep well tonight, won't he?
I'm sure he will tonight.
16-3.
And I don't blame him. I'd be pretty happy too. You get 4 base hits in a game, let alone to have a single, double, triple, and a home run in your first 4 at bats.
You would think that there are some Phillies who haven't seen the light of day for quite a while are going to see some action later on in this game. Van Slyke reached on the Offerman error back in the 4th that opened the gates even wider to a 7-run Philadelphia inning. Two and 1. Well, Joe, if I had said to you, you know, Hideo Nomo is pitching for the Dodgers tonight.
Right.
And around the 5th inning, the Dodgers will be down about 16-3.
I would never have believed it, especially after the way that I saw him throw in the first inning. He had his good fastball, and he did not look like he had a tired arm. But again, I don't fault Hideo tonight. I say the Phillies are swinging the bats well. I mean, they've been playing well the last week or so, and they've just bounced back into this wild card race.
Van Slyke fouls it back.
And he just ran into a hot team tonight.
The 16 runs on the board for the Phillies matches their high total of the year. They scored 16 against the Giants. And the Eagles scored 16 against the Steelers last night. Ground ball headed for right field, base hit. Charlie Hayes around third. Mondesi comes up throwing, but he'll make it. So Van Slyke joins the hit parade. This is probably a rarity, but you know, the teams that you were on, those big red machines in Cincinnati, which were known for putting runs on the scoreboard. Did you ever have one of those days where everybody was hitting the ball except you?
Yes, you think like I do a little bit here. I was saying
I'm in trouble.
I'm glad to see Van Slyke get a base hit because everyone else has a base hit in the lineup. And he would be very upset if he was the only guy in the lineup not to get a base hit. Yes, but it does happen. It does happen.
And the guys probably don't let you know it in the clubhouse afterwards either. 1-0 pitch to Stocker. 1-1.
I remember one particular doubleheader. We scored a lot of runs against the Giants in a doubleheader. And Pete Rose went into the game leading the league in hitting, and he went 0 for 10. And everyone else had about 3 or 4 hits in the ball game. And that was the only time I ever saw Pete go 0 for 10.
Stocker with a base hit to left. You know, this is beginning to look an awful lot like one of those games where you say, give me a bat and give me a shot. And here's Jeff Juden, who last time up hit a grand slam.
Well, the unfortunate thing now is that the bases aren't loaded again for him.
Don't you hate it when there's no incentive?
Well, the one thing about him, he's still looking at that left field wall when he swings.
He says, I haven't hit one that way tonight. Breaking ball, and it's 0-2. There's Mark Guthrie in the Dodger bullpen. And the way the Phillies are swinging the bat, you got to wonder, hey, do I really have to go out there, Skip? 0-2 pitch. Chop toward third. Short hop by Wallach, and that'll do it. But another nice inning for the Phillies. They're up 17-3 after 5.
During development, the new Aurora's V8 engine raced the equivalent distance of 31 Indy 500s back-to-back. It also broke 47 speed endurance records, 2 of which had been set by Mercedes. And along the way, it hit a top speed of 3,500 miles per hour. My mistake. That was the Air Force's Aurora. Our version has never been clocked above Mach 5. It's your money.
Imagine a satellite system that received transmissions from 22,000 miles in space. Imagine if it turned digital signals into vivid pictures and CD-quality sound. What would it look like? How big would it be? Oh, about 18 inches. The RCA Digital Satellite System. Customized programming and the power of digital technology. Now in a convenient take-home size.
Get the RCA DSS system now and get a $100 mail-in rebate.
I guess they're still mad about the strike, huh? You're telling me. What do we do? There's only one thing to do. Take them off a pizza. What? Are you nuts? You know how much that would cost? We'll take them to the Pizza Hut lunch buffet. You can get all the pizza, pasta, and salad you can eat for just $3.99. What's $3.99 times 50,000? 200,000 bucks. How much you got on you? About 100,000. I got 2. I got $250,000. Yeah, you got change?
Next Sunday, the NFL on NBC at a special time, 12 noon. Joe Montana joins the best crew in the business for a big one-hour season preview. Then 2 teams with Super Bowl dreams collide as Testaverde and the Browns tackle Bledsoe and the Patriots. Original action. Kickoff 95, the NFL on NBC. Made in America, played in America.
Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, and a happy crowd on hand, and that's the reason why. The Phillies with 2 in the first, 5 in the third, 7 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, and a 17-3 lead on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Phillies come in winners of 7 of their last 8, 8 of their last 10, and showing no signs of letting up. Top of the 6th inning, Delino DeShields, Tim Wallach, and pitcher John Cummings are due up. Call strike. 17 runs, 16 hits, and an error. Up high, the count is 1-1. The Braves a winner over the Cubs to extend their winning streak to 5. St. Louis with a lead on Colorado. That may not soften the blow for Tommy Lasorda much tonight.
No, but it'll help if they lose anyway.
The Reds big over Pittsburgh. That misses, and the count is now 3-1 on DeShields. You know, Jeff Juden just may have spent as much time at the plate and in the dugout and on the base paths tonight as he has out on the mound.
You're right.
Well, there is some bad news for the Philadelphia Phillies as the announcement is being made. Shields takes ball 4. That possible meniscus tear in the knee for Darren Dalton.
And we had mentioned he's had several operations on both knees in the past.
And this Philadelphia team, which has been bitten by the injury bug this year, is bitten again. Runner goes uncontested. And Dave Hansen is now batting for Tim Wallach.
And they call that fielder's indifference, so he doesn't get a stolen base.
Hit hard. The play is made at first by Jeffries. And on the play, DeShields moves to third. Detroit and Cleveland now tied at 3 in the bottom of the 7th. at Jacobs Field. And here's John Cummings. Cummings 0 for 2 this season. But hey, what does that mean tonight? Strike one. Amongst the pitching staff, Dave West, Tyler Green, Kurt Schilling, all injured for the Phillies this year. There's Tyler Green. Add to that Dave Holland, Lenny Dykstra, Tommy Green, rather, not me, Tyler Green.
You had me fooled.
That one in the dirt, and that'll bring DeShields home on the wild pitch. So it's 17-4. And Tommy Green's shoulder problems so severe. Jim Fregosi says, you know, we're really going to have to see some improvement from him in order for him not to call it a career. The chopper toward third, Charlie Hayes throws him out. But Jim Fregosi's really had to deal with just one injury after another.
Again, as we talked about in the open, the Phillies team, as a team, they have a lot of character, and as a manager, he's done a great job of just keeping that team together. But he said to me that part of the problem was they had so many new faces on this ball club because of so many injuries that it took these guys a while before they actually start pulling for each other. It sounds strange, but that's what he said, before they actually came together and felt like they could pull together as a team.
A total of 469 games missed. This is Jose Offerman, and the count is now 2-0. Top of the 6th inning. The Phillies got a 2-run homer in the 1st inning from Greg Jeffries and have not looked back. That's Rick Parker waiting to hit. He would hit for Brett Butler. Count is full now, 3-2 with 2 outs. 1-run home here in the top of the 6th inning. And Offerman is on base. So here's Rick Parker, a .269 hitter, no home runs, 4 runs batted in. As Brett Butler gets the night off, the rest of the night off.
He feels like he's played 9 innings in center field, backing up the fly balls to the gap and the singles.
One 1-0 pitch. Ball 2. If you're Jim Fregosi, you really don't want to see Jeff Juden wasting a whole lot of time by not throwing strikes.
Exactly. What you want him to do is just throw strikes. He has a good enough fastball that he can get by anyway with just throwing all fastballs. I mean, he has that good a fastball. And it is 17-4. It takes 13 solo homers to catch you. Only 3 grand slams and a solo homer. When you're playing in a game, that's what you do. I used to go to the mound and tell a pitcher, you know, it takes 5 solo homers just to catch you, but only 1 grand slam and a solo homer. I said, so don't walk anybody. Make them hit 13 solo home runs to catch you.
There's a drive into right center field. Whitten with the catch. So Jeff Juden escapes further damage. 17-4. You're reading it right.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel like we are. They tell us we are. How would we know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Dear Thompsons, I depend on Thompson's Water Seal waterproofer, but when my crew ran out, they finished with another brand. Did I hear about it? But you could see the Thompsons working. The other side, nothing. Thompson's works for me. Ray Hayes.
A new beginning deserves a beautiful finish. Minwax Polycrylic Clear Protective Finish. Minwax Polycrylic dries quickly and cleans up with water. Minwax Polycrylic.
Beautiful.
Today's way to keep wood beautiful.
Next Friday night, the Braves, the Cubs, the Athletics, the Yankees, or regional action. Baseball Night in America next Friday on NBC.
Welcome back to the Vet in Philadelphia. 17-4 Phillies lead, and the Dodgers were looking for more, but a nice play by Mark Whitten.
Excellent play. He runs this down and he times his leap perfectly. Gets it right in the edge of the glove, but that helps to have those big gloves the outfielders use now, but you can see he was stretched out completely. You can't stretch out any farther than this. Look at that. Perfect timing.
Good thing he's a tall guy.
Yeah. Nice play there by Whitten. A lot of times you overlook plays like that because the score is so one-sided, but it's still a big league play.
Billy Ashley is now playing left field for the Dodgers. Fonville moves to center. There's a drive to left field. Ashley makes the catch. And we'll take this moment to tell you Baseball Night in America is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. Bud Light, if you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. And Pizza Hut, you'll love the stuff we're made of. That's called strike to Jim Eisenreich. Jim Eisenreich has had 2 singles, a double, a base on balls.
Well, he still has a chance for the cycle as well.
There's Chad Fonville. He's playing center field now, his 3rd position of the night.
That's why he brought 3 gloves out with him, isn't it?
Rick Parker is in right field. Dave Hansen is at 3rd. And Eisenreich is down on strikes. Here's Greg Jeffries. How do you get Greg Jeffries out? A homer, a triple, a single, a double in 4 plate appearances. And if you're on the mound, you go, you know he's seen every pitch tonight. What are you going to throw him? He's hitting everything. Chopped towards second. Ingram throws him out. There's something that hasn't happened tonight. We'll come back with Baseball Night in America, the Dodgers and the Phillies, after this word from your local station.
Sunday, it's the comedy blockbuster, Wayne's World.
Excuse me? Baking powder?
The comedy blockbuster, Wayne's World, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on NBC.
I'm upset, and it's hard.
Tony Danza, for the first time, he talks about the paparazzi who followed his family. Plus, Liz Hurley as a stripper packing heat.
Experts say bras could be hazardous to your health. Should you burn your bra? Then an exclusive look at the new Selena book on hard copy.
Monday at 7:30.
The new Chevy Blazer gives you this elegant interior, exceptional quiet, and 3 power ports to plug in electronic equipment.
This is Lynn. Leave a message at the tone and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Isn't it nice to know all that's there, even if you're not?
Tomorrow, at every Macy's, it's Super Saturday. One super day of savings throughout the store. Don't miss it.
The North Star system transforms El Dorado from capable to legendary status. Auto Week. More people choose El Dorado than the Lincoln Mark 8. Count on Cadillac this summer to offer the El Dorado with the North Star system at its lowest lease rate of the year. Only $449 a month for 24 months with $1,800 down. Cadillac, creating a higher standard. See your Cadillac Super Network dealers.
It's going on now. It only happens once a year. It's Ford's factory-authorized clearance at your Quality Plus Ford dealer with the year's best deals on America's best-selling cars and trucks. Now you can get $2,000 cash back on Ford Taurus, or for $195 a month you can drive a Ford Contour. Save on every Ford in stock. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer today and get $2,000 cash back on Taurus or drive Contour for just $195 a month.
Charlie's best-known angel may be taking it off for Playboy. Details after the game.
Back for the start of the 7th inning, Chad Fonville leads it off against Jeff Juden, who has allowed 4 runs and 6 hits tonight, but has had some support. Fouled away, and the count is 0-2. Phillies with their biggest run production of the season. 17 runs. Juden has helped his own cause with a grand slam home run, his first of the year. 0-2 pitch misses, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Fonville takes it outside, and it's now 2-2. Started the night at shortstop, moved to left field, and is now the Dodgers center fielder. We may see guys from Albuquerque for the Dodgers before the night is over.
Especially if they can pitch.
Stocker with the play. Nicely done by Kevin Stocker. That's a good play on a fast man.
Very good play, because we talked about how quick Fonville gets down the line. Now, he whirls. Now he has to find first base, and he better get something on the throw, and he does. And he just nips him at first base. Just a nice play there by Stocker. And a quick release. Got him.
Here's the catcher, Carlos Hernandez, for his first at bat. That's high and tight. Jeff Juden still throwing very hard.
Yes. The radar gun had Hideo Nomer 89-90, so he was throwing hard.
Popped in the air, short right field. Morandini puts it away for out number 2. We have something very special to share with you. Right at the beginning of the inning, about an inning and a half ago, one of our studio lights flipped on here, and then we received this baseball. Joe and Greg, this game is already too long. Quit slowing us down with your on-camera posturing, and it is signed Frank, Joe, Mark, and Gary. That's Frank Pulley, Joe West, Mark Hirschbeck, and Gary Darling.
And it was an accident. The light just flipped on. We weren't even getting ready to go on camera.
You know, it's not like they have a plane to catch. They have 2 more games to work here this weekend. Thank you, guys. We love you, too. Hayes cuts it off and throws Karros out. 3 up, 3 down for the Dodgers here in the 7th inning. 7th inning stretch for the home folks.
It's the best compact sport utility vehicle in initial quality. It's 4Runner. And the best time to get one is now. It's Toyota's nationwide clearance. Your Toyota dealer is offering 4Runner leases, nicely equipped at only $299 a month. It's your chance to get the last of the new 95s. There's a big selection, but hurry. If you want the ultimate SUV, check out Land Cruiser. Now with dual airbags. It's Toyota's nationwide clearance. Don't miss it.
New from Thompson's. Thompson's Wood Protector Deck Finish with natural golden toners to renew lost color and powerful 3-way protection from water, sun, and mildew damage. Thompson's Wood Protector Deck Finish. Lasting beauty and protection all in one.
Inside every one of us is an athlete with a thirst for the game going on around us. It's life. And if you play hard at it, you get thirsty. That's why we make Gatorade. Hey, life is a sport. Drink it up.
A new beginning deserves a beautiful finish. Minwax Polycrylic Clear Protective Finish. Minwax Polycrylic dries quickly and cleans up with water. Minwax Polycrylic.
Beautiful.
Today's way to keep wood beautiful.
From Blockbuster Video, Nintendo, and NBC, it's the must-see 3D sweepstakes. Your chance to rent the new Virtual Boy at Blockbuster Video and win. Hollywood dream trips to NBC shows, free Virtual Boy systems, and thousands of prizes. Rent Virtual Boy now and receive a special $10 coupon. Enter the must-see 3D sweepstakes at Blockbuster Video.
Along with Joe Morgan, Greg Gumbel bat at the vet, and this is what's been happening with the Phillies tonight. Greg Jeffries has hit for the cycle. Scored 4 times, had 4 RBIs. Charlie Hayes with 4 RBIs. Eisenreich contributing. Juden, the pitcher, a grand slam. And Hideo Nomo finished after 3 innings of play. 17-4, the Phillies lead the Dodgers. We were telling you about the baseball that we got from the guys down on the field. So between innings, we threw the light on again up here in the booth. And out at second base, Joe West caught it and gave us a smile as long as it was off once we began play again. There's Joe West. Hurry up, guys. Pedro Astacio is on the mound for the Dodgers. Astacio was on the mound last night in the 11th inning, took a comeback grounder from Darren Dalton in the knee, left the game. On came Cianez and gave up the game-winning home run to Charlie Hayes. One and one.
Well, you talked about how the good teams always bounce back, and so far this season the Dodgers have bounced back when they played poorly or had, a couple of games where they just played poorly, pitched poorly, and lost. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from this, because you're starting to get to the point in the season where you have to start playing more consistent baseball, and the Dodgers just haven't been able to do that the last week or so.
1-2 pitches outside. These teams will play tomorrow and Sunday. Strike 3 called on Witten. Witten goes down looking for the second time tonight.
Astacio turns a fastball over, sinker away, and he catches the outside corner with it.
The Dodgers will try to come back tomorrow with Ismael Valdez. Sid Fernandez will go for Philadelphia. A very slimmed down Sid Fernandez, I might add.
And he's pitched very well for the Phillies.
Chopped down to third, on the run. Wallach, nice play. Oh, that's not Wallach, that's Hansen.
Nice play by both of them.
So Lenny Webster is out on the grounder to third. And here's Charlie Hayes.
Now this is a very difficult play because he short hops it on the dirt. And you know you get a perfect hop on the AstroTurf, but not all the time on the dirt. And he makes a fine throw on the run. Good play there by Dave Hansen, who's basically known as a hitter, not a defensive player.
Flora will be the next hitter for the Phillies if he gets a chance in this inning. Stasio leaves that one high, 1-1. There's Jeff Juden. Back up the middle. Behind second, Ingram's throw on the turf. Didn't get it. Eric Karros tried to dupe Frank Pulley into making the out call at first. It didn't work.
Nice play there by Ingram. Toughest play to make is when you're running away from the infield. He's running away from first base. He uses the AstroTurf, smart play, but just not quite enough on the throw. Stretches out, he's running away, throws. And Hayes beats it out for his third hit of the ball game.
Here's Kevin Flora batting for Andy Van Slyke. 273 hitter, 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in, and looks at strike one from Stasio. Well, if Tom Lasorda thought he had a tired bullpen, this is not quite the game he had in mind.
That's true. The thing that amazes me about the Dodgers, though, Greg, is that every player that they bring out of that bullpen, they all throw well, they have good fastballs, they have a good breaking ball, yet they're kind of inexperienced. You know, the CNS, all the players out of there, they're just not experienced enough at this point to be able to do the job that Tommy wants them to do.
Swing and a miss. He goes down on strikes. Will go to the top of the 8th. 17-4.
Dad?
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
What is it, son?
Well, Dad, you're my dad. And I love you, man.
You're not getting my Bud Light, Johnny.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Ray, forget it, Johnny.
Class-leading, powerful Toyota Tacoma trucks. It's Toyota's nationwide clearance.
Toyota's hot, hot, hot.
The best time to get your best deal. Get a special $199 a month lease with $199 down on a nicely equipped Tacoma. Your Toyota dealer is clearing out the last of the new 95s. Save on Tacoma option packages. It's your opportunity to get the big Toyota T100 Extra Cab with $2,000 savings on valuable options. Hurry, get the Toyota you want now before they're all gone.
Emma, seems like we've known each other forever.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks.
Will you marry me? 'Cause Emma, I love you, man.
Oh, Johnny, you're not getting my Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
Johnny?
make it a Bud Light.
Jane?
It's Joan.
Jane, Joan, whatever. I feel like I've known you forever.
Part soldier, part detective, all hero, Jag.
She's missing. Well, she disappeared sometime last night. I need time. Time to find out what happened.
From the creator of Quantum Leap and Magnum P.I. Jag, Saturdays this fall on NBC.
Baseball Night in America continues from the vet in Philadelphia. The Dodgers, the top of the 8th inning. Here is Billy Ashley. And there is Kevin Flora replacing Andy Van Slyke in center field for the Philadelphia Phillies. Jeff Juden goes back to work. There is pitch number 109 on the night for him. How long does Jim Fregosi go with him with his pitch count, even with a big lead?
Well, he wants to let him go the entire ball game so he can give his bullpen a rest. So he'll have to give up quite a few runs before Jim decides to take him out, or you'll really have to tire noticeably But as long as he's throwing well as he is now, he's still throwing hard, I think Jim will leave him out there, even if they score a few runs, because this is a break that the Phillies need. Anytime you can rest your bullpen for an entire evening, that's what you try to do.
Jim Fregosi looking considerably more comfortable in his chair than Tommy Lasorda does over in the Dodger dugout. Looped into center field for a base hit. So Ashley leads with a base hit, and that'll bring up Gary Ingram. It is now time for tonight's Toyota Diamond Dust baseball fact. Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig hit home runs in the same game 73 times. What pair of teammates homered in that same game more than Ruth and Gehrig? We'll tell you in the next half inning.
Should I make a guess?
You can make.
Hank Aaron and Eddie Matthews. That would be my guess. Since the Hammer hit 700 plus and Eddie Matthews hit over 500, it's pretty safe bet.
Followed each other in the order.
Yeah.
And popped into short left center field. Stocker out for out number 1.
And I'm not good at trivia questions either, so if I have that one correct, probably be the first time all year I've been correct.
Well, you now have me dying to see if you're right. Here's Dave Hansen. Hansen bounced out to first back in the 6th inning in his first at bat in this game. He swings on the first pitch, hits it into left field. And the catch is made by Eisenreich for out number 2.
See, that's what Juden needs to do. Just throw it and say, I'm going to throw it as hard as I can and let you hit it. And if he does that, his pitch count will stay low.
And here is Astacio.
Johnny Padre is a very good pitching coach. If you look around the league, you see a lot of ex-Dodger pitchers as pitching coaches because they know the fundamentals of pitching, and they were taught properly through the Dodger organization. The Dodgers have always brought up pitchers through their minor leagues in the old days that had great fundamentals and knew how to pitch. In fact, Ron Peranowski was the pitching coach here for the last few years, and it could be that the Dodgers, the pitchers are still adjusting to the fact that he is gone. You know, you have a new pitching coach, it takes a little while to adjust to the new pitching coach.
Tell me something, with the way players move around these days, why should you put out any effort at all in developing a minor league system?
Well, that's a good point, and that's one of the reasons that they are trying to get a more stable agreement that will allow you to invest money into the minor league players and then be able to keep them to get your money back for them playing in the big leagues for you. So that's a very good point, and it's a valid point that I think that is being addressed in the next basic agreement.
Stasio follows one back into the fans behind the plate. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A quiet Dodger dugout. 2-2 to Astacio. Follows it back and stays alive. Well, you know that it's a pretty disappointed contingent of Japanese media.
Yes.
Who made the trek here in anticipation of Nomo going against the Phillies. He went against them for 3 innings. Back up the middle, Juden is there and is out of the inning, the top of the 8th. He still has a 13-run lead as we go to the last of the 8th.
Corolla, the benchmark of quality for 28 years. It's Toyota's nationwide clearance. The best time to get the best. Corolla, a no money down, low monthly lease puts you into the last of the new 95s. Choose from a beautiful selection of Tercels. With your choice, savings of $500 cash back or special Tercel lease or 2.9% financing. Hurry, last chance to get the best of the 95 Toyotas.
The Krylon Touch
means making the old look new.
The Krylon Touch.
And the boring becomes beautiful. Show your true colors.
Don't just paint, give Give it the Krylon touch.
Only with Krylon.
300 acres in Montana, around $500,000. The Bic lighter, around 79 cents. What do they have in common? They're both worth every penny.
Tylenol Extended Relief.
They named it Tylenol Extended Relief because it's extended relief.
I can't give it a better name than Tylenol Extended Relief because that's what it does.
Remember, it's Tylenol Extended Relief.
Perfect name, great product.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution: Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo.
Coming up later on The Tonight Show, it's George Foreman versus Billy Crystal versus Muhammad Ali.
You look great, and I like your style. You made a comeback, so I'm going to be coming back myself in a while.
Plus, Charo and the Dancing Nitos go Latin. Jay says, let's make a deal, and dirty politics. The Tonight Show, America's #1 late-night show tonight.
Well, Joe Morgan, do you remember when you asked me, well, Greg Jeffries is it for the cycle? What else can happen with him tonight? The word we get is that his wife, Melanie, is having contractions 7 minutes apart. They are expecting their second child. She could go into labor at any moment.
And he looks like he's oblivious to the fact. I don't think he knows that.
But, honey, I hit for the cycle tonight.
Exactly. Well, honey, I've had our second child, which is more important. Obviously, she has the right to say that.
Last of the 8th inning. And Stocker fouls the first pitch back. Stasio leaves that one high, a ball and a strike. Hit in the air and short right field. Out number 1. So Stocker makes the first out of the inning, and here's tonight's Toyota Diamond Dust answer. Which pair of teammates homer in the same game more than Ruth and Gehrig? Hank Aaron and Eddie Matthews. 75 times.
I finally got one correct.
Jeff Juden gets a big hand from the home crowd. Juden with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out to third and a grand slam home run in the 4th inning. Look at the Cincinnati Reds with 19 on the board at Pittsburgh. Reggie Sanders continues to swing the bat.
It's interesting, Ron Gann has gotten a lot of the publicity over there this year, but Reggie Sanders has been the guy for the Reds. I mean, he's been awesome all year long.
Up the middle. Ingram back of second. Boy, Jeff Juden, his 5th at bat tonight, and gets a hand from the fan. Heck of a night for the big guy tonight.
Heck of a night. Because going into this ball game, it had to be 5-1 against him odds that he was going to be around this long and that Nomo would not. He was definitely the underdog in this game.
Meanwhile, how'd you like being the Phillies, scoring 17 runs, and after the game someone says you didn't score the most runs in the majors tonight?
Well, the great thing about baseball, tomorrow they start at 0 in the 1st inning, and that's what the Dodger players have to be saying to themselves right now. We'll start even tomorrow. Maybe we will score 17. They don't look like a group that can score 17 tomorrow, but tomorrow's a new day.
That's high. The count now 3-1 to Morandini. 33,230 here at the Vet in Philadelphia. Count is full now, 3-2. And he got him swinging. So they're retired in order. We've played 8. We go to the top of the 9th. 17-4.
The first time you go out with someone, you want everything to be right.
Every time he gets close, I just want to get closer.
It's all right to sweat when we're working out, but when we're close,
Cute or not, if he smells, it's over.
Get a little closer with Arid XX, the anti-odor antiperspirant. Arid XX helps keep you extra, extra dry.
I trust Arid.
At Lexus, we'd like to thank you for making us #1 in customer satisfaction for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. So now we're celebrating with a sales event. With Lexus Corporate Support, you can now get the best values of the year, whether you buy or lease on the finest cars on the road. The Customer Satisfaction Sales Event, where the values are overflowing, but only until September 4th at your Lexus dealer.
Baseball's a simple game. They throw the ball, you hit it. They hit it, you catch it. Some people think chewing tobacco or dipping snuff is part of baseball. It's not. It's a terrible and sometimes deadly addiction. I know. I stopped. It was the toughest thing I've ever done. Keep control. Don't start.
From the creator of Quantum Leap and Magnum P.I., a hero for the 90s, Jag, Saturdays this fall on NBC.
This woman doesn't know who she is, but tonight the mystery is solved thanks to a Channel 3 viewer. News 3's Carol Erickson shows you how the puzzle was put together. You'll see spectacular and frightening pictures from Long Island as that wildfire rages out of control. Dodgers star Hideo Nomo may have been pulled out of the game, but he's still the one getting most of the attention. And is this favorite star of 70s TV about to disrobe for Playboy? And don't miss an amazing Franklin Institute weekend forecast right after the game tonight.
Day and Date premieres September 11th on KYW3.
We'll take this moment to remind you this copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent from the Office of the Commissioner. Back for the start of the 9th inning, the Dodgers up for their last swings. Jose Offerman takes a called strike, and the count is even at 1-1 as Jeff Juden goes for the complete game.
Greg, even though this has not been as competitive as we thought, it still has been an exciting game. I mean, Greg Jeffries hitting for the cycle, Juden hitting a grand slam. A lot of things have happened in this ball game that are interesting.
Jeffries makes the play. Baseball Night in America is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams Paint and Decorating Stores. Ask Sherwin-Williams. Arid XX, the anti-odor antiperspirant that helps keep you extra, extra dry. And by Bic pens, shavers, and lighters. Bic, worth every penny. I guess you could say Greg Jeffries laboring on the field.
Yeah.
His wife laboring at home. Greg is telling Jeff Juden, come on, big guy, throw strikes. I have a date with the stork. Rick Parker fouls at the plate. "17 runs, the most the Phillies have scored this season. It's the most the Dodgers have allowed this year." Everybody has them. I would assume you'd rather not have it in the heat of a pennant race.
Well, that's true, but it's going to happen to you a couple of times during the season, so you just hope that you're able to bounce back the next day. That's the key.
"0-2 pitch, grounded towards short. Two out here in the 9th inning. And that will bring up Fonville.
And Juden this is the longest outing of the year for him. He'd only gone 7 before tonight. A couple of times he had pitched to the 7th inning, but tonight it looks like he's going to make 9, but with a little help from his friends, like 17 runs. I ever tell you the story of Jack Billingham? When he pitched for the Reds, he used to say, 7, I'm in heaven. 8, we'll skate. 9, I'm fine. 10, I guarantee a win.
Jeffries to Juden. He's out. Jeff Juden with the complete game performance. And as Joe Morgan says, a lot of help from his friends. 17-4, the Phillies over the Dodgers. Lots of contributors tonight. Eisenreich, Witten, Greg Jeffries, just about everybody contributed, Joe.
Yes, it was a good ball game for the Phillies.
Juden goes to 2-1. Nomo falls to 10-5, and Greg Jeffries with a heck of a night tonight. 4 for 5, 4 runs batted in, 4 runs scored, and tonight's Chevrolet Player of the Game is Greg Jeffries of the Philadelphia Phillies. In conjunction with this program, Chevrolet will contribute a total of $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in the names of all players of the game for the 1995 Major League Baseball season. One thing people are going to do around the country, they're going to take notice now of a hot Philadelphia Phillies team, Joe.
No doubt about it. And the Dodgers, their problem is they have 2 more games here, and the Phillies are playing well, and the Dodgers are not playing that well. So we could see a big turnaround in the wild card race here in the next couple of days, and also in the National League Western Division race.
Well, as we mentioned, Ismael Valdez goes tomorrow for the Dodgers against Sid Fernandez, and then on Sunday, Kevin Tapani will go for Los Angeles against Tommy Green, and that'll be something that Philadelphia fans will be watching closely, is how Tommy Green performs.
Yeah, and then remember, since Fernandez has been over here, he's 4-1. He's pitched well. He's thrown strikes. He looks like the Fernandez that people have been waiting for a long time.
The Phillies with 2 in the first, 5 in the third, 7 in the fourth, 3 in the 5th inning, and Jeff Juden cruised from there, including a grand slam home run. Yeah, this with the grand slam, this is a pitcher's delight.
Well, a pitcher just thinks about winning the ball game first, and anything else he does is gravy. And to hit a grand slam, he'll live on this for a long time. He'll tease the other pitchers for the next 3 or 4 days.
And I'm sure Hideo Nomo will have his doomsayers, but 10-5 for the rookie, that's not too bad. For Joe Morgan, I'm Greg Gumbel saying so long from Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Our final score, the Phillies 17 and the Dodgers 4. Stay tuned for your local news, and then it's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, his special guests Billy Crystal and George Foreman. We invite you to join us next Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time for another edition of Baseball Night in America. Joe and I will see you from Atlanta, where the Braves host the Chicago Cubs. For Joe Morgan, I'm Greg Gumbel. Good night, everyone. We hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you next week.
The highs and lows of a long baseball season. The Phils should be ablaze after last night's win, but the bad news greeted them at the ballpark. Tonight, they go once again against the Dodgers of Los Angeles, live at Veterans Stadium. And hi again, everybody. I'm Larry Rosen. Welcome live here at the 400 level for Phils and Dodgers. The good news, of course, how well the Phils have been playing on this homestand and dominating the Dodgers. The bad news, Darren Dalton's season has come to a crushing conclusion. The diagnosis by MRI today at Jefferson Hospital, torn anterior cruciate of the right knee, not the knee that has been operated on 8 different times. It's the other knee. Surgery next week. He is out for the year. The implications, that and much more, will come your way with Todd Callis and Chris Wheeler. Mike Lieberthal's got on the tools of ignorance. It's the Phils and Dodgers coming up next.
Dear foreign car owners, when it comes to fixing brakes, foreign cars aren't foreign to Midas. That's why we offer same-day brake service and guaranteed brake shoes and pads for as long as you own your car.
そして今あなたがお持ちの国産車、外車を前出しでお持ちいただくと
Get 25% off guaranteed brake shoes and pads. That's 25% off brake shoes and pads for any car at the Midas International Brake Sale.
Vilket språk man än talar, detta är ett erbjudande värt att bromsa för.
Game homestand tonight, game 3 of 4 against Los Angeles. And welcome back to the booth. Todd Callis along with Chris Wheeler. Gary Maddox will join us in inning number 4. Phil's been playing well against all the coast teams on this homestand, Wheels, but in particular, they always seem to fare well against the Dodgers.
Yeah, and why? You know, when the first trip in this year and the trip to California, Todd, it was because of pitching. The Dodgers just didn't hit much. In this series, there's been a lot of offense for the Phillies because they're hot offensively right now. It's hard to figure the Dodgers are probably the best team in the Western Division. Of course, it's a very weak division. The thing the Dodgers don't do well, I think, is catch the ball. And if you can get them in close games, sometimes you can beat them.
Phils and Dodgers tonight, a great pitching matchup. Sid Fernandez for the Phils, 22-year-old Ismael Valdez for the Dodgers. Back with the first pitch and lineups after this.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Beechwood Age Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. By the Yellow Pages, 9 out of 10 people use the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. By Mellon PSFS, the official bank of the Phillies, featuring full-service evening and 7-day banking. By the Pennsylvania Daily Lottery. Don't forget to play. Proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians. By Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. By Pizza Hut. Try our new stuffed crust pizza. And by Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield. For 57 years, the health insurance company you can lean on.
Caravan has always been a great place to sit. For the new Caravan, we put a spin on that. Now you can roll the rear seat to where the middle seat goes. You can roll both seats out the back. You can roll the rear seat to the garage. You can roll the middle seat to the garage. You can roll both seats to the garage. You can roll that seat over here. You can roll this seat over there. And back again. Okay, Caravan owners, let's roll. The new Dodge Caravan. Just as original as the original.
Hey, you out there, you're playing bingo like never before. It's bonus bingo. There's still lots of bingo fun. And that top $25,000 top prize, but now there are more chances to win, so don't stop playing until you scratch off your 5 lucky bonus spots. The Pennsylvania Lottery's bonus bingo. More spots, more chances to win, but hey, you knew that, right?
Got it. Simply gorgeous night here at Veterans Stadium for this Saturday evening contest between the Phils and the Dodgers. Sid Fernandez, signed originally by the Dodgers, will face his former team against Ismael Valdez. Let's take a look at that timely sort of lineup. Brett Butler leads off. He's in center field. Jose Offerman, the shortstop, bats second. Mike Piazza, the catcher, batting third. Eric Karros at first base in the cleanup spot. Raul Mondesi will bat fifth in right field. Delano DeShields red hot at second base, batting sixth. Tim Wallach, the third baseman, batting seventh. Chad Fonville in left field. He'll bat eighth. And on the mound is Ismael Valdez.
Phillies go with Eisenreich, Van Slyke, and Witten, Hayes, Stocker, Morandini, and Elster. Lenny Webster behind the plate. Sid Fernandez. If you're just tuning in, we'll tell you why some of those people are playing.
Sid Fernandez, 6 straight outings without a loss for the Phillies. His first loss came in his first appearance. That was back on July 16th in Montreal. Since then, he is 4-0. 4-1 overall, and he has fared well. He's 6-1. Check that. He has pitched well in 6 of his last 7 starts. Brett Butler to lead things off. Tries to bunt. Nothing new there. Bunts it foul.
Kevin Elster's playing first base because Greg Jeffries is not at the ballpark early on tonight. His wife expecting their second child, so he has been excused at this point. There's Kevin. And, of course, Darren Dalton out for the season now with a right knee
injury. He will be operated on by Dr. Marone next week sometime.
Fastball outside, 1-1. Sid in his last start went 8 innings, only allowed 1 run against San Diego in a 3-1 victory. If you take away his first outing in which he allowed 5 runs in 5 1/3, Sid has an ERA of 2.22 in those 7 starts. Opponents hitting just 187 against Sid this year, and that is fairly typical. Entering the season, Sid had a career mark of 209 opponents batting average against.
You don't see many left-handed hitters in the lineup against Sid Fernandez, but Butler, of course, plays against everybody.
In the air to right field, Mark Whitten will come in. First out of the ballgame. Left-handers just 3 for 29 against Sid since he's joined the Phils. Umpires for tonight's ballgame: Frank Pulley behind home plate, the animated one. Joe West at first, Gary Darling at second base, and Mark Hirschbeck at third. Phillies fresh off a 17-4 thrashing last night of the Dodgers. Tommy Lasorda and the gang did not get here to the ballpark till about an hour before game time. No batting practice, no infield.
Sometimes a manager will just do that when things are a little messed up. And you know, they've lost the first 2 games of the series. It's late in the year. You can only take batting practice so many times. So it looks as if Tommy had one of those nights where he said, guys, just come on out to the ballpark. We'll play and see what happens.
Jose Offerman batting .283. He's battling an 0 for 17 slump. Trying to make a bid in right center field, but Whitten gets over and makes the catch. 2 fly balls. Nothing new against Sid Fernandez.
Yeah, the last time out, Todd, he actually threw a few ground outs, which was kind of unusual for Sid Fernandez. But when he throws his curveball, sometimes they'll hit ground balls off his curveball. For the most part, when he throws that rider, that fastball of his, they'll hit the ball in the air off him.
Here's Mike Piazza carrying a .358 batting average to the ball game. 22 home runs, 61 RBIs. Piazza missed a good chunk of time in the beginning of the year with that torn ligament in his thumb.
Piazza was not up, of course, in the National League when Sid was pitching so well in the National League. So this is the first time he's faced him.
There's Sid's slow curveball. 2 balls and no strikes. That is Vince Piazza, Michael's father, and a whole bunch of Dodgers fans that they bring along to the ball game. Outside and low, 3-0.
I'm sure they'll give Piazza a green light here to see if he can make it 1-0. Because this guy can hit the baseball out of the ballpark.
If my multiplication is right, Piazza's only 4 plate appearances away from qualifying for the National League batting crown. Right now, he would be leading Tony Gwynn by 1 point.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn's gone into a little bit of a funk, and a lot of it started here. He did not have a good series here at Veterans Stadium.
3-1 to Piazza. Curveball sent deep to left field. Eisenreich looks up, gone, home run, Mike Piazza. First time he faces Sid Fernandez, he hits one out. And that makes the Piazza clan a happy group.
Well, he threw him the 3-1 curveball and tried to get him out front or hope that maybe he'd take it. And Piazza, he waits so well on pitches, I don't know. You know, he waited really well on that, and you saw him just flick his bat at it at the end and just rode it on out of him. And that's one of his shorter home runs that he hits because he had to supply a lot of his own power. He's out front. Watch him get out front and then just stay back, and with those strong hands and wrists of his, he hits the ball 380 feet. I mean, that's an amazing piece of hitting from him. Most guys, they get out in that front foot like that, they can't drive the ball that way.
Eric Karros, the batter, takes a called strike. He did not miss that one, but he hits more balls that he misses that leave the ballpark because he is so strong.
Well, he was fooled a little bit, but it was still in a hitting area, and he's just so quick at the end that he can do that with anybody in baseball, I would think. I don't know about the American League, but certainly in this league.
When he follows through, that bat just pounds his back. He's got such a quick bat and such a strong follow-through. Here's Eric Karros. One of the few Dodgers slumping on this road trip. Karros averaged down to 302. He's been their most consistent performer throughout the year. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Karros 184 on this trip. No home runs, 3 RBIs. Dodgers playing in their 10th game of an 11-game 4-city road trip.
Yeah, they've been streaky too, kind of like their pitcher tonight, Valdez, who we'll get into later. But they lost their first 4. 1 in Cincinnati, got swept in New York, went up to Montreal, swept them, and now they've come down here and lost 2 so far. So they haven't had win 1, lose 1 so far.
Ismael Valdez with a run to work with in the first inning. 1-2 the count to Karros. Inside 2-2. Sid actually pitched 2 ball games as a member of the Dodgers back in 1983. 1 start, once out of the bullpen. That was when he was 21 years old. Tonight's starter Ismael Valdez for the Dodgers just turned 22 on Monday.
Boy, a guy brought a glove in the upper deck and missed it.
He was ready, but not able. 2-2 the count to Karros. Dodgers lead just underway from the vet. Outside, the count is full on Eric Karros.
Happy birthday tonight to Sandy Bagley. Got a nice message from her husband Herb, who was a Dream Weeker at Phillies Dream Week last year and also lived at Bluebell Country Club. So happy birthday to Sandy.
Stopped by Fernandez, and his knee just bothers him too much. He cannot make that play. Sid has a bad left knee, and in chasing down that ball, you could see the effects because he could not get there in time to throw out a relatively slow runner in Eric Karros.
Right, it was another curveball too, and watch Karros wait on it, hit it back through the middle. Fernandez gets some leather on it, but Todd, actually that big old glove of his, when he moved his hand forward, it just flew out. And Todd described it. You know, it's funny, when Sid was questioned about that knee after his last start, he said, I don't have a bad knee.
He said that?
Oh, yeah, and you know he does.
Yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah, it certainly has been bothering him, but, you know, he didn't want to give in to that.
Well, you don't want to give your opponents any advantage. Sid wants to say that he's healthy, but you can see there that the knee is bothering him. Raul Mondesi, a point under 300 as the night begins. 20 home runs, 69 RBIs. You see Sid flex that knee after that curveball. 0-1. Sid last faced the Dodgers, his former team, back in 1992. Has not pitched against them in over 3 years. Fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mondesi was batting 6th in the lineup for a while. Roberto Kelly was in the 5 spot, but as you see, since he's moved up to the number 5 spot, Mondesi with 22 RBIs in 25 ball games. Roberto Kelly has found himself a seat on the bench, which had Fonville playing on an everyday basis. Fonville showing his versatility in last night's ball game, playing shortstop to start the game, left field for a few innings, and then center field to finish the game. 2-1 to count to Mondesi. We're in the first. Dodgers lead at 1-0. Mondesi will chase some pitches. It's 2-2.
Now, Mondesi was locked into a 2-1 fastball that time. And he's just going to swing fastball, and he got it, but there's no way he could hit that pitch. So he did Fernandez a favor.
Bug of some sort bothering Sid. Caro's moving. That ends the inning. Fernandez strikes out Mondesi. Dodgers score first. Couple of hits. Mike Piazza, a home run, his 23rd of the year, has the Dodgers on top, 1-0.
Good ski cap. Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, the Phillies play the Astros. And fans 14 and under receive a free tomato red ski cap with a Phillies logo, courtesy of Campbell Soup. Call 463-1000.
Who's worried about the air we're breathing? Who's controlling emissions and expanding the use of non-polluting fuels? And who's already decreased the pollutants in our air by more than 3 million tons a year? Who? People like you. People who live here. People who know what you care about.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane, Texaco Clean System 3, Power Plus, and Power Premium gasolines are formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving. For smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks. And you may feel like you've left your old car behind.
Oh, add more life to your car. Take it to the start.
Bottom half of the first inning, Phillies turn to bat. Let's take a look at the lineup from Jim Fregosi. A little bit different lineup tonight. We mentioned why earlier. Mickey Morandini at second, Kevin Stocker at short, Jim Eisenreich in left, Mark Whitten the right fielder, Charlie Hayes at third, Andy Van Slyke in center, Lenny Webster catches, Kevin Elster's first major league game at first, and Sid Fernandez on the mound.
Dodgers go with Chad Fonville, Brett Butler, Raul Mondesi, Wallach, Offerman, DeShields, and Caros around the infield. Mike Piazza, who's given the Dodgers a 1-0 lead. For this guy, tough right-hander, Ismael Valdez.
22-year-old Ismael Valdez facing the Phillies as a starter for the first time in his career. Starts off Mickey Morandini with a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, they have not seen much of him, just a couple innings in relief.
Pitched 3 games against the Phillies last year, all out of the bullpen, 2 2/3 innings, no runs allowed.
He's pitched a lot of innings for the Dodgers this year. You see it at 151 1/3, but you know he goes 8, 7, 9.
He has pitched at least 8 innings in 5 of his last 7 starts. And if he was in any other city in America, he would be the toast of the town. But he has taken a back seat to Nomo Mania.
He is another signee of that Mike Brito, the famous Panama hat guy with the radar gun behind the plate at Dodger Stadium that people see so often, who originally signed Fernando.
I guess he can only scout when they're on the road. He's always busy at Dodger Stadium.
So far, everything away. That seems to be the book on. Pitches away a lot and has a pretty good curveball.
Might see the curveball here, 2-2. That's a fastball in the dirt. And the count runs full on Mickey Morandini.
And they are playing Mickey Morandini as severe overshift because of the fact that Valdez is pitching him away. They have Brett Butler shading him well over towards left center, and then you see Fonville. To me, that's a little bit of too much of an overshift when you have that kind of speed between those two players.
On the ground, pulled. Caros needs help from Valdez, and Morandini out by a half a step.
Pretty good timing play there because that ball was so deep to Caros, and he had to throw that a long way and lead the pitcher Valdez. See, he has to wait for him and then lead him, and throws it right up where the pitcher wants it. I mean, a player always wants that ball up where he can see it and then go get the bag. They don't want to have to be looking for the ball and then try and find that bag.
Here's Kevin Stocker batting .216. Stocker's been on base a whole bunch lately, taking a lot of walks. Mixing in some hits. Stocker in his last 19 plate appearances has been aboard 11 times. 1-0 the count to the Phil shortstop. Popped up to Shields, waits. 2 outs. Valdez last year held the National League to a league low 120 batting average against. He was used primarily out of the bullpen, made just 1 start last year. This year he's making his 21st start, 27th overall. Eisenreich the batter. Jim Eisenreich batting .317, and his average has been rising since LA has come to town. And that's nothing new for Eisenreich.
Oh, he just kills the Dodgers. Look at that.
And his career numbers aren't far from that. His career numbers in 100 at-bats against LA, 43 hits. Look at that, 430 over 100 at-bats. Towards the hole, but he should be retired by Queiroz. It is. Strong start for Ismael Valdez. We head to the second. Dodgers lead 1-0.
Houston, this is Apollo 11-7, and we've just spotted some Astros headed for Philadelphia. Please confirm.
Roger, copy Apollo 11-7. The Houston Astros will be in town Friday, September 8th at 8:05, Saturday, September 9th at 7:05, and Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, when fans 14 and under get this red knit ski cap free, courtesy of Campbell Suits. Call 463-1000, but you want to keep it short because this will be a very long-distance call.
Back when I was a teacher, we were insured with traditional health coverage. So I wanted to find out why the Norristown School District employees chose to go all blue with personal choice.
I have a toddler at home, so I appreciate the $5 office visit.
Wellness programs, some personal choice help keep my family in shape.
No claim forms. I've got enough paperwork to deal with.
I'd be lost without my easy-to-use prescription plan.
Ask your employer about switching to personal choice. Freedom, quality, and affordability you can lean on.
Over the past 3 years, Dodge has offered a choice of more new nameplates than anybody else. Now Dodge offers some other choices that make driving the Dodge Intrepid remarkably easy. During the Dodge Buyer's Choice sale, get a new Intrepid and choose up to $1,897 in cash savings and values. Or choose an interest rate as low as 1.9%. Or an Intrepid lease rate of only $219 a month. The Dodge Buyer's Choice sale. It makes visiting your friendly Dodge dealer a very smart choice indeed.
Phil's going a long West Coast trip. They're not back until the Astros are in town. Those dates are August 8th, 9th, and 10th. 8:05 Friday, Saturday 7:05, Sunday Ski Cap Day. Call 215-463-1000 or stop by the Veterans Stadium ticket office for tickets for the Astros and the Phillies.
Just a couple old friends having a little conversation there between innings. Had a nice conversation the other night with that little lineup snafu the last time we were on, late in that ball game, which ended suddenly on Charlie Hayes' homer.
Delino DeShields will lead things off for the Dodgers. He has been red hot as of late. Hit in his last 6 starts at a clip over 500. DeShields 13 for his last 23 with 3 home runs and 6 RBIs. Here's a guy who didn't find his name in the lineup card for close to a month.
Boy, has he been hot in this series, too. One kind of went unnoticed for Delino last night because he was on base 3 straight times, 4 out of 5 the night before. Because last night, nobody in the Dodgers lineup was a factor with that 17 runs that the Phillies put up. But DeShields is swinging the bat very well in this series.
He went from July 25th to August 20th without a start. Trying to bunt for a hit. See if Sid can field this one. He does and makes the play. Not a bad idea from DeShields after watching Fernandez limp after the first ball that was hit back to him.
Right, exactly. They're trying that. You can see that they're going to try a little bit on Fernandez because he's having a little bit of trouble getting off the mound. Delino bunted this a little bit too close to Sid. He's doing the right thing, though. I mean, he's trying to bunt it and push it, and drag bunt it to that side. But Fernandez saw it right away and jumped on it pretty quickly.
So 1 out here in the second. That'll bring up Tim Wallach. Wallach batting .270, 7 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Fouled into the upper deck, 0-1. The Phillies, with a win tonight, would move into first place in the wild card chase. Because even if they win and Colorado wins, Colorado will pass the Dodgers in the West, and the Phils will be tied with L.A. and possibly Houston if the Astros win as well. Into the press box, 0-2.
Happy anniversary number 44 to Gene and Harriet Kaplan of Cherry Hill, New Jersey, as Jim Fregosi looks on. And happy birthday to Rose Field from Glendora, New Jersey. Longtime Phillies fan. That comes from her family in Cape May, New Jersey, and also from us. She's 78. I get some letters from a lady named Rose Field who calls herself the Old Gray Mare. I wonder if it's the same person. Probably a heck of a chance. Happy birthday, Rose.
0-2 on Tim Wallach. One of our cameramen had a birthday last night.
Who's that?
The great Bernie.
Oh, Bernie, yeah. Bernie looks good.
Number 61, speaking of Gray.
Harry is just like an announcer. As soon as the camera goes on, he takes those cheaters off.
Who else does that?
Oh, I try.
0-2 on Wallach. 1 out here in the second.
Kind of given up on it at this point.
Ground ball to Hayes. 2 away.
See, when he gets a rare ground ball, it's normally on a curveball. And there you saw it was a curveball to Tim Wallach, and he gets on top of it, so he'll get a tendency to get a ground ball out of it once in a while when a hitter gets out front.
Perfect night for Kevin Elster to make his first start at first base.
Yeah, because he shouldn't get a whole lot of action down there. There's Kevin Elster. In fact, there were times when Kevin Elster was a shortstop for the Mets and Sid pitched, and they put Hojo at short. Put his bat in the lineup because they knew there wouldn't be a whole lot of ground balls that night, and they wouldn't need Kevin's glove as much. That's the way Davey used to work it with Sid Fernandez with the Mets.
Sid looks like, to me, he's still searching for a comfort zone out there, and that doesn't help when he has to chase a throw like that. But he is a little bit tentative as he approaches the rubber, it appears to me, on his delivery. And maybe he strained something on that pitch to Karros early on, but watch him as he toes that rubber. That wasn't as bad, but he did seem like he was out of his fluid motion the last couple of batters. 2-0 the count to Fonville. Chad Fonville, quite a story. Rule 5 pick from the San Francisco Giants by Montreal. Montreal waived Fonville. The Dodgers picked him up. That's a good pitch, 2-1.
And Fonville doing a nice job here as an 8-hole hitter, trying to get the pitcher out of the way with 2 outs. You know, taking pitches until he got a strike. You like to see that from a young player who knows how to play the game.
Tries to bunt, foul tip, it's 2-2.
That's another good idea, you know, trying to bunt his way on, especially since he's seen some of his teammates try that tonight. You know, you have to approach hitting a lot of times by the way you are in a lineup, or where you are, and how many outs there are in an inning, and he's doing a good job here as Charlie now backs up with 2 strikes.
2-2 the count to Fonville, 2 outs. We are in the second inning. Curveball. Sid's going to get 3 grounders in this inning. Stocker to Elster ends it. 1-2-3 second. Went to the bottom half. LA leads it 1-0.
Joe, our nationwide insurance agent, said it reminded him of his first house. It needed a little work.
Patty and her husband got their friends together.
We got the place looking great.
Yeah, I was able to help a little. I mean, since they now have a homeowner's policy with Nationwide, I could offer them a home car discount.
It was a really nice little housewarming gift. I'm glad Joe saved us money because we still have a few little things that need to be fixed up, like a...
Nationwide is on your side.
I've been working on some new off-speed pitches lately.
This one I call the crazy ball. Goes between 97 and 98 miles an hour. It tails into left-handers. This one I call Mr. Snappy. Mr. Snappy has a mind of his own. A lot of guys, they don't like Mr. Snappy.
That's gotta hurt. You know, I may be getting old, but I swear that pitch came off the back of Johnson's hand.
I'm still working on a lot of these.
Jim Herr doesn't use just any potatoes. But then Jim Herr doesn't make just any potato chip. Make hers, yours.
The Olds Challenge continues with a nationally authorized $1,500 price reduction on Sierra. Oldsmobile has just announced massive year-end price reductions featuring Sierra's new low MSRP of $13,900 with all these popular features. Sierra, the lowest priced midsize, period. Now only $13,900. The only thing we've downsized is the price. Take advantage of a $1,500 national price reduction today at your local Oldsmobile retailer.
More great movies coming your way this fall on Prism. You'll see Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer in Wolf, Sylvester Stallone and Sharon Stone in The Specialist, Natural Born Killers from director Oliver Stone and Jean-Claude Van Damme, and Time Cop coming your way this fall on Prism. This summer we still have some baseball left. Phil's with a month and a week, half a game out of the wild card spot. Mark Whitten will lead off. Phil's trail a 1-0 on a Mike Piazza home run in the first. Whitten batting .298 for the Phils. He's done a real nice job. 5 home runs, 16 RBIs.
And now with Dalton gone, he is a guy in the lineup that really has some presence. And you see he has been hot along with Greg Jeffries and Charlie.
Strike at the knees. It's 2-2.
Whitten's a guy looking for a job next year. You know, he's come over here and done a really good job, and I'm sure he's opened some eyes in this organization. The Phillies will probably try to sign him, I would think.
Tried to hold up the appeal. He went around, says Frank Pulley, no appeal. Whitten questioned the 2-1 call and doesn't have a question about that. It looks like he goes around.
Yeah, the home plate umpire took that one because the pitch was high and he's looking up in that area.
There's Charlie Hayes. Valdez has retired the first 4 he has seen tonight. Starts Hayes off with a strike, 0-1.
Happy birthday to Terry Gleason from Newcastle, Delaware, to Dan Egbert, the son of our high first base cameraman Bill Egbert. And while we're talking about cameramen who have birthday, how about the Charlie O'Gara? His birthday's coming up tomorrow. He's our high home cameraman.
Wow.
Does a wonderful job. Year after year.
All kinds of camera birthdays.
There's Charlie. Happy birthday, Charles.
He kept those peepers on.
So you know lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians when we do that drop in?
Yeah.
That's Charlie.
Hayes strikes out swinging. Valdez has retired the first 2 in the inning on strikeout.
Valdez has a good curveball, and it is as advertised. There it is, and you see Charlie Hayes pull off and chase it. It looks to me like he's only throwing really fastball and curveball so far, and so far that's been plenty.
Andy Van Slyke batting .256, a home run, 9 RBIs. You know what Valdez has also done in his last couple of starts is stayed right around the plate. He has not walked a batter now in almost 19 innings.
I think he's shown Frank Pulley that he is around the plate, which means he'll expand it a little, and he'll throw a lot of strikes tonight. You will have to swing the bat against this guy.
Outside and low, 2-1 to Van Slyke. Phil's playing game 9 on a 10-game homestand. They have gone 7-1 in the first 8. And overall, they have won 9 of their last 11. Just when we talked about his control, Valdez behind Van Slyke, 3-1.
It's like he's throwing two kinds of fastballs, you know, the two-seamer and the four-seamer, because one is sinking and one has a little bit of a hop to it that he'll throw up a little bit more. That one. Whereas you saw the one before that was kind of a sinking fastball to Andy Van Slyke. So basically, you know, when you do that, you're throwing three pitches. You're throwing two kinds of fastballs and a curveball, and then if you want to take and different speeds on your curveball, be a pretty effective pitcher.
Foul territory. Wallach a chase. Can't quite get there, and his knee may have hit that tarp.
Oh, that had to hurt because he never slowed up. He went straight into that tarp, and obviously there is no give, and Wallach has had some knee problems over the years. The ball wasn't hit very high, Todd, so he didn't have a chance, you know, or he didn't look down before he got near that tarp. And now the crowd reacts to Tommy coming out of the dugout. You always get a kick out of Lasorda when he hits the field, but he's concerned about Wallach. Watch this, how I don't think he ever took a look. See, normally they'll take a peek down real quick to see if they're getting there. No, he looks the whole time at the ball, and then all of a sudden he hits the tarp. Straight on with that left knee. Never looked for the baseball because it wasn't hit very high.
That tarp's not going to budge.
No, that had to hurt. And Wallach, as tough a guy as he is, has to be in a lot of pain. So we mentioned he's had a lot of knee problems throughout his career. He's had ankle problems, knee problems, but he's always been a guy that battled it and would stay in the lineup as much as he could. And he's trying to keep himself in the lineup right now.
This year he went on the DL with back problems. Bulging disc in his lower back put him on the DL. He's a guy that likes to play a lot of games. Obviously, at his age, he can't quite play as many as he wants to, and he's struggling out there.
That thing's going to really stiffen up on him, too, you would think. He's going to talk himself to stay in the game. See, never looks down. And so the last split second when it's too late, he senses that he can't get the ball, and here comes the tarp, and he takes it on. If he'd have taken one peek at it, that wouldn't have happened, but that's the kind of player he is. He knew the ball wasn't hit that high, and he did everything he could to go catch it.
Wallach stays in there. The count is 3-2 on Andy Van Slyke. Fouled back to the screen. Phillies this year against Los Angeles, 7-1, including 5 in a row. In the air, the Shields. Nobody near him will take the play. Valdez has retired the first 6 he has faced. We're through 2 innings. Dodgers lead it 1-0.
Good ski cap. Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, the Phillies play the Astros. And fans 14 and under receive a free tomato red ski cap with a Phillies logo, courtesy of Campbell Soup. Call 463-1000.
Maybe you'll get a MasterCard so you can use one card for practically everything. Maybe you'll get one because no card is more accepted. Or maybe you just like to save 15% on that altimeter compass stopwatch. Presenting Master Values, immediate savings on all kinds of things. Because while MasterCard can make your life easier, saving around $1,000 on a Royal Caribbean cruise couldn't hurt. Look for your MasterCard invitation in the mail and apply today.
At Lexus, we'd like to thank you for making us #1 in customer satisfaction for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. So now we're celebrating with the sales events. With Lexus corporate support, you can now get the best values of the year, whether you buy or lease an ES300 or any other award-winning Lexus model. A customer satisfaction sales event where the values are overflowing, but only until September 4th at your New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania area Lexus dealer.
Well, here's Tim Wallach when he came in the dugout, and he goes right up the tunnel, shaking his head. And we'll see if he returns or not, but I mean, he took a nasty blow on that knee, and as tough as Tim Wallach is, that had to really hurt.
We head to the third inning, 1-0 Dodgers. Mike Piazza hitting his 5th home run in 8 ball games to continue an 8-game hitting streak. That's the difference so far. Ismael Valdez then the top of the order. Valdez batting .082 this year. Has 1 RBI. 4 for 49, and he fouls one back into the crowd. Valdez just turning 22 years old. Young man could have a very bright future from all that we've seen this year. Fouls the curveball, 0-2.
Here's Mitch Webster, who has a hamate bone problem in that right hand. The veteran switch-hitting outfielder. And he obviously is on the disabled list. That just happened to him recently.
Fastball gets the opposing pitcher. Strikeout number 2 for Sid Fernandez, who's now retired 5 in a row. I'd never heard of a hamate bone until about 3 years ago.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people are, you've heard about it a lot, especially recently in this town. There you see the cast on his hand. Well, of course, Dave Holland's famous for that. Scott Rowland, the good-looking young third baseman the Phillies have in their minor league system, had surgery for that in spring training this year.
Dave Hollins broke a hamate bone he didn't think he had left.
Yeah.
This year. Called strike to Brett Butler, who flied to right his first time up. Hollins had the hook removed from the hamate bone in each hand, and then this year he fractured the hamate bone again. In the air, foul, 0-2. Butler, since joining the Dodgers, just 4 for 25. He was red hot with the Mets. Missed some games with the death of his mother. That occurred when the Mets were here in Philadelphia. Butler had to leave the team and fly to Chicago and then California. Since returning and with LA, he has not picked up where he left off. Sharply on one hop, Charlie Hayes, 2 away. That'll bring up Jose Offerman. He flied to right his first time up. Happy 60th wedding anniversary to Ida and Tony Del Vecchio of Glen Olden, Pennsylvania. And happy birthday to George Rolf Sema of Summers Point, New Jersey. Nothing in 1 to count to Jose Offerman. It's a beautiful Saturday evening here. Crowd last night watching 17 Phillies runs cross the plate. Tonight, Valdez has retired the first 6.
Well, he probably is their best pitcher, is Valdez, and this guy certainly has been the Phillies' best pitcher. So this is a game, one of those ones you set up on paper tonight. Valdez and Fernandez should be a low-scoring game, and so far it is.
That's a bold statement to make with a guy named Nomo in that rotation.
Yeah. Well, Valdez, when you look at his numbers in the last, 3 or 4 starts, he has been outstanding, and he wins in streaks for them. You know, Nomo had that streak where he was their best pitcher. Now, lately, this guy probably has been. There's Tim Wallach back on the bench.
And Ramon Martinez, when he's on, is as good as anyone in the league.
That's why they should win their division. You know, they have good pitching.
1 and 2, Offerman holds up. It's 2 and 2.
What they don't do well, Todd, is catch the ball consistently. And, you know, they made some mistakes in the outfield for Nomo early in the game last night that helped the Phillies build up that big lead.
They haven't been getting much offensive production below the number 5 spot in their lineup either. Breaking ball, a little bit high and outside, 3-2.
They have a lineup you can pitch to with a certain right-hander, you know, because basically they're right-handed. So you get a good right-handed pitcher against them, he can really work on their lineup.
Counts full on Offerman, 2 outs, nobody on. Line drive, base hit. So Jose Offerman, with a 2-out single, snaps a long 0 for. He was 0 for his last 18 before that hit.
Just watching Witten then. You know, guys with the great arms. Watch how Witten plays this ball. He backs up on it. It's almost as if he's trying to deke Offerman in to go. Why? He doesn't charge it. Like, he just kind of lays back. Look, 2 hops, 3 hops, another hop. Now go ahead, run. And obviously Offerman, who watches Raul Mondesi play all the time, knows, no, I'm not going to go on that.
Mondesi does the same thing.
Sure. They play possum out there, these kind of guys. They try to make runners think that they're not aggressive, that you can take an extra base on them, and then, boom, they got you.
Mike Piazza got Sid his first time up. A 3-1 pitch. It was a curveball that Piazza sent over the wall to the left for his 23rd home run of the year. Piazza now with an 8-game hitting streak, has 5 home runs in 8 games. And he continues to raise his average. It now stands at 360. Big swing, no contact. Piazza, the first Dodger in their history, hit 20 home runs or more in each of his first 3 seasons. Sid usually has a high pitch count. 50 pitches were only in the 3rd. Up high for a ball. It's 1-1. Benny Mills of Sharon Hill, Pennsylvania. Avid fan. Does not miss a ball game. Betty Mills is 81 years of age tonight. Happy birthday to Betty. A little late on that fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
So far, Piazza has not been able to catch up with the fastball as Padres looks on. And Dennis Menke, the Phillies hitting instructor, he hurt Sid with a curveball in the first inning. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with him here now that he's ahead, because he waits so well on pitches.
Fastball fouled into the upper deck. It stays 1-2. Piazza, the bat boy for Tommy Lasorda during the 1977 National League Championship Series. Drafted in the 62nd round, trying to further his career in college ball. They thought maybe with the draft pick they could use it on Piazza as a favor to Tommy Lasorda and have Michael end up in a better school. He was at a community college his first year. He ended up signing. Ended up an all-star. Sid gets him this time on a high fastball. Strikeout number 3 for Fernandez. 1 hit, 1 man left on base. We are through 2.5. The Dodgers lead it 1-0. Before the game, it was announced, and the news was something that the Phils were hoping they wouldn't have to hear, that Darren Daulton has torn the ACL, the anterior cruciate ligament in his right knee. And Daulton is now out for the year. Mike Lieberthal takes over in Daulton's spot. So Darren Daulton out for the year. He'll have surgery very soon. In fact, that was the subject before the game when Larry talked with Dr. Philip Marone.
It will happen probably Friday at Jefferson. And And, you know, I think everything should be well. This is a little bit different than the last time, 8 or 9 years ago, as you said. He split it right in half the last time. This time it's still contained with inside the sheath, which makes the prognosis better.
And indeed, this was a non-contact kind, and you see those with the anterior cruciate ligament frequently?
Oh, yes, especially in games like basketball, volleyball. I mean, it's very common. And Kajana Carter just happened to him. He's operated on, I guess, yesterday, if I remember correctly.
How's Dutch's mental state?
Really not too bad. I mean, obviously, he's not very happy, somewhat depressed because of what has happened, but that's about all.
And maybe March or April, you might see him in uniform?
I would hope that March he'd be in uniform, yes.
There is Mike Lieberthal, who takes over Darren Dalton's spot on the roster. Lieberthal just coming up from Scranton Wilkes-Barre. But a big blow to the Phillies. You can't disguise the fact that without Darren Dalton, this team is a little bit different, and that guy is going to have to play a key role for the Phils if they are to make a run at the wild card. Lenny Webster, who will split time with Lieberthal, and really has been with the team, so maybe more of a leader, if you will, among the pitching staff, because Mike obviously hasn't spent the time with the staff that Lenny has. He's going to have to take over that role that Darren Dalton had. This is a relatively young staff when you look at them now as compared to where they were at the beginning of the year. Kurt Schilling out for the year. David West out for the year. Bobby Munoz out for the year. Darren Dalton joins the list that includes offensively Lenny Dykstra and Tony Longmire. All 6 of those guys out for the season. The Phils a bit wounded trying to make a run in the final month and a week of this season. Lenny Webster will lead things off. Valdez starts off Webster with a breaking ball inside, 1-0. Valdez has now gone 19 2/3 innings without walking a batter. He's retired all 6 he's faced so far tonight. That breaks the string. Lenny Webster, a leadoff single to right field. Well, Lenny knows the importance that he's going to play in his role throughout the rest of the season now with Darren gone. A little bit different mindset knowing he might be in that lineup on a more regular basis.
And Webster gets a ball away from him and just slings it into right field for a base hit. Yeah, as Todd said, Webster will be very, very important. And Mike Lieberthal, who the Phillies are trying to develop as a catcher in this league someday, you know, he has played quite a bit last year. And, you know, he's going to play some this year, obviously.
Kevin Elster bluffs a bunt. 0-1. Elster may be wanting to take advantage to see if Tim Wallach can move at third base.
Right, because the only thing you would do here is bunt for a base hit. You certainly don't, you know, think about giving yourself up in this situation with a pitcher coming up and giving up an out. There's Wallach, who's not going to buy it at all. He's going to stay back.
He banged his knee on a tarpaulin last inning. Could be 2. The Shields off from in and the turn. Perfect double play ball for the Dodgers. And now 2 outs and nobody on. There's a great wintertime gift for all fans 14 and under. With the weather, it's hard to think about the winter, but it's not that far away. Red Philly ski cap is yours if you're 14 and under. Compliments of Campbell Soups. Make sure to plan to come out for the last game against the Astros on Sunday, September 10th, a 1:35 start. You can call 463-1000 or stop by one of the many local Ticketmaster outlets. Sid Fernandez, the batter, has not fared well this year as a hitter. He has had trouble, as mentioned earlier, with the knee and hasn't yet gotten comfortable at the plate. He fouls that one away, 1-1. Fernandez was drafted by the Dodgers back in the 1981 June draft. He was a 3rd-round selection. Coming out of Kaiser High School in Honolulu, Hawaii. One ball and 2 strikes on Sid. Called 3rd strike. Valdez striking out his 3rd in the ballgame. Phils go down here in the 3rd. We're through 3, 1-0 Dodgers.
Win a Camaro, compliments of Chevrolet on Fan Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 24th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. No purchase necessary. Entry coupons at the vet and Ticketmaster. Prizes and surprises for everyone. Call 463-1000.
Between the two of us, we had one chair, a lamp, and a microwave. And lots of bills. Even on 2 salaries, it wasn't easy. What we needed was a loan. With payments we could afford. Our Mellon PSFS banker helped us work it out. It made things a lot more comfortable around here.
Life Improvement Loans. Call 1-800-MELON-2. 1-800-MELON-2.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane...
Frank, we're late.
Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium are formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving. For smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks, and we think you'll see a difference. A word of advice, though. Maybe you'd better leave the windows rolled up.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
Everything you've ever dreamed of. Dream Week, suiting up every day in your own Phillies uniform under the beautiful Clearwater, Florida sun. And you can rub elbows with Boa, Cash, Taylor, Luzinski, great stars of the Phillies past. Phillies Dream Week, your chance of a lifetime to live out your dreams. So call 215-938-1200. You can see right above the number that less than 10 spots remain.
That is Bonnie Vukovic right there holding a new baby. It is not Bonnie and John's baby. It is Joni and Jim Fregosi. That is Joni Fregosi right there in the red top, and that's their new daughter Lexi. As Jim has his wife, a new baby in town. Baby born at the end of July when the Phillies had that off day in Atlanta, and he went home to Florida.
4th inning, Wheels. And you're going to stay on color, huh?
That's correct. Gary Lee is not with us tonight. He has an excused absence. I have no idea what it is, but he's been excused. He didn't tell us. In fact, come to think of it, I didn't ask.
I forgot he was gone. I introduced him in our pregame. Here's Eric Karros to lead things off.
Larry Rosen tells us he's taking one of the boys back to school. So that was certainly an excused absence for Gary.
It is that time of year already, huh?
Yep.
Last homestand of the unofficial summer, Labor Day weekend, will occur while the Phils are out on the West Coast. 1-1 to count to Karros, who bounced a single back off the glove of Sid Fernandez his first time up. Phils only have, after tomorrow, 2 more homestands remaining. A 3-gamer with Houston, and then a week and a half with Florida, Cincinnati, and Atlanta.
Well, this month of August has finally helped them catch up on home games. For a long time, they had played the fewest number of home games in Major League Baseball, but they've been home a lot here in the month of August, and they've done pretty well, especially in this last homestand.
17 out of 20 after tonight, or after tomorrow night, will be at home, and then they head on the road. San Diego, San Fran, LA. Nine runs a game. You're going to win a lot of ball games. 17 last night, 7-1 overall.
Yeah, the bats have come alive in this homestand.
They're catching the Cardinals. Phillies have been last in home runs for seems forever, but they're only 5 behind St. Louis now in home runs. 14 home runs in this 8-game set before tonight's game. 1-2 the count to Eric Karros. It's Karros, Raul Mondesi, and Delino DeShields. Sid wants a new baseball.
Typical Fernandez game. Lots of pitches, lots of foul balls, a few strikeouts, and Sid will throw a home run ball every once in a while, and that's what's happened so far tonight. Piazza's homer, 1-0 Dodgers.
Outside, it's 2-2. Quite an eventful night last night. You almost feel a lull tonight because so much happened last night, from Hideo Nomo starting to the grand slam by Juden to Greg Jeffries hitting for the cycle. 17 runs being scored. Here's a pop-up. Kevin Elster puts puts it away. 1 out here in the 4th.
It's hard to believe we're not going to mention the cycle with Johnny Callison's name anymore. That was always so much fun to keep. As I saw where Johnny was quoted in the paper today, saying he was getting a lot of publicity from that over the years, but we'll drop his name still once in a while. One of the great ex-Phillies and good guys around this ball club, and a guy who's contributed to our Dreamwing program a lot over the years.
5,107 games worth of publicity.
Yep.
That's how many games it took for somebody else to duplicate the feat of hitting for the cycle. And when Callison did it, it had been about 30 years since Chuck Klein.
We'll have to promise Johnny, Todd, that every time we mention Greg Jeffries hitting for the cycle, we'll say, hey, broke Johnny Callison.
There you go. So then we've basically eliminated Chuck Klein from our conversation.
Yeah, we'll have to probably do that.
Since 1933, 2 Phillies have hit for the cycle. 1 last night. Greg Jeffries, who is not with the team tonight, at least as of right now. He may try and join them later if his wife has their 2nd child. He left the ballpark when his wife went into labor before the ball game. Certainly wish Greg and Melanie the best. Their 1 son Jacob, and expecting baby number 2 tonight. 1-1 the count to Mondesi. He struck out his first time up. Down low, 2-1. Sid's allowed 3 hits so far. He has not walked a batter, and he has struck out 3. Two and 2 the count.
Sid Mondesi kind of off balance because he's throwing him fastballs down and up. And Mondesi can't quite catch up to them or get the location right.
Like Piazza, Mondesi not in the big leagues the last time Sid faced this team, so he has never seen Fernandez before tonight.
Yeah, you can hear all you want about stay off the high fastball, but when you face Sid Fernandez, it's tough to do.
Foul tip. Strikeout number 4. 2 outs here in the 4th. That was a good fastball.
I'll tell you, Sid Fernandez still has a live arm. And he blows this ball by Mondesi. Mondesi's one of those guys who can flat out hit a fastball now. Look how late he was on that. They just don't pick him up because of the way he pushes the ball, comes out of his uniform, and hitters have never been able to pick this guy up real well.
Here's Delino to Shields. He grounded back to Sid his first time up. Sid looks just a lot more comfortable. Those first inning or 2, I don't think he was in the rhythm, even though he only allowed the 1 run. But that one play where he had to scramble off the mound, it seemed like it took him a couple of innings to get into that flow, and now he looks a lot better. 0-2.
He threw to Shields 2 great pitches. Curveball, fastball. And those pitches are on such different planes. The curveball going down, the fastball almost a rider.
The Shields tried to bunt his way on for a hit his first time, and Sid made the play. Laid off that pitch outside, 1-2. Happy 25th anniversary to Barbara and Al Hand of Medford, New Jersey. Swing and a miss. It gets Delino to Shields. Fernandez is now retired. 9 of the last 10 he has faced as we head to the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 LA.
Just for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Come watch the Phillies play the Florida Marlins. Monday, September 18th, Tuesday, September 19th, Wednesday, September 20th, and Thursday, September 21st. All at 7:35. Call 463-1000.
The Olds Challenge continues with a nationally authorized $1,500 price reduction on Sierra. Oldsmobile has just announced massive year-end price reductions featuring Sierra's new low MSRP of $13,900 with all these popular features. Sierra, the lowest price midsize, period. Now only $13,900. The only thing we've downsized is the price. Take advantage of a $1,500 national price reduction today at your local Oldsmobile retailer.
You're advertising as your voice in the marketplace. Advertise in the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages, and your voice reaches more customers. A bigger ad gives you a bigger voice. A color ad gives your voice more impact. But if you don't have an ad, it's like having no voice at all. 9 out of 10 use it, and they're all ears. The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Beechwood Age Budweiser, the king of the beers. This Bud's for you. By your Quality Plus 4 dealers, home of 5 of the top 10 selling cars and trucks. By Bell Atlantic 9X Mobile, introducing Mobile Reach, the only cellular network available in small, medium, and humongous. And by your nationwide insurance dealers, your nationwide rep in Westchester is Herbert Musgrove. You don't get much time in the fourth when you do those, huh, Wheels?
No.
I had to take over for you there. I don't appreciate the job you do.
And then you have to sit and have Gary critique how you read billboards.
Oh, he would have been all over me on that one. Line drive, base hit for Morandini, heading towards the corner. Fonville barehands it after a couple of hops, and Morandini head first into second with a leadoff double here in the fourth. Mickey might have some dust in his eye.
Yeah, he's not real proud of that slide, but he likes the double. Hit it hard. Nice job by Fonville here. Plays it off there on one hop, and that gets Morandini thinking, well, I better hustle. I'm going to belly whomp it in there. And he gets a little more belly than whomp.
He's the leadoff runner on second base, and now Kevin Stocker will try and move him to third.
Right, now this is the kind of game you look like it's going to be a tough game tonight, where a run is going to be important. This is where the Phillies need to get him over and score a run that way and execute fundamentally well.
Stocker around the bunt, takes it high and away, 1-0.
Yeah, they put that on, it would appear, through Larry Boa, that they want a Stocker to bunt the ball. They're not going to say pull it. You know, they're going to say get the bunt down and see if you can get Morandini to third.
Maybe because Valdez has been staying away to every hitter. As you see where Piazza's set up, he bunts it foul. 1-1.
Two-hole in the lineup as Boa goes through the signs again. Really important because the two-hole hitter is called on in many situations to be able to handle the bat and move runners, whether he swings away or whether he has to do what they want him to do right now. Two-hole hitter in your lineup helps you manufacture runs a lot of time. On that play, they had Wallach just retreating to third and telling Valdez to take the third base side.
Bunted, Valdez takes it. Great jump by Morandini, and he is safe. Valdez got to the ball in such a hurry he figured he had a play, but Mickey was just way off a second in a hurry.
Yeah, and he got a great jump on a ball that was bunted in the air for a while, too, which is even tougher. Someone must have told Valdez to throw to third, you know, because he doesn't hesitate. I mean, he catches it, and he turns and wheels and fires. Normally, that happens when a fielder says third right away, either the first baseman or the catcher. We have no idea what happened, but he did not hesitate.
It seemed like there was just a slight bit of indecision, though, when he saw how close Mickey was. And I think at the very end, he said, I'm not going to get him.
Yeah, and it was way too late then, because now he can't get the runner at first either.
First and third, nobody out. Jim Eisenreich, the batter. Infield playing back, hoping to turn two and conceding a run. Phil's trail 1-0. We're in the bottom of the fourth.
But there it is, Todd. I mean, that's what happens when you execute. I mean, you get the bunt down, and something good comes out of it. I mean, obviously, they got more than they wanted.
And it wasn't a great bunt.
Nope.
It was a great job of base running by Morandini.
Yeah, as we said, especially since the ball was bunted in the air for as long as it was, that can freeze a base runner. But he picked up right away that they couldn't field it.
Ground ball off the glove of Wallach into left center field. Stocker's going to get to third. No one covering second, and Eisenreich takes advantage. Jim Eisenreich, great heads-up play, saw nobody covering second, and beat Eric Karros to the bag.
Remember we talked about earlier, if you stay close to the Dodgers, sometimes they'll self-destruct defensively, and they're doing that in this inning. Wallach's ranges could cut down anyway, and who knows, because of his knee tonight, you know, he has to get to this ball. He gets to it, but then he kicks it. Goes off his glove, Offerman is going for the ball, so he's out of the play, and then nobody covers second. Mickey Morandini was probably going, well, not necessarily going on contact with nobody out, but having to read the ball off the bat and see whether they're going to go for 2 or not. So Morandini scores easily, and when nobody covers second, Eisenreich alertly goes to second. And they're still playing back. Still playing back in this situation, too, so they're conceding another run here on a ground out.
I'm going to call that an error, not a hit. So it's an RBI for Eisenreich, but an error on Wallach. And the Phils have tied it at 1. Now they take the lead. In comes Kevin Stocker. Eisenreich being held because of Mondesi. RBI single by Mark Whitten. Phillies lead 2-1.
Eisenreich did not get a great jump. He got a pretty good jump, but the runner at third wanted to make sure that he didn't, that the ball wasn't caught. So then Larry Boa had to hold him. There you see Whitten hit a semi-line drive into right field. Eisenreich coming around third kind of stumbled over the bag a little bit when Boa held him up. So they made sure with nobody out, they didn't give Mondesi a chance to add to that assist total of his.
Most other right fielders, you probably send the guy there.
Yeah.
Because he was pretty deep. But Mondesi has such a gun, and Whitten knows it too. Because Mark's probably second in the league behind Mondesi. So nobody out, first and third.
And this is an inning where the Dodgers have had some problems with their defense and have set up a potential bigger inning for the Phillies because they have not made the plays.
A bunt turned into a fielder's choice, an error by Wallach, giving the Phils a couple of extra outs to work with. Here's Charlie Hayes leading the team with 10 home runs and 72 RBI. Here comes 73 home on the RBI to left field. Whitten's going to try and get to third. He'll get there. Hayes into second, head first, safe. Phil's doing everything right in this inning. They lead it 3-1, still nobody out.
I'll tell you, the more you watch Whitten, you realize what a good base runner he is. I mean, he challenged Fonville on that play, and then Fonville throws it to third, and then another runner moves into scoring position. Charlie looked like he got a breaking ball and hooked it down the line. Now, right here, Whitten challenges Fonville, goes to third. He thinks he has a shot at him. His throw is way offline, and then that allows Charlie Hayes to move into second with some aggressive base running. Dodgers are making a lot of mistakes. The Phillies are running the bases really well. I think they're finally going to bring the infield in.
Charlie Hayes, who kind of went unnoticed last night because of the 17 runs, had 4 RBIs last night. Tonight he picks up an RBI for number 73 on the year.
They're still back.
Infield back, second and third. That's going to score at least one. Stopped nicely by Offerman, who makes the fine play for the first out of the inning. Offerman robs Andy Van Slyke of a hit, but the Phillies add to their run total. They now lead it 4-1. And Hayes to third.
And by having the infield back, they save a run for the time being because that ball's through. Heck of a play by Offerman, who has had his problems playing defense. Gets Van Slyke by a stride.
Offerman, matching his number in errors this year, has 30.
Boy, this inning came out of nowhere, the way Valdez was sailing through those first 3 innings. Phillies are pretty hot right now. A lot of things are going right for them.
Lenny Webster singled his first time up, now with 1 out, the infield in tight. Hayes on third. And a base hit with the infield into right field. So everything going the Phillies' way in this inning. 5-1. Lenny Webster's now 2 for 2. Valdez can only chuckle.
Yeah, it's amazing in this sport when you get hot. See Tommy not happy. You get hot, and all of a sudden, all the things that were going wrong for a while, they go right. I mean, the Phillies would have gotten that run anyway because they were going on contact on that play. But, you know, when you're not going good, he catches that ball. There's 2 outs, and a lot of things in this inning would have been different.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. Valdez has not allowed 5 runs in a start since July 9th at Cincinnati when he got knocked out in the 4th.
And he may have himself to blame in this inning for some of this because of that play at third. You know, trying to make a big play when he still had a 1-run lead.
Rip, fair ball, left field line. Fonville chases it down. Lenny Webster to third, being held there. Kevin Elster with a double. The Phils with second and third, still just one out. You were serious when you said this came out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, they're really hot. Tommy Lasorda's looking like, you got to be kidding me what's going on in this series. Fonville right here actually plays that pretty well. I mean, if he doesn't grab that with his bare hand, he fumbles it at all, would have given Boa a chance to score Webster. But when he did that with a catcher running, he had to hold him even with 2 outs.
Some stirring in the Dodgers bullpen for the first time. 5-1 Phillies still batting. 1 out. Second and third. That's Jim Bruschi loosening up. Sid hits a line drive foul. 0-1.
Yeah, Bruschi came in last night. I think he's got an 81 ERA, something like that. He came in his major league debut and happened to run into that buzzsaw last night.
He has, you're right, an 81 ERA, and he gave up 2 unearned runs to boot.
Valdez has been pitching so well, has to wonder what happened in this inning.
Infield in, they're going to have a play at the plate on Webster, and the ball's dropped. Webster's safe. You have got to be kidding me. The Dodgers are self-destructing, and the Phils are catching every break in the inning. 6-1 Philadelphia.
There goes Tommy up the tunnel. Phillies are playing the contact play here where they go on contact when the ball hits to the infield. And Vince Piazza looks on as Mike drops the throw.
I mean, Webster's out by a huge margin.
That's a pretty good throw, too. He has the plate blocked, but he just doesn't control it. Webster's foot goes right through, kicks the ball loose, and the Phillies score yet another run on a Dodger mistake.
Wow. Well, this is the 10th man to bat in the inning. That'll be a fielder's choice error on the catcher. Sid Fernandez at first. Kevin Elster at third. Line drive, base hit. 7-1. That's the only bad thing for the Phillies is that Sid has to run the bases, but they'll take them one at a time the way the Phils are going right now. 7-1, all coming in this inning, all coming against Valdez, who had been simply amazing in his last 7 starts. His last 7 starts, 1.74 ERA against the rest of the league. But he's running into a team that's just offensively a buzzsaw right now.
Red hot, and everything's going right. And let's see how long it can last, because it's always fun to watch when this stuff starts happening.
Phillies scoring 17 last night, including a 7-run fourth. Tonight, a 7-run fourth. Still 1 out.
Stocker, the batter, whose bunt in this inning was a big key to the success of this inning.
2 errors in the inning, a bunt that was a fielder's choice because Valdez went to the wrong base. Morandini again deserving a lot of credit, getting to third base on that bunt, which helped set up the inning.
I remember saying at the time that it was really big to get this run over because it's going to be a close game.
Seems like everything's happening in a hurry.
Oh, it is.
20 pitches this inning.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of first ball, balls being put in play. Yeah, it's happened to Valdez quickly.
10 batters he has faced and thrown now 21 pitches.
It hasn't lasted long.
Tommy.
Well, he's been around the game so long. You know, when you get in an inning like this, everything goes wrong.
See if Fonville catches this. He does. 2 out. So it took 11 batters to retire the second one. Batter number 12 of the inning is Jim Eisenreich. He reached on a Tim Wallach error. Phillies, who couldn't score 7 runs in some series this year, have now twice scored 7 runs in the 4th inning on consecutive nights. The magical 4th against LA. Eisenreich takes high and outside, ball 1. Eisenreich doesn't have a hit yet, and he's playing the Dodgers. 0 for 2. He is due.
Yeah, he hit the ball off Wallig's glove, which was really a big play in this inning because that started everything downhill for them.
Called strike in the knees, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Valdez will not last 8 innings tonight. He has gone 8 innings in 5 of his last 7 starts. And 10 out of 18. Called strike, 1 and 2. Valdez is due up 3rd in the 5th. Tommy Lasorda's bullpen has been used quite often in this series. Line drive, base hits. It'll go just 1 base. Fonville tosses it back in. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd now. The base is full. And the opportunity for yet another potential slam. Phils have hit 2 in this homestand. Mark Whitten will bat with the bases juice.
So Lasorda's trying to get Valdez through this inning. As you mentioned, he's due to bat 3rd, Todd. And he's used so many pitchers in this series.
Well, Tommy trying a little bit of everything in this road trip. First, he issued a 2 o'clock curfew for his team for the rest of the trip. That came last week. Tonight, he brought them out late. 1 hour before the game, the team showed up. No batting practice, no fielding. He's looking for an answer and not finding it here in Philadelphia. 1-0 the count to Mark Whitten. He singled earlier in this inning. Good pitch on the inside corner, 1-1. Whitten has hit 2 career grand slams, including that game in which he hit 4 home runs at Cincinnati. One and 2.
There's those 2 grand slams.
Phils have scored 7. They still have the bases loaded. 2 outs. On the fist towards the hole. No play anywhere. Sid scores. It's now 8-1. Well, Sid had to hobble home, but he made it because Offerman had no play anywhere. Base hit for Mark Whitten, his 2nd of the inning.
Yeah, I mean, look at some of these hits they're getting. Like Tommy just said, that's a crime. Sort of. And he's right. But, you know, I mean, I've seen games when the Dodgers do this to teams, too. And, you know, it just happens in this sport once in a while. You just get into one of those things where everything you do seems to turn out right. And it's happening for the Phillies the last couple of games.
Here's Charlie Hayes. He singled his first time up in the inning. They're going to make the force on Whitten to end the inning. 14 men to the plate. 14. 8 scored. 8 hits. 2 errors. A migraine. We're heading to the 5th. 8-1 Phillies.
Happens only once a year. The betters are going up, and America's best sellers are moving out. It's Ford's factory authorized clearance now at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. With cashback and option discounts, you'll save over $2,900 on Ford F-150, America's #1 truck, and over $2,300 on Ford Ranger. Every Ford truck is clearance priced to move. This is one event that's too big to miss. Hurry in for the best selection during Ford's factory authorized clearance, only at your Quality Plus Ford dealer, and save.
Dear foreign car owners,
When it comes to fixing brakes, foreign cars aren't foreign to Midas. That's why we offer same-day brake service and guaranteed brake shoes and pads for as long as you own your car.
そして今あなたがお持ちの国産車外車をマイダスへお持ちいただくと
Get 25% off guaranteed brake shoes and pads. That's 25% off brake shoes and pads for any car at the Midas International Brake Sale.
Vilket språk man än talar, detta är ett erbjudande värt att bromsa för.
We hope you don't read lips because Tommy had nothing nice to say. Talking to no one in particular, it looked like.
Yeah, well, he's just upset. You know, he says, let's go right there. You know, they just had a horrible inning to the Dodgers. They made a lot of mistakes. The Phillies got a bunch of weird-looking hits, you know, just over the infield, off some gloves. They hit some balls hard. And that little guy right there saying, man, I just saw a big inning, didn't I, Dad?
8 runs, most by a Phillies team this year, and this lineup doesn't matter who's in there, Wheels.
Well, yeah,
just
really.
scoring runs. Darren Dalton out for the year. Greg Jeffries attending the birth of his second child, and they score 8 in the 4th against the red-hot Ismael Valdez. Here's Tim Wallach, grounded out his first time up. Sid's retired 10 out of 11, and 4 in a row. He now has a 7-run cushion to work with. Now, you talk about the ebbs and flows of this game throughout the season. The Phillies bullpen had been used so much for about 2 or 3 weeks there, and now all of a sudden, if you want to use a Tyler Green who's going to get passed over with an off day, you have as many as 8 guys in the bullpen and really no use for them right now. They could get their second straight night off if Sid can probably not go the distance. He'll probably go as far as he can. He usually has a high pitch total, but you probably won't use many guys in the bullpen if the Phillies maintain this big lead.
Right, and the way this game goes in cycles, pretty soon you'll be using them again every day. So this is one of those nice periods where they're able to rest some people for the inevitability that all of a sudden you're going to have them out there again every night. There they are with not much to do.
Michael Mims was used quite a bit the first 2 games prior to last night, but then last night Jeff Juden went the distance.
Gives him a chance, too, to keep Italico from having to pitch and get him better. You know, Fergosi hopes he could get through tonight, and then maybe tomorrow night, then an off day, and then maybe Ricky will be ready to come back and contribute.
2-2 the count to Tim Wallach. Ricky last pitched on Sunday.
And all that said, don't forget these Dodgers have a lineup full of guys that hit the ball out of the ballpark. As it's a little more relaxing for Fergosi now that his team scores some runs the way they are. But don't count the Dodgers out. We're only in the 5th inning, and they can put runs together in a hurry with that long ball. Here he says it's a crime again. He said that a few times. This is a crime. Well, and that was an ugly inning to watch for the Dodgers. I mean, it was just horrible.
That was a nightmare. He's had some nightmare innings watching these red and white Phillies. The red and white uniforms of the Phils. Although they were gray that one inning when he had to watch the Phils in that famous John Kruk room service game.
Well, Tommy's very emotional. He's great for the game. And he's fun to watch.
Full count. Fouled away.
One thing you can never say about him is he doesn't care.
He's searching right now. His team a half game ahead of Colorado when the night began. Phil's lead at 8-1. If you left us for about 15 minutes, you missed an 8-run fourth. Wallach making Sid throw a lot of pitches here to start the inning.
Yeah, Fernandez with that big lead, and you know what he wants to do is keep throwing strikes, but in his typical type of game, he throws a lot of pitches that are fouled off by hitters. He is great for souvenirs in the crowd.
Hit hard to center field. Wallach's really battling that knee. I mean, he could barely get to first base on that line drive that he smoked, but right at Andy Van Slyke.
Yeah, and he couldn't get to a ball in that big inning, which you know, contributed mightily to the Phillies scoring the 8 runs. Now, sometimes, even though a guy's playing hurt, you know, there comes a point where, you know, it might be a negative, and you might have to take him out of the ball game. And that guy plays as hard as anybody.
Watch him coming out of the box. I mean, he tries to bust it, and he just can't go.
There you see how it hurt. You know, he came up short.
Chad Fonville grounded out his first time up. Fonville with a 10-game hitting streak. 0-1. Billy Ashley will spell the evening for Ismael Valdez. Sid now has thrown 80 pitches tonight. Has not walked a batter, has struck out 5. That ball's hit hard. Kevin Stocker nicely to his left. When it rains, it pours. 2 outs. I mean, 2 balls hit hard in this inning. 2 outs. Phillies probably hit about 8 balls that should have been outs in that last inning.
Right, and this is what happens. You know, the Phillies have everything going right for them. Now the Dodgers are smoking some balls, and they, of course, go right to somebody. Nice play by Stocker to his left and gets a guy who can fly, Chad Fonville.
Stocker continues to play impressive defense, especially here at the vet. Here's Billy Ashley. Ashley came on in last night's ball game and had a hit in his only at bat, batting .240 on the year.
This guy is a real strikeout machine when he's not hitting well.
That's Jim Bruschi, who will make his second big league appearance, trying to improve on that ERA. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Ashley has struck out a team high 85 times. He's only been up 208 at bats.
Yeah, that projects to a lot of whiffs if you were to get 400 at bats or 500 at bats.
1-1 to count. 1-2.
He has no let up in his swing. I mean, you know, from what we've seen of Ashley, you know, he just swings real hard at everything. It's a spectacular way to hit when you're successful, but for the most part, you're an out in the lineup when you swing this way.
Called third strike. Strikeout number 6 for Sid, who is now retired 13 out of the last 14 he has faced. And the Phils have a commanding 8-1 lead as we're through 4.5.
Somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Maybe they should have traded him for Bonds.
Whether you're negotiating a deal,
Okay, if you're good, I'll read you a story.
Come on, make it 2.
calling in an order,
Skip the strawberry. We want chocolate.
scheduling a meeting,
I'm at the Big Artichokes.
or simply checking in with the boss,
Honey, is it okay if I stay another half hour?
the most important thing
Hello?
is that the call goes through. A mobile phone is only as good as the system it's on. Choose Bell Atlantic 9X Mobile. Call 1-800-255-BELL.
The power was out and I was thirsty. I felt the bottle with straight sides. Could have been a soft drink. Could have been cough syrup. Then I felt a curved bottle and I could already sense that distinctive taste in the back of my throat. Grabbing a shapely Coca-Cola Classic, I retrieved a box of animal crackers. And after taking that first satisfying sip from that Coca-Cola bottle, I shook a few animal crackers into my open mouth. Bummer. Baking soda.
Travel provided by U.S. Air. U.S. Air now offers the only daily non-stop service between Philadelphia and Frankfurt, Germany.
Here's how Tim Wallach injured his knee early on. This looping pop-up near the stands, and he never gets to look at the tarpaulin because it isn't hit very high, and he goes bang in there with that left knee. Man, he didn't let up at all, and Wallach has tried to play through it, but he can't any longer. You saw it in the last at bat how he was hurting. So Tim Wallach will leave, and former Philly player Rick Parker will come in and play third base for the Dodgers.
And there's a new pitcher, Jim Bruschi, will come on, and he would like to wipe out that ERA. In his first ever big league appearance, it lasted just 1/3 of an inning in last night's 17-run affair. Allowed 4 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned. Walked 1, struck out none. Bruschi came on in that 4th inning for Hideo Nomo, who lasted just 3. So the Phillies in successive nights have knocked out Nomo in 3 innings and Ismael Valdez after 4. That is quite an accomplishment against any 2 pitchers, but especially the 2 guys who have been going so well for the Dodgers all year long. There you see Nomo. Even with last night's outing, he is 2nd in the league in ERA. And Valdez coming into tonight was 3rd in the league with a 2.74 ERA. But that will change, although 4 of those runs were unearned. 4 earned runs in 4 innings. Tom Candiotti pitched the first game in this series. He went 6 1/3, allowed 4 runs, 2 of them earned. Phil's have been putting up some runs in bunches. 15 men to the plate. Check that, 14 men to the plate last inning. Great play, Karros. Bruschi covering. And Ismael Valdez saying, where is that defense when I was in there?
Yeah, and Van Slyke has been picked twice because Offerman got him in the middle of that big inning, finally get them an out. And now Andy comes up again and gets picked there by Eric Karros on a fine play. And Bruschi, even though you always say, hey, you got to be over there, those are kind of plays a pitcher freezes on sometimes. See him, though, immediately breaks as soon as the ball's hit. And if he had hesitated at all, Van Slyke would have had a base hit.
There's Lenny Webster. He had 2 hits in 2 at-bats, including a hit in that 4th inning. Phillies scoring 8 runs and leaving the bases loaded in the 4th. 5 different Phillies batting twice in the inning. Off the end of the bat, the Shields on 1 hop. There's 2 away. But Bruschi has already reduced his ERA from 81 to 27 in 2 batters. Final line on Valdez, 4 innings, 8 hits, 9 hits, 8 runs, 4 earned. Did not walk a batter, struck out 3. Dodgers committing 2 errors in that 4th inning. Kevin Elster doubled in that inning. He's 1 for 2 on the night. In the air to center field, Brett Butler tracks it down. But Bruschi restores a bit of order with a 1-2-3 fifth. We are through 5, 8-1 Phils.
Just for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Come watch the Phillies play the Florida Marlins. Monday, September 18th, Tuesday, September 19th, Wednesday, September 20th, and Thursday, September 21st. All at 7:35. Call 463-1000.
Some people hate to stop for gasoline. We do it for a living. Just going from one Sunoco station to another. Checking to make sure a gallon is truly a gallon. That the octane you pay for is the octane you get. That the gasoline is as good coming out of the pump as it was coming out of the refinery. So next time you're moaning because you have to pull over for gasoline, think of us. We have to stop 1,183 times this year.
At Lexus, we'd like to thank you for making us #1 in customer satisfaction for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. So now we're celebrating with a sales event. With Lexus corporate support, you can now get the best values of the year, whether you buy or lease an ES300 or any other award-winning Lexus model. The customer satisfaction sales event, where the values are overflowing, but only until September 4th at your New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania area Lexus dealer.
How much fiber do you need daily? The National Cancer Institute recommends 20 to 35 grams of fiber a day. The average American consumes only about 12 grams of dietary fiber daily. So try eating more fruits and vegetables.
Fanatic having some fun tonight on a night that Tommy Lasorda probably does not want to enjoy. Or has not been a night of laughter for one Thomas Lasorda, Norristown's own. Phillies 8-1, 8-run fourth, the difference. Started out as a pitcher's battle with only a Mike Piazza home run, the first run of the ball game, and the only scoring through 3.5 innings. And then an offensive explosion. Brett Butler 0 for 2, flat out and grounded out, and takes a pitch outside for a ball. You know, other than that one inning, the Phils have gone down in the minimum fashion the other 4.
Yeah. Well, Valdez looked like he was going to pitch a heck of a game. That's why they're bunting. You know, with a leadoff double in the 4th inning, they're bunting in that situation to get a run there. You know, and get the game tied up, because it appeared to be it was going to be a real tough, tight ball game tonight. But then all those weird things started happening to the Dodgers, and the Phillies caught a big inning.
If the Phils win tonight, they will be in a tie for first place for the wild card standings regardless, because they will have caught the Dodgers, who may be in second place behind Colorado if the Rockies win. And if the Rockies lose, the Phillies will pass Colorado and either be alone in first place for the wild card hunt or be tied with Houston, depending on what the Astros do. And I get your full scoreboard at the end of this half inning, Wheels.
I'd volunteer to do it, but this is your night, you know.
2-1 to Butler. You know what normally happens is I leave after 3 innings and I come back and the team's fallen behind somehow.
Well, that was for 7 weeks.
Yeah.
That happened.
Now it's a different scenario.
Those were 7 of the longest weeks I've ever watched.
It is amazing, the transformation from the team that raced out to 37-18, then the team that played for a month and a half, and then this Phillies team that's scoring runs in bunches. 3-2 the count to Brett Butler. And there's really no explanation.
None. That's exactly right. You cannot explain it. Upset at himself there as he chased a high fastball. I mean, you know, he knows Fernandez. They're down by 7 runs. He's trying to get on and get something started for the Dodgers, and he chased ball 4, which is very unlike him. But that pitch is hard to stay off a lot of times.
Line drive the other way. And look how tight Jim Eisenreich is to the line.
Oh, yeah, Eisenreich, you will see outfielders catch foul balls on Brett Butler down the line. They're just maybe a little bit foul, close to a base hit, and they'll catch them on him, especially when they have a lot of foul territory down there. Here you don't have a whole lot, obviously, once you get down near those stands.
Charlie Hayes' head right at Eisenreich, but on one hop.
Typical Brett Butler at bat there. He just battled, and finally hit a ball the other way that nobody could catch. Just trying to put it in play, and he does.
Hit number 4 for the Dodgers. Only the 4th hit allowed by Sid Fernandez against a left-handed hitter this year. Jose Offerman has one of the 4 hits, singled his last time up.
Here's with a 7-run lead. Even with that, they're going to hold Brett Butler on at first, figuring Offerman's not a guy you wouldn't necessarily want to take the hole away, and you'd rather keep the double play in order.
Offerman bluffs a bunt.
Because if you play off Butler, he's just going to run and be at second base. Now, if there were a left-handed hitter up there, you know, they might decide to play off him and take the hole away.
Inside, it's 2-0.
You have to be careful with the Dodgers now. You know, everything's euphoric here. But he gets on, Offerman gets on, somebody pop one, and then they start to get back in this game, and they have so much power in their lineup.
That's a called strike, 2 balls and a strike. Sid has had better control this season than he has shown in the past. He's always run into trouble with walks, but this year, in his last 3 starts, only 4 walks in 20 2/3 innings, and no walks tonight. Fouled away, it's 2-2. Sid did have one start where he ran into control problems against Atlanta. He walked 6 in 5 innings. Broken bat looper to Morandini. 1 out here in the 6th.
Hofferman looked like he got himself out there. Sid fooled him with a ball in on his hands. You know, he doesn't throw many balls inside. It's probably a mistake as much as anything. Sid has been flexing his shoulder a lot out there. You know, he's been doing that throughout the game, and you see him do that a lot during a game anyway. And he's already at 99 pitches, so after this inning, we'll see. But they need him to pitch some innings. There you see Johnny Padres, and no one has called the bullpen as of yet.
Mike Piazza, the batter, homered his first time up. Swing and a miss. That bat just cracks around his body and hits him in the back.
Right, and you see there's nothing wrong with Sid Fernandez. I mean, he just fires that fastball, and he just threw a fastball and jammed the hitter before that.
Nothing in 2. In his career, Sid has pitched well against the Dodgers. Doesn't have a good record to show for it, 7-7, but a 2.74 career ERA against LA. But his first outing against them in over 3 years. Ahead of Piazza, nothing in 2. Long drive, right field. Witten back to the wall. Home run, opposite field. Mike Piazza. 8-3 ball game on a 2-run shot by the Dodger catcher.
He's scary. 0-2 pitch up, and he fights it out of the ballpark to right center field. I mean, he just is scary. You can't do that. I mean, Mike Piazza is as strong as any hitter in this league, period. That's one of those home runs where you just say, now, how did he do that? Now Fergosi's going to come out and talk to Fernandez.
He's going to stop with Frank Pulley first to inform him that this is an attention for a medical reason. And
right.
If that is the case, then the relief pitcher would be allowed as much time as he wants.
There's Mims. You see Fernandez is having a little trouble with something under his arm.
He's reaching in that area right under the arm. And that will be it for Sid. Well, every big game seems to be tempered with a little bit of bad news. We'll hope tonight is nothing serious. Last night's 17-run outburst also included the end of the season for Darren Dalton. So we'll see if Sid's okay as he leaves the game to a good hand. Mike Williams will come on and pitch for the Phils and get as much time as he needs to loosen up.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Piazza. Now look where this is. That's a high fastball, and he somehow gets on top of that ball enough to hit it out of the ballpark to right center. You know what happens when Sid Fernandez throws that pitch. Most human beings pop it up somewhere or foul it off. Mike Piazza is just on a different level than a lot of people in baseball.
Phils lead at 8-3. Williams takes over for Sid in the 6th.
Good ski cap. Cap. Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, the Phillies play the Astros. And fans 14 and under receive a free tomato red ski cap with a Phillies logo, courtesy of Campbell Soup. Call 463-1000.
Between the two of us, we had one chair, a lamp, and a microwave. And lots of bills. Even on 2 salaries, it wasn't easy. What we needed was a loan, with payments we could afford. Our Mellon PSFS banker helped us work it out. It made things a lot more comfortable around here.
Life Improvement Loans. Call 1-800-MELON-2. 1-800-MELON-2.
Sid goes 5 1/3 innings, allows 5 hits, 2 of them home runs to Mike Piazza. Allowed 3 runs, all earned. Did not walk a batter, struck out 6, and Mike Williams will come on and get as much time as he needs to loosen up. We saw Michael Mims tossing. Mike Williams did not throw a pitch in the bullpen, so it may take him a little while. He last appeared on Wednesday against San Diego. Has done a nice job since coming back from Scranton Wilkes-Barre in his second stint with the Phillies in those 9 games since his last recall. He has a 2.75 ERA, 6 earned runs in 19 2/3 innings pitched. Coming your way tomorrow night, 8:05 against these same Dodgers. It is a special Sunday night game, and all fans receive a beautiful color poster honoring the Phillies' 4 living Hall of Famers, and it's free, courtesy of Mellon PSFS. Final visit for the Dodgers and your chance for a great Hall of Fame keepsake. You can order your tickets by calling 463-1000 or stop by the local Ticketmaster outlet of your choice. Jeff Cooper talking things over with Sid Fernandez. Tomorrow night's poster is for everybody. 8-3 Phillies, top half of the 6th inning. Dodgers have 2 runs in this inning on the home run by Piazza, his second of the ball game, his 24th of the year.
And you remember what we had talked about as you look at Mike Piazza next to his little brother there, who is now the bat boy, as Mike was at one time in this stadium. Mike Piazza is just on a different level with balls that he hits. You know, to take an 0-2 pitch where that pitch was and hit it out to the opposite field, you just don't do that. And it's just a marvel to watch, and everybody in this game looks at Mike Piazza, you know, and is just amazed by his talent.
If he played for Colorado, he would undoubtedly set the major league record for home runs in a season.
There'd be something to be said for that, right? Because he hits the ball in the air so much, and he's so strong to every field. And you know, he's a Dodger. He doesn't play for the hometown team here. But you know, I have to admit, watching him play, you know, you're really happy to see a guy from this area do so well as Mike Piazza, and he's a nice man along with it.
27 major league teams passed him up for 60 rounds.
Right, Tommy Lasorda tried to get all kinds of teams to look at him to just give him a chance. Everybody who looked at him, including the Dodgers, said he can't play.
A lot of people were wrong.
What's great about this game, there's a lot of judgment involved in it.
Inside, it's 1-1. Well, Tommy's appeased momentarily.
Well, you remember what we talked about earlier, too. You know, all of a sudden, as you look at Mike Piazza's updated batting average, you know, these guys get somebody on and somebody will pop one and they're back in it. So, you know, everybody's feeling really good about a big Phillies lead early, and this one, long way to go.
Two and 1 to count to Eric Karros, who was 1 for 2 with a single. Two balls and 2 strikes. Williams appearing in his 6th game against LA in his career. First time this year, Williams 2-0 with a 3.33 ERA against Los Angeles. Karros goes down swinging. 7th strikeout for Phillies pitchers. Williams gets the first batter he faces.
Fregosi wants a right-hander in this game, if possible, against the Dodgers, because they are so right-handed, especially with their power. And Mike throws 2 good curveballs. The first one to get to 2-2, and that one to strike him out.
Second out here in the 6th inning. That'll bring up Raul Mondesi. Mondesi facing Sid Fernandez for the first time tonight. Struck out both times he came to the plate. Sid went 5 1/3, so if the Phillies hold on to the lead, he would move his record to 5-1, and it would be his 5th straight win. Dodgers still have 10 outs to play with, trailing by 5. Called strike, it's 1-1. Pulled off of that slider, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Raul Mondesi.
Mike Williams pitched a complete game at Dodger Stadium for his first major league win against these Dodgers a few years ago.
Holds up, ball in the dirt, 2-2. Well, the Phillies coming off a 17-run game last night and learning the news before the game that Darren Dalton had torn the ACL in his right knee, which is his good knee. Could have been grounds for a bit of a downer night, especially going against Ismael Valdez, who was near perfect through 3 innings, but ran into some problems without defense in the 4th. Strikeout, and Mondesi's going to get to first base on the wild pitch. So Williams strikes out Mondesi, who lives on first base because of the wild pitch on the 3rd strike.
Yeah, he chases a real bad pitch, and Webster tries to block it and watch it kick away from him. He chases a hard breaking ball, bounces way away from Webster, and Mondesi winds up on at first base.
Batter now Delino DeShields, 2 outs, Mondesi on first. Nothing in 1 to DeShields, who was grounded out and struck out. One and one. High, 2 balls and a strike. DeShields with a 6-game hitting streak coming in. Three and 1. Mondesi on the move. Ball hit pretty well the other way. Long run, Eisenreich. He catches it right up against the fence. Jim Eisenreich, gauging where that wall was, went right to the edge before making the play for the final out. Dodgers score a couple, but it could have been more. Eisenreich with a fine play to end the inning.
Yeah, he got a great jump on this ball. Left-handed hitter hit it, so it was coming back to him a little bit. Big play by Eisenreich.
Score at the end of 5 1/2. The Phils lead it 8-3. And now it's time for the Budweiser Major League Scoreboard. We'll start you out in the National League, where Atlanta has now won 6 in a row, defeating Chicago 7-2. Greg Maddux does it again. He's 14-2 on the year, complete game 7 hitter. Cincinnati leads Pittsburgh 5-2, that game in the 5th. Houston has lost 8 in a row. They're in the 7th of a 1-1 ball game. Home runs for Dave Magadan for the Astros, Chuck Carr for the Marlins. New York behind Bill Pulsipher, shutting out San Diego 6-0 in the 6th. 1-1 San Fran and Montreal in the 3rd inning. St. Louis and Colorado, the team the Phils are chasing in the wild card, just underway. No score in the 2nd. Finals in the American League, Cleveland defeats Detroit 6-2. Toronto 1 run better than Chicago. Oakland pounding Boston 11-4. Milwaukee 2, Minnesota nothing in the 3rd. Kevin Seitzer a solo home run in that one. Texas leads Kansas City 4-1, that game in the 2nd. Yankees have lost 7 in a row. They're in Seattle tonight, and Baltimore takes on California. Those games starting in about 1 hour. Our score is 8-3. Phillies doing all the damage in an 8-run 4th inning. We'll be with you once again when the Phils return from their West Coast trip, taking on the Houston Astros. Phils play the Astros for 3 games. We will have the game on the 9th, which is Saturday night. 7 o'clock start, 6:30 game time pregame show coming your way September the 9th against the Astros. Phils and Dodgers wrapping up this series tomorrow night. Tommy Green on the mound for the Phils. He'll be opposed by Kevin Tapani, who earlier in the week was a little bit uncertain whether he would go because of a problem in his quadricep, but he is okay and he will make the start for LA tomorrow. Mike Williams will lead things off for the Phils. Williams taking over for Fernandez in the top half of the inning, batting for the 9th time tonight this year. Jim Bruschi in his 2nd inning of work. Inside, it's 1-1. Two and 1. Bruschi retired the Phillies in order in the 5th. It's an 8-3 ball game. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Chopper to Karros. He'll make the play himself. There's Mickey Morandini. Morandini with 2 hits on the night, both in the 4th inning, when the Phillies sent 14 men to the plate. Ball is hooking to the crowd, 0-1. Good catch by that fan. 0-1 on Morandini, a left-hander. Nothing in 2. Bruschi was called up during this series, replacing Rudy Cianez on the roster. Chopper towards Karros, who makes another play unassisted. Cianez was the pitcher that lost the game here on Thursday night when Charlie Hayes hit that 11th inning home run. He was sent down the next day, and Bruschi was called up from AAA Albuquerque.
Has to be nice for a guy like Bruschi to get, you know, the things that happened to him last night and then come out and get some people out tonight. And Lasorda needs him out of their bullpen, so they run him right back out again. He's having some success.
Every one of their pitchers pitched in the game 2 prior to the game against the series against the Phillies. That would have been Tuesday night. Every one of the bullpen pitched Tuesday. Ramon Martinez pitched a complete game on Wednesday. In that 11-inning game on Thursday, a lot of pitchers used last night. Karros is going to get 3 putouts, all unassisted. Bruschi's retired all 6 he has faced. And the Phils have gone down meekly with the exception of 1 inning. That's all they've needed so far.
Too hot in your car? Don't sweat it. Now at Pep Boys, get a cool deal on our air conditioning quick check for just $19.99. Our AC quick check only $19.99. Come to Pep Boys now. Now at Pep Boys, get any 4 of our 35,000-mile all-season steel-belted tires at an incredible low $109. That's right, any 75 or 80 series, any 4, just $109 at Pep Boys now.
At Meisner, we remember the days when shopping for a car was as enjoyable as driving it. We remember because we were there. Since 1954, Meisner has been committed to our customers' satisfaction. We understand that when you're looking to buy a car or truck, you want selection. That's why Meisner has over 700 cars and trucks in stock. Meisner's Chevrolet Geo Oldsmobile in the Philadelphia Airport Auto Mall, celebrating 40 years of continued commitment to the Delaware Valley.
Jim Herr doesn't use just any potatoes. But then Jim Herr doesn't make just any potato chip. Make hers yours.
4 of the greatest Phillies of all time have been immortalized in the Baseball Hall of Fame, and now these heroes have been brought together for the first time in a limited edition print. This print is individually signed by Richie Ashburn, Steve Carlton, Robin Roberts, and Mike Schmidt, and is destined to become a true collector's item. Only 500 of these prints remain. To order yours, send a check or money order for $250 plus $6.95 shipping and handling to the Prism Hall of Fame print, P.O. Box 1252, Bala Cynwyd, PA 19004.
7th inning, Phillies lead at 8-3. Here's Rick Parker to lead things off. Parker batting for the first time, came on for the injured Tim Wallach in the 5th. Mark Guthrie is loosening. He is a left-hander, 1 of 2 in the Dodger bullpen. Nothing in 1 to the former Philly Rick Parker. Takes a fastball up high, 1-1.
His brother Arlo was out at the Philadelphia Folk Festival this weekend. Just kidding, they're not related. Out in Schwenksville.
Over the mound, Morandini gloves it. He'll have no play. Good try by Morandini. Parker with an infield hit. Lead off the 7th.
Parker seems to get his hits against the Phillies. He beat them a game here earlier this year. When he gets a chance to play against them, which isn't very often, he can get some base hits. Now, Parker was a guy in the Phillies system, and he can run. And as Todd said, no chance, especially because of the way he can get down the line.
Chad Fonville, the batter. Fonville, a switch hitter, will bat left-handed for the first time tonight. He was 0 for 2 against Sid with a couple of groundouts. Sid threw some ground balls tonight. The Dodgers hit into 5 groundouts while Sid was in there in 5 1/3.
Now, most of the ground balls that they hit are off his curveball.
For the 2 Dodger rookies of the year, at least 2 of the 3, Eric Karros in the cleanup spot in the order, not one of them, who hadn't seen Sid before tonight, had completely different results. Raul Mondesi had never faced Sid. He went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Mike Piazza had never faced Sid. He went 2 for 3. Hit a curveball over the left field wall and a fastball over the right field wall. 1-1 pitch to Fonville's a called strike, 1-2. The middle of that Dodgers order, which has been rotated this year but has been primarily Piazza 3, Karros 4, Mondesi 5, contains the last 3 rookies of the year. And they're hoping for a 4th in a row with Nomo. Swing and a miss. A late swing at a good Williams fastball. Strikeout number 3 for Mike Williams.
Fonville a little bit from the left side. Looks like he runs sometimes before he hits it. Watch his movement away. And he can't reach this. A lot of little left-handed hitters do that. You know, guys that can fly, and they're ready to go out of that box as soon as they make contact.
Dave Hansen will come on as a pinch hitter for Jim Bruschi. Nice job by the rookie Bruschi to come back from last night's outing, in which he allowed 3 runs in 1/3 of an inning. Tonight, 2 perfect innings. And we saw that Mark Guthrie will come on and pitch the 7th inning.
This Hansen is a guy, along with Treadway and Gwynn, the last few years really gave the Dodgers excellent hitting off their bench.
First year in a while the Dodgers have not had good pinch hitting numbers. Hansen included.
Tommy Lasorda used to throw BP to that bunch at Dodger Stadium. That was part of their thing, you know, to help keep them ready. And they did a real good job, the 3 of them, for a while.
Tommy's upset again.
I think he thinks that they can still come back in this game. You know, he is the eternal optimist, and he is right in that regard because he has so much power in his lineup that they always have a chance.
1-2 the count to Hansen. 5 for 24 this year as a pinch hitter. Outside, 2-2. If the Dodgers do end up with the Rookie of the Year this year, it'll mark the second time in their history they have won it on 4 consecutive seasons. Last time being 79 through 82. That quartet was Rick Sutcliffe in 79, Steve Howe in 80. Guy we saw with the Padres in this homestand, Fernando in 81, and Steve Sachs in 82. This time around, it's been Queiroz, Piazza, Mondesi. And that guy might fill out the quartet.
Chipper Jones might have something to say about that.
It's going to be one of those two guys, Nomo or Jones. Called third strike at the knees on the outside corner. Hansen doesn't think so. Williams has struck out 4, and he's only faced 6 batters.
No, that pitch had a chance to be low. Well, I'm sure they're very upset about this one. Yeah, he sure thought that was low.
The official word on Sid is that he left the ball game with stiffness in his left upper back, right below his pitching shoulder. Mike Williams has come on and struck out 4 of the 6 batters he has faced. One of those 4 he struck out and reached base on a wild pitch. Brett Butler, 0-1. Butler 1 for 3 with a run scored. The other way, no balls and 2 strikes. Who would you vote for right now?
I'll tell you, the guy that I've felt this way all year, and I'm not going to change, is Chipper Jones.
Because he's an everyday player.
Because he's an everyday player, and that is nothing. And I have no prejudice against Nomo in that he pitched professionally before he came over here. The way some people say that, no, he shouldn't have a chance because he was a star in the Japanese League. Well, so what? This is his first year over here. I just think that Chipper Jones right now to me is a National League Rookie of the Year, but we'll see. You know, by the end of the year, who knows? That guy has been a credit to the Japanese League and has just pitched great over here, and I think it's tremendous the interest he adds every time he pitches. Is good for baseball.
Oh, it's been a boon for a game that really needed something like a spark plug named Nomo. Leading the league in strikeouts by a wide margin. Butler takes a pitch outside. It's 2-2.
It has to be nice for him as you look at his personal media contingent who has followed him all around. This has to be a nice time of the night for him because nobody can bother him.
It's unbelievable the attention he receives. 2-2 to Butler. Line drive, base hit center field. They had him shifted the other way, and this ball is going to go all the way to the wall. Parker will score easily. Butler's going to get to third easily, and he'll go in standing with a triple and an RBI. Now it's an 8-4 ball game. Well, the shift was on the other way against Brett Butler, and he made the Phillies pay by lining one up the middle.
They overshift so much against him that, you know, as hard as he hit that ball, there's no way anybody could cut it off. Andy Van Slyke was playing him well over into left center, and here it is, a bullet right back through the middle. I mean, that's a ball that Mike Williams came within an inch of catching, and it turns into a triple because of the overshift and the turf. So that's a quick run for the Dodgers there that they really shouldn't get, but the overshift causes that. And now they have the runner at third where a base hit, a wild pitch, anything could get them back to within 3, and we're still only in the 7th. That's what we meant about those shots of Lasorda clapping where he was saying we can win this game, and I'm sure they feel that way. Phillies need to, you know, shut them down here and maybe get a little more.
It's easy to be lulled into a false sense of security with an inning like the 4th.
Sure, because all of a sudden you have a big lead, but when you sit on it against a good offensive team like the Dodgers, you have to be careful.
Jose Offerman has 1 hit in 3 at-bats. Dodgers now with 7 hits. Called strike, 0-1.
It's a big hitter for them right here. For Offerman, if he can produce a 2-out run. There's Toby Borland getting ready for Phillies' hope
the 8th inning if Mike Williams can get them out of this inning.
Outside, 1-1. Phils don't have a ton of maneuverability on their bench. Greg Jeffries not with the team tonight. At least he wasn't at the start of the game. Phils have 12 pitchers on their roster. Outside and low, it's 2-1. Mike Lieberthal just called up. You can see the bench is fairly empty. Gary Varsho, last night's hitting star Jeff Juden. Varsho was the emergency catcher last night after Darren Dalton had to leave the game when Lenny Webster was in there.
Hopperman thought that curveball was low, and Williams got the pitch. Big pitch for him to go 2-2 as opposed to 3-1.
8-4 Phils, top half of the 7th. Still 2-2.
Made him chase that one because that was another curveball that was going to go low, real low in the strike zone. Probably because of the pitch prior to that, he thought he better go after it.
Center field, Van Slyke is there. Dodgers score 1 in the 7th on the 2-out triple by Brett Butler. They leave 1. We head to the 7th inning stretch. 8-4 Phils.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane, Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium were formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving, to give you smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks, and we think Power Plus and Power Premium will make quite an impression on you.
Add more life to your car! Take it to the star!
At Lexus, we'd like to thank you for making us #1 in customer satisfaction for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. So now we're celebrating with a sales event. With Lexus corporate support, you can now get the best values of the year, whether you buy or lease an ES300 or any other award-winning Lexus model. The customer satisfaction sales event, where the values are overflowing, but only until September 4th at your New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania area Lexus dealer.
Can a credit card make you unique? Actually, it just might. You see, your MasterCard is meant for you and you alone. Even if someone steals it, you don't have to worry about a thing. Just call right away and cancel it. So even if someone does manage to charge something to you, you won't pay a cent. We may even be able to get you a new card the next day, which ought to give you some peace of mind. And that's certainly a unique feeling. MasterCard. It's more than a credit card. It's smart money.
Win a Camaro, compliments of Chevrolet on Fan Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 24th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. No purchase necessary. Entry coupons at the vet and Ticketmaster. Prizes and surprises for everyone. Call 463-1000.
Phils return from the West Coast trip on September 8th, 9th, and 10th. September 10th being Ski Cap Day. 8:05 Friday night, 7:05 Saturday. Sunday's a 1:35 start. Make your plans to see the Astros, what could be a wild card weekend series, and a special gift item for the fans on Sunday. You can order your tickets by phone by calling 463-1000 or by stopping by the Veterans Stadium ticket office. Dave Hansen, who pinch hit for Jim Brewski, stays in the ball game, and he takes over for Rick Parker at third. Hansen will bat in the number 9 spot. And the left-hander Mark Guthrie will take over for Jim Brewski. Guthrie in his 49th game of the year. See his numbers. Those are overall numbers, with the Dodgers appearing in his 13th ball game, 0-1 with a 2.45 ERA. Guthrie acquired along with Kevin Tapani from the Minnesota Twins. Jim Eisenreich takes a called strike, 0-1. Eisenreich has reached base twice. He is 1 for 3 with a single. No balls and 2 strikes. In that trade, Minnesota acquired third baseman Ron Coomer, who has a couple of home runs in the last month. Pitchers Greg Hansel and Jose Parra. Guthrie strikes out more than one per inning, striking out 48 and 42 and a third in the American League. Still 1-2 on Eisenreich. Guthrie pitched here on Thursday night, went 2/3 of an inning, did not allow a hit or a walk. Faced Eisenreich in that game. Way outside, it's 2-2. Phillies batting bottom half of the 7th inning, leading 8-4. The Phillies sending 14 men to the plate in the 4th, 15 men to the plate in the other 5 innings. The shields to Karros, Eisenreich retired.
Guthrie likes to pitch from the stretch at all times. Our second look at him. You see why he gets strikeouts, probably a lot of them against left-handers, because he drops down. Not drops down, but he kind of 3/4 and comes from the side a little bit. And he looks like he's kind of deceptive, and he has a pretty hard breaking ball that's going to make them pull off.
Mark Whitten batting right-handed for the first time. Takes a pitch inside for a ball, 1-0. Whitten 2 for 3, both of his hits coming in the 4th inning. Called strike, 1-1. Two-one pitch to Whitten. Down low, 3-1. Other than that 4th inning, the Phillies have had just one base runner. That was Lenny Webster in the 3rd, and he was wiped out on a double play. There's their second base runner other than the 4th. One out walk issued to Mark Whitten. Charlie Hayes. Hayes 1 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored.
Step-off move. Mark Whitten has shown a tremendous ability to steal a base when the Phillies need it, and has helped them win a couple ball games. He made a real good base running play in that inning Todd described, the 4th inning, going to 3rd base, drawing a throw there, and having Charlie Hayes move into 2nd.
Whitten helped set up the tie in that game on Thursday night by stealing 2nd base. Darren Dalton doubling home Whitten. Just missed winning the game with an opposite field double.
Appears that Guthrie does not have much of a move to first, but tries that step-off move to try and keep Whitten close. He's used 2 of them so far.
Quick step to home, quick delivery home. It misses out up high, 1-0.
Yeah, those are the 2 ways that he's trying to hold runners on, and we'll see how effective he is. I don't know whether or not they'd run anyway in this situation, but he used a step-off move, and then that time he used a slide step to the plate to get quicker.
Guthrie has missed with 6 out of 7 pitches. The Astros trail the Marlins 3-1 in the 8th.
Well, they have gone into a titanic funk, have those Astros. It would be their 9th loss in a row, and if they hadn't beaten the Phillies in the bottom of the 9th inning at the Dome, they'd have a lot longer losing streak going on.
Three and 0. Yeah, the Astros are in a free fall right now. And until Jeff Bagwell comes back, it seems like it's never going to end, because they're looking for that as much psychologically as they are physically, as a chance to break their offensive woes. 3-0 green light. He misses 3-1.
A pretty good 3-0 pitch to swing at, and Charlie took a hack. Well, the few games we've had here lately where the wind hasn't been a big factor, and you wouldn't think of that at Veterans Stadium, but in this homestand, the wind has played a big part in a number of games.
Witten on first with 1 out. He looks like he wants to move, but he stays put. Ball's fouled away. It's 3-2.
Jim Fregosi will probably want Witten to run in this situation because Charlie does ground into quite a few double plays.
Phil's lead 8-4. We're in the bottom half of the 7th inning. The Astros pitching, you wouldn't think they would fall into that big of a losing streak. They have managed to find a way. On the move, Witten, ground ball to third. They stay out of the double play by running. Hayes retired for the 2nd out. So Witten in a scoring position with 2 away for Andy Van Slyke, who has been robbed twice. Nice play by Jose Offerman in the 4th, and a nice play by Eric Karros in the 5th. 0 for 3 on the night.
Phillies can get a run out of this with a base hit to center or left because they're really deep. Mondesi is always a problem in right field. But Witten will get a good jump because there's 2 outs. Then you see how deep Butler and Fonville are. Now Mondesi's pretty deep too, but you know, with that gun on his shoulder, he can play a little bit deeper than other guys.
Outside, it's 2-0. Toby Borland has completed his warm-up tosses. He will be the pitcher for the Phillies in the 8th. Third straight batter, Guthrie has fallen behind. It's 3-0 to Van Slyke. Lenny Webster waiting on deck.
Interesting approach. You know, they went out and had a conversation, but you would think even with the base open, left, they would have gone after Van Slyke. Although Guthrie, from what we've seen so far, does throw a lot of breaking balls, but he has been very tentative to Andy.
4-pitch walk.
Yeah, you know, you would almost think that was a pitch around, but you wouldn't think they would do that, so I don't know.
First and second with 2 outs. Lenny Webster, who's 2 for 3, will bat.
Just don't think that's what Dave Wallace and the Dodgers had in mind.
Webster and Lieberthal wheels, both right-handed hitters. So it'll be interesting to see how Jim Fregosi works it the rest of the year.
Yeah, he said before the game tonight that he didn't really have a plan necessarily, as they think this pitch is outside, and it appeared to be without the replay. And it is.
The Dodgers had one like that called against them. There goes Witten. Piazza from his knees. Witten safe. Witten catching the Dodgers by surprise with his 6th stolen base of the year for the Phils in 6 attempts.
Yeah, they sure don't expect him to go with 2 outs. I mean, with 1 out. Excuse me, with 2 outs. And he steals the base, but you know, you get to third base, and now it does put more pressure on the defense and on the catcher because the runner's a base closer.
0-2 the count to Webster. He said he was just going to play it by feel as to who catches.
Yeah, exactly. He said I'm going to use them both. I'm going to work them both into the starting lineups with Darren gone for the season. But it's not as if, as you say, they're both right-handed hitters, so you don't platoon them.
2 strikes on Webster. 2-2.
Benny's done a good job in his backup role here this year, but everybody knows that Mike Lieberthal is a guy, a #1 pick out of the farm system, who they hope to have here permanently someday, and someday maybe next year.
Phils are 12-7 in Webster starts this year. Towards the hole, base hit. Lenny Webster has 3 hits and an RBI. His 2nd of the night, and the Phils now lead it 9-4.
And no play on Mark Witten because he steals a base. But Todd, that goes back to the way he approached Van Slyke, which we talked about at the time, that didn't make any sense. Here's Lenny Webster, hooks that ball in the hole and gets his 3rd base hit of the night. But, you know, why would you pitch that way to Van Slyke with a right-handed batter on deck and Lenny Webster? And that's a nice run for the Phillies to pick up there with 2 outs after the Dodgers were showing a little comeback in them.
Webster did a real nice job last year for Montreal in a backup role, and he's doing the same thing for the Phillies this year, and his role will expand in the final month. Kevin Elster takes a called strike, 0-1. Elster 1 for 3 with a double and a run score. That was hit number 10 for the Phillies. Outside, 1-1. Called strike, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Inside, it's 2-2. Tommy Green against Kevin Tapani tomorrow night, 8:05 start. Phils and Dodgers wrap up their 4-game series. Dodgers end an 11-game road trip. Phils end a 10-game homestand. Teams will head out to the West Coast. In the air to right field, Mondesi there. Phils add another run. They do so with a couple of walks and a hit. 2 men left on base. We head to inning 8. It's 9-4.
The Olds Challenge continues with a nationally authorized $1,500 price reduction on Sierra. Oldsmobile has just announced massive year-end price reductions featuring Sierra's new low MSRP of $13,900 with all these popular features. Sierra, the lowest price midsize, period. Now only $13,900. The only thing we've downsized is the price. Take advantage of a $1,500 national price reduction today at your local Oldsmobile retailer.
Look what you did. What I did? Just who do you think you are, man? Who do you think I am?
Easy, fellas. What would he do?
Oh, the Yellow Pages?
Just any Yellow Pages?
The genuine Yellow Pages.
9 out of 10 use it.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much.
The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages.
Hey, you out there, you're playing bingo like never before. It's bonus bingo. There's still lots of bingo fun. And that top $25,000 top prize, but now there are more chances to win, so don't stop playing until you scratch off your 5 lucky bonus spots. The Pennsylvania Lottery's bonus bingo. More spots, more chances to win, but hey, you knew that, right?
Got it.
Baseball is brought to you by Beechwood Age Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. By your local Dodge dealers. Come in today because we know how to help. By the Yellow Pages, 9 out of 10 people use the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. And by Pico Energy. We're focusing our energies on you. Pico Energy. So far, so good for the Phils as we head to the 8th inning. Toby Borland comes on as the Phillies' third pitcher of the night. He takes over for Mike Williams. Borland on the year is appearing in game number 39. Toby has a 1-0 mark with 5 saves and a 4.19 ERA. Williams went an inning and 2/3, allowed 2 hits, 1 run, did not walk a batter, and struck out 4. Borland picked up his 5th save against San Diego earlier in this homestand. They'll face the meat of the Dodgers order. Their rookies of the year, Piazza, 94, Queiroz, 92, or Piazza, 93, Queiroz, 92, and Mondesi, 94.
Well, these are the kind of hitters that Toby Borland's especially supposed to get out. Tough right-handed batters with that sidearm motion of his.
Mike Piazza having quite a game. He has provided the entire Dodger offense with the exception of the Butler triple. He has a solo home run and a 2-run home run, both coming against starter Sid Fernandez. Tried to hold up. He went around, says Joe West at first.
See how he can ever hold up once he gets started.
Borland pitching against L.A. for the 5th time in his career. In 9 2/3 innings, he's allowed 1 run. Strikes out Piazza to start the 8th.
So we're talking about that sidearm motion of his, and watch what happens to Piazza. Toby throws a little bit of a hanger, but he gets him to pull off so fast that he can't reach it. Watch Mike Piazza's shoulder open up real fast. There he opens, and now there's a little bit of a hanger, but he's already left the strike zone, you know, where he just cannot hit that pitch because of opening up so early. Toby can be very difficult on these right-handed batters when he's throwing well.
Chopper to Hayes, coming in on 1 big hop, 2 outs. Good job by Hayes, who knew he couldn't let that ball bounce a second time. Borland pitched 2 innings in the game here on Thursday night against the Dodgers. 2 shutout innings. Gave the Phillies a chance to win it in the 11th. Tough night for Raul Mondesi. He struck out twice against Sid Fernandez. Last time up, he struck out against Mike Williams. Reached base on a wild pitch on the 3rd strike. He might have trouble with this side armor. Nothing in 1.
Well, he swings first ball, fastball all the time. There's Antonio Osuna, the right-hander, starting to throw. And Mondesi had no chance when he started the bat on that breaking ball.
0-2. Mondesi has 2 hits and 3 at-bats against Borland. One time Borland retired Mondesi was on a strikeout.
Trying to go for the 4-bagger right now against Mondesi. Got it.
They get it. 4 strikeouts for Raul Mondesi tonight. A frustrating night for him and the rest of the Dodgers. We head to the bottom of the 8th. 9-4 Phils.
This is Apollo 77, and we've just spotted some Astros headed for Philadelphia. Please confirm.
Roger, copy Apollo 77. The Houston Astros will be in town Friday, September 8th at 8:05, Saturday, September 9th at 7:05, and Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, when fans 14 and under get this red knit ski cap free, courtesy of Campbell Suits. Call 463-1000, but you want to keep it short because this will be a very long-distance call.
We could use another bathroom, but I really had my heart set on a new kitchen. Until the furnace went. But instead of putting everything on hold, I got a Mellon PSFS line of credit. We'll be okay. I got the money I needed, even a little extra, for other important things.
Life Improvement Loans. Call 1-800-MELON-2. 1-800-MELON-2.
Phillies lead 9-4 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Let's catch you up on the Budweiser out-of-town scoreboard. We told you about Atlanta defeating Chicago. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, a wild one. Florida about to close out Houston for their 9th straight loss. Jesus Tavares, a 3-run home run since we last told you about that game. Mets defeat the Padres 7-6. That's the final. San Fran 2-1 over Montreal. A no-hitter for Mark Petkazik against Colorado so far through 6 innings in that place at Coors Field. But the Cardinals haven't been scoring any runs this year either. 0-0. Cleveland defeats Detroit. Toronto over Chicago. Oakland over Boston. Those scores all earlier today. Milwaukee 3-0 over Minnesota. Kansas City is getting bombed by Texas 10-1. That game in the 5th. Yankees in Seattle, Baltimore and California later on tonight. Here it's Antonio Osuna who will take over. He is the 4th Dodgers pitcher. Mark Guthrie allowed a run in the 1-inning he pitched. Osuna appearing in game number 24, a real hard thrower. He is 2-2 with a 5.02 ERA in his 2nd stint with the Dodgers. 28 2/3 innings, almost a strikeout an inning. And he does get wild, 14 walks in those 28 2/3. He pitched here in the game on Thursday night when a 1/3 of an inning allowed a hit. Did not pitch here last night. He will face Toby Borland in the top of the order. Borland probably wishes he had the left-hander still out there because this right-hander throws gas.
Yeah, and the Phillies are saying don't hit him. He's well off the plate. That's good.
Strike 1.
Toby likes to swing the bat.
You can't get comfortable against this guy.
No, it's good that he's well off the plate, though.
0-2.
That's what he does to hitters. Throws that hard breaking ball, makes them look bad.
Osuna was the closer at AA San Antonio this year, where he was 1-2 with 19 saves and an ERA below 1. 1-2-3. No surprise there. Tough batter, or tough pitcher for Borland to face as a batter. And he strikes out.
And that was the old good morning, good afternoon, and good night. But they got him out of there without him getting hit.
So 1 out. Here's Mickey Morandini. Mickey, another good night. A couple of hits, a run scored, an RBI. Mickey continues to play outstanding baseball for the Phillies in the leadoff spot. Towards the hole, long throw for Offerman in time. Nice play by the Dodgers shortstop.
That's what Offerman can do. You know, he teases them so much because he can make the plays, and then he'll mess up routine plays as he did last night. And this is a tough play. I mean, Morandini can run. He gets out of the box well. The ball's in the hole, and you have to have a gun to make this play. Look how strong his arm is.
Two outs, nobody on. Kevin Stocker, the batter. He is 0 for 3. Stocker did reach base in the 4th inning on a pivotal play. In that inning, he was bunting with Morandini on second. and nobody out. And Mickey got a great jump off second base to beat the throw by the starter Valdez to third. Soccer reached on the fielder's choice. 8 runs later, the inning was over. One and one to count to Stocker. One ball and 2 strikes. Foul tip caught by Piazza. 1-2-3 inning for Antonio Osuna. We head to the 9th. Phillies lead it 9-4.
Introducing the lineup of Phillies legends photo ball baseballs. Play ball! Collect all 5 at Burger King for only $2.99 each. Here's the play-by-play on how. Slide into your participating Burger King restaurant. Buy any large sandwich value meal. Run home with one Phillies Hall of Fame legend. Let's replay, slide, buy, score! Collect a different ball each week for just $2.99. Only at Burger King and only for a limited time. Get your burger's worth. What a steal!
Come in and say, why 5 grades of gasoline? I tell them offering only 3 grades would be like selling suits in small, medium, and large. Some people would get a good fit. Some could use a little tailoring. So if you want to know why we give you all these choices, think about the guy who needs a 41 long and picture him wearing a 39 short.
The 9th inning, Delano to Shields. A pinch hitter for the pitcher, which looks to be Gary Ingram right now, and then Chad Fonville. DeShields trying to extend a 6-game hitting streak. He's 0 for 3. Fly to deep left his last time up. Outside 3-0. Borland retired the side in order in the 8th, including 2 strikeouts. He loses to Shields on 4 pitches to start the 9th. The AA Reading Phillies in the Eastern League in the hunt for a divisional title and a playoff spot. Starting tonight's play, they led their division by a half game. And tonight they're playing the Bowie Bay Sox behind Wayne Gomes. They lead at 8-2 in the 8th inning. For ticket information, call 610-375-8469. The best of 5 Eastern League divisional playoffs begin September the 5th. You can call that number for playoff and ticket information, 610-375-8469. Reading Phillies playoff baseball. Gary Ingram pinch hitting for Antonio Osuna. Takes a called strike. Ingram this year is a pinch hitter, 2 for 10, overall batting .234. Hayes to his left. They get the force at second. Not quite in time. Elster blocks the ball. Would have been an incredible turn. Morandini with a great pivot. The throw was a little low, and Kevin Elster's first game at first base.
And Mickey got handcuffed, too, by this throw. Charlie Hayes hard to his left. Now watch the throw. See, it's low. It's down near his knees a little bit, and those are the toughest balls for a middle infielder to handle on a double play. And Elster tries to
dig it out and can't do it. As Todd said, that would have been a spectacular double play, especially because Ingram can run, too.
Chad Fonville looking to extend his hitting streak. He's 0 for 3, riding a 10-gamer.
Turn that double play, you better have that throw up in your eyes, where you just catch it and wheel and throw. And as you saw, that ball was down below his belt, and that made it tougher.
Outside 1-1. Phillies minor league teams all in the chase. Doing a great job this year. Here's a chopper to Borland. He's going to make the play to first. Fonville retired. He's now 0 for 4. Scranton Wilkes-Barre 3 games out with 8 games to go.
Yeah, and the Phillies have taken not most of them, taken a lot of their players because they've needed them here at the major league level, and that's why farm clubs are there. You know, not all the farm clubs don't understand that all the time, but you know, they're down there to help out your major league club for the most part, especially the higher minors. And with all the problems the Phillies have had in the big league level, they've had to take more players from Scranton than they wanted to, but they really haven't had any choice.
No hitter, by the way, over in Colorado. Andres Galarraga with a single in the 7th. This should be the ball game. Jim Eisenreich puts it away. Dave Hansen flies to left to end the ball game. Phillies with an 8-run 4th inning have defeated the Dodgers for the 6th straight time. 3 in a row here in this series, and they will conclude the series tomorrow night. Tommy Green against Kevin Tapani. 9-4 the final. The Phillies now will be at least in a share of first place in the wild card hunt in the National League. We'll come back and talk about it when we return to the vet.
Over the past 3 years, Dodge has offered a choice of more new nameplates than anybody else. Now Dodge offers some other choices that make driving the mid-size Dodge Dakota easy. During the Dodge Buyer's Choice sale, get a new Dakota and choose $1,000 in cash savings. Or choose an interest rate as low as 4.9%. Or a Dakota lease rate of only $159 a month. The Dodge Buyer's Choice sale. It makes visiting your friendly Dodge dealer a very smart choice indeed.
Recently, we at the Blues met the challenge of the 90s when the Norristown School District employees went all blue with personal choice.
The Blues really came through for the district, saving us almost $2.5 million, money we put into the classroom. The Blues went all out and provided us with the personal choice network that includes most of their doctors and hospitals. No wonder other school districts are following our lead with personal choice. All blue means everybody wins.
Isn't it time to find out how personal choice can help your organization lean on all blue?
Good ski cap. Sunday, September 10th at 1:35, the Phillies play the Astros. And fans 14 and under receive a free tomato red ski cap with a Phillies logo, courtesy of Campbell Soup. Call 463-1000.
Fernandez over Valdez as the Phils win it 9-4. An 8-run 4th inning the difference. Sid has won 5 in a row and has pitched outstanding baseball over his last 8 starts. As of right now, here are the wild card standings. Now remember, if Colorado wins, they'll be ahead of the Phillies, but they'll be in first place. So the Dodgers are back in the wild card race in that case, and they'll be tied with the Phillies, so the Phils can do no worse than be tied for first. One of the reasons, without Darren Dalton, Lenny Webster did the job tonight.
Lenny Webster with a 3-hit ball game. That's to drive in the final run of the game for the Phillies. They're 9th. That's what they've been averaging in this homestand. That they've been scoring a lot of runs for the first time in a long time. And Lenny with a good ball game tonight is our Texaco star of the game.
Phil's 8-1 on the homestand. They've won 10 out of 12. We'll wrap things up from the vet when we continue.
Dear foreign car owners, when it comes to fixing brakes, foreign cars aren't foreign to Midas. That's why we offer same-day brake service and guaranteed brake shoes and pads for as long as you own your car.
そして今あなたがお持ちの国産車、外車を前出しでお持ちいただくと
Get 25% off guaranteed brake shoes and pads. That's 25% off brake shoes and pads for any car at the Midas International Brake Sale.
Vilket språk man än talar, detta är ett erbjudande värt att bromsa för.
Can a credit card make you unique? Actually, it just might. You see, your MasterCard is meant for you and you alone. Even if someone steals it, you don't have to worry about a thing. Just call right away and cancel it. So even if someone does manage to charge something to you, you won't pay a cent. We may even be able to get you a new card the next day, which ought to give you some peace of mind. And that's certainly a unique feeling. MasterCard. It's more than a credit card. It's smart money.
There's something pretty exciting going on now at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. Ford's factory authorized clearance with $2,000 cash back on Taurus and low financing. We're clearing out the 95s to make room for the 96s. Don't miss Ford's factory authorized clearance. But hurry, because if you snooze, you lose. $2,000 cash back now at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. Ford's factory authorized clearance ends soon.
Introducing the lineup of Phillies legends photo ball baseballs. Play ball! Collect all 5 at Burger King for only $2.99 each. Here's the play-by-play on how. Slide into your participating Burger King restaurant. Buy any large sandwich value meal. Run home with one Phillies Hall of Fame legend. Let's replay, slide, buy, score! Collect a different ball each week for just $2.99. Only at Burger King and only for a limited time. Get your burger's worth. What a steal.
Phillies baseball has been brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, who remind you friends know when to say when. By the Yellow Pages, 9 out of 10 people use the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. By Mellon PSFS, the official bank of the Phillies, featuring full-service evening and 7-day banking. By the Pennsylvania Daily Lottery, don't forget to play, proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians. By Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines, add more life to your car, take it to the star. And by Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield, for 57 years. The health insurance company you can lean on.
4th inning, there were 9 hits in the inning. Mickey Mordini had 2 of them. His second one of the inning. Plates a run. That would be the 8th run of the inning, as the Phillies would go on to win 9-4 tonight, sending 14 men to the plate in that 8-run 4th, the most runs the Phillies have scored in an inning this season. 4 unearned runs for the Dodgers. That's nothing new. They've allowed 12 of the unearned variety to cross the plate in this series. The Phillies against the Dodgers this year, 8-1. If you go back to last year, they have now won 10 out of 11. They have the Dodgers' number. As the Phillies continue their winning ways in this homestand, they are now 8-1, wrapping up the 10-game homestand tomorrow night against this LA team. Phillies on top of the wild card race. The team they share it with, Colorado. The team 1 game behind Houston. They may share it with the Dodgers at the end of the night. Houston's in town when the Phillies come back to town. September 9th, that's our next telecast, 7 o'clock. Larry Rosen Game Time pregame show comes your way at 6:30. For Larry Rosen, Chris Wheeler, and the rest of the Prism crew, I am Todd Callis. We will see you when the Phillies return, and hopefully they'll still be on top of that list.